Oye, nena, vamos para la fiesta. Contigo, para Habana Vieja, junta vamos a guarachar. Sí.
Hey, yo! Oh, yeah, I saw that segment. Yo, what up, everybody? Hold on, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at right now. I'll show you what I'm looking at right about now. You know you done fucked up, right? I don't know why, but this made me laugh. Isaiah Martin, if you guys remember, when we were doing a little bit of a prep for the Noodles conversation, what was this guy's name? Definitely Noodles? Definitely Noodles? He was debating him. I just saw this on my feed. You know you done fucked up, right? How you guys doing? Welcome in. Welcome. Wait, one second. Just one moment. We're gonna actually start. Oh, okay. Now I fixed it. We're actually gonna start with some Josiah content, but I hope you guys are having a wonderful Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. You had a little bit of content on Monday with our Lib and Learn episode featuring Taylor Lorenz. Summary on the VRA ruling. Yeah, I mean, I can talk about that if you want. We can do that first. Quick little summary on the ruling. If you really want that, we can do that. Yeah. Also, today, if any people want to call in with questions or with disagreements especially, please feel free to let me know in the chat that you're in the Discord in one of the channels. And if it's a burning disagreement, I might even stop what I'm doing to bring you in. Okay? But real quick on the VRA ruling, for those of you guys who don't understand, it's a little bit tough to understand because there's like concepts that seem similar that are distinct. And so hopefully in the next 2 minutes, I can just sum it up for you. Long story short, the VRA, which is a law, a statute passed in the 60s, Voting Rights Act, contains many provisions in it that were supposed to target the practice of discrimination, especially in the South, with regards to voting, okay? And one of the sections, Section 2 specifically, is what was at issue in the case that just went through to the Supreme Court. That section broadly proscribes, meaning it bans certain kinds of electoral schemes or devices, etc., rules, including kinds of districting rules, which work to create a vote dilution situation of certain kinds of groups, okay? So Section 2 is a law that is aimed at, among other things, preventing discrimination. And one way in which it did do that is preventing districting, which had the consequence of vote dilution of certain groups, okay? And vote dilution claims were brought under a framework that existed called Jingles. This was the framework where you would have to prove certain things about the group, the fact that it's like cohesive. You'd have to prove certain amount of like geographical nexus with the group. You'd have to show certain levels of historical issues with that group being disenfranchised, etc. And I'm not going to bore you guys with the overall Jingles test, but that was the framework. And it provided for a mechanism by which people can sue to get districts changed or declared illegal under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act as improper vote dilution, either intentional or unintentional vote dilution, okay? Where that has some issues is potentially with the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, because supposedly we're not supposed to consider like race in rules, okay? We're not supposed to consider race when we're making laws. And the VRA, even though it was designed with this kind of anti-subordination framework to try to prevent racism and discrimination, by virtue of constructing districts to prevent vote dilution, you're almost by definition considering race as an outcome, right? And race-based restrictions or any kind of rules, it's a very high standard under the Constitution to allow those rules to maintain themselves. The standard is called strict scrutiny. And so what the court was ostensibly addressing was how this interacted, how Section 2 interacted with the general prescription against race-based rules, including in districting. And it was assumed for years and years and years that compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act would pass strict scrutiny, okay? And what the court said here was essentially that it could pass strict scrutiny, this test for race-based restrictions that emanates from the 14th Amendment. In other words, the VRA Section 2, which is authorized pursuant to the 15th Amendment's grant of legislative authority, right? That rule can be a basis, compliance with it, to justify a gerrymander, or I should say a district rules, to protect certain groups. But the standard needs to be a lot higher. And the standard, in fact, is so high, this is now me editorializing, but it is, in fact, true, and anyone who's objective will tell you this, that it's essentially dead. And how that works is because what Alito does in quote-unquote updating the Jingles framework is adding a bunch of conditions that essentially require you to show intentional race discrimination in order to have a situation in which you are able to invoke Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, okay? And that is always very difficult to prove, right? Intentional race discrimination. That was one of the reasons why the VRA was specifically amended to include unintentional vote dilution in addition to intentional vote dilution. So big story, big picture here is Alito is, quote unquote, updating the Jingles framework, that sort of court-interpreted tests to interpret Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and reading the Voting Rights Act Section 2 to be really quite narrow. And the reason he says that is because, well, we wouldn't assume that they would want to write Section 2 to be in contradiction with the 14th Amendment. That's the big picture here. And the big political picture is a lot of districts that were designed to be in compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and as a consequence, gave Democrats more political representation in the Congress because black communities overwhelmingly vote for Democratic leaders, okay? That the consequence of that is that there's now a way that Republicans can try to get more seats by suing some of these districts and saying, well, they are unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. And the reason they're, follow this analytical train, right? The reason they're unconstitutional racial gerrymanders is because they were based on race, right? Prima facie, it's based on race. So you have to apply strict scrutiny. And there's no compelling purpose under strict scrutiny because there's no VRA compliance basis to justify the racial gerrymander, because the VRA does not impose a requirement in these kinds of situations. So because there's no VRA compliance justification, there is no compelling purpose. Because there's no compelling purpose, nothing justifies the racial gerrymandering. Because it's a racial gerrymander that's not justified, it's illegal under the Constitution, and therefore we have a basis to sue to get rid of these Democratic districts. So do you understand that? Like, that's the legal framework for why Republicans will now be able to sue or take other action to challenge these districting rules that were done in compliance with the VRA, because what the court is saying is it's not really required under the VRA to have these districts in those situations, because you haven't met this super high test for VRA compliance, which is essentially nothing. And we can talk a little bit about why that is. And because the test for VRA compliance is super, super, super tough, basically nothing's going to fit it. And basically, therefore, you have no justification for a racial-based restriction or a district, and therefore the whole thing is unconstitutional. That's the kind of order of operations. Okay. And that's because I know I only said 2 minutes, but now I want to just talk a little bit more about it. It's important to realize that the VRA compliance issue is not the same thing as the racial gerrymander issue. What the law requires doesn't, as the statute that is, the VRA, doesn't necessarily resolve the racial gerrymander question. And the ostensible reason why Alito is even confronting this and has this opportunity, as well as the majority of the court, to rewrite the VRA, in my opinion, is for the purpose of addressing the constitutional issue and to providing clarity on that view. One of the criticisms that I have of the opinion is, even though that is like the kind of facial reason why Alito wants to update the Jingles framework and, in my opinion, rewrite the law, he doesn't spend any time in the opinion discussing why this updated test for VRA compliance would pass strict scrutiny. In other words, he, in my opinion, chomps at the bit to get an opportunity to talk about VRA and how it's interpreted with this ostensible reason of needing to see if it fits the strict scrutiny test, but then just like doesn't talk about why, as a legal matter, as a formalistic matter, why this updated test does in fact comply with the 14th Amendment. So that's one criticism. Was this a calculated attack? Previously, Trump created executive orders against specific law firms that might challenge him. What other reasons? Which are Trump? This is beyond Trump. Okay, this is a long-term objective of conservative jurists and the Republican Party, is to try to gut the VRA. That's why we've had so many lawsuits in the interim about the VRA that have been chipping away at it. And that includes, by the way, the overturning of and basically gutting of Section 5 of the VRA, a different part of the law that required new voting restrictions that clear the Department of Justice. So it gave the Department of Justice an opportunity, right? And the idea there is that Congress, using its Section 2 authority under the 15th Amendment, well, we are going to disincentivize, especially southern states, from implementing these rules because they're going to know it's going to have to clear the Department of Justice. And that was ruled unconstitutional like over a decade ago. That's Section 5 of the VRA. And since then, it's been like little tepid steps towards this result right now. It gives me an opportunity to also talk about Rucho versus Common Cause. One of the reasons why the Alito test is so difficult to comply with is Alito basically says, if you can find any legitimate basis that a districting setup is justified, then we can't assume that it's intentional or has a quote strong inference of an intentional base vote dilution method. So he's basically saying, if you can justify it on any other ground, then it's going to be okay as far as the VRA is concerned. And how does that interact with partisan gerrymandering and Rucho versus Common Cause? So Rucho versus Common Cause, that's the case in which the Supreme Court said that partisan gerrymandering issues aren't justiciable in federal court. The upshot of that is, well, if partisan gerrymandering is a legitimate basis under the Constitution or we should treat it as such, which Alito says, we'll talk about why additional gripes I have with the opinion. If it's a justifiable or legitimate basis to include politics as part of your rationale for doing districting, then we can just you're going to have to disentangle the politics from the race. And because we can always make like a kind of plausible case because voting is associated with those demographic groups, it very rarely are the Republicans not going to be able to say, well, it's just politics. It's just politics, bro. It's just politics. And so if you're allowed to include and have a high burden on the plaintiffs to show racial reason independent of politics, then it's always just going to be it's basically saying you're going to have to show intentional racism. And that's, again, always very difficult to do. So Alito's test, which is including Rucho versus Common Cause and partisan gerrymandering, effectively kills Section 2 because every single time you're going to be able to say, well, no, it's not race, it's partisan. It doesn't really make much sense in light of why Section 2 was passed. So as a statutory interpretation matter, I don't think it makes much sense in terms of like did they really intend this law to be toothless? And they updated the law after there was another court case, which was basically giving the Alito position back in like the 80s. Congress literally updated the law to say, no, we really do mean unintentional vote dilution as well as intentional. And it's not convincing to think that they didn't intend for this to cover what it's currently covering, right? It's not convincing to think that Congress intended this like test which has no ability to actually be implemented, right? They had this storied law from the 60s, right? This really powerful law. It gets like neutered by the Supreme Court, and then they update the law specifically in the 80s, signed by Reagan, to strengthen it again. And then Alito's going back to the interpretation that was rejected. So it really is, I think, an implausible and an unconvincing opinion, the majority of that is. And I'm happy to debate it with anyone who disagrees. Other gripes I have with the opinion, I'm sorry, I know that we... Now, you got me monologuing. You got me fucking monologuing. Other gripes with the opinion is the shiftiness of it. If you're going to come out and say Section 2 is unconstitutional, just say it, right? Just say it's unconstitutional. Don't give us this implausible reading of the statute that wasn't what was intended. It isn't what the statute actually says. Have the balls to actually say Section 2 is unconstitutional, or at least as applied in the racial gerrymandering context, or in the racial group context, or with respect to districting. Or have the balls to be like, well, you know what? It just doesn't apply to districts no matter what. The Section 2 was never intended to apply to districts. That can't be true, right? Because Congress updated it specifically in the context of a districting decision. They had the intention that this would cover districting, but fine. Like, just have the balls, in other words, to say it with your chest. Undo Section 2. And the reason they don't want to do it is because the Voting Rights Act has this, I think, historical pedigree. It has this kind of prestige to it. And it looks worse to be like, oh yeah, the Voting Rights Act passed by this like historical bipartisan consensus in the Congress, that is unconstitutional, and we know better than that generation. It's similar reasons why like Brown v. Board is considered a sort of sacred cow. So yeah, that is one. It's not just shiftiness there too. It's also shiftiness in applying the court's doctrines. And thank you for the super chat. Shiftiness in applying the court's doctrines with respect to stare decisis. Alito uses the term, we're updating the Jingles framework. You're changing the Jingles framework like massively. He's taking a red pen and changing massive aspects about storied precedent in the court and not even running a stare decisis analysis, which is what you're supposed to do. That is a huge red flag. Huge red flag. You can't just be like, oh, we don't have to run stare decisis because we're quote unquote updating, right? We're updating. So it's not actually changing. Like, no, you are changing the precedent. You're fundamentally altering the precedent. So just run it, right? If at least go through the motions to make a section about stare decisis. He has a paragraph there about changing circumstances. Well, okay, make that a whole stare decisis section, but don't just ignore it. It's so often that this court, under the current majority, will do things like that. They'll only apply doctrines and invoke them when it's useful to their argument, but they'll just completely ignore necessary doctrines that the court admonishes litigants time and time again matter. They'll just ignore it. So you need to apply a stare decisis analysis, or so I'm told. I've already mentioned another gripe I have with it, like not even analyzing why, right? Like Alito spends this time saying we need to address VRA. We need to address VRA because we need to see if it is a compelling purpose that passes strict scrutiny. And then to not even talk about that at all, like it's missing a whole section. It's missing a whole section on why VRA compliance, as construed by Alito, satisfies the very thing that you say is the reason we're analyzing it. That strikes me as dishonesty. That strikes me as incoherence. As you had a goal and a desire to rewrite the law, and you did it. And then you spent all the time doing the statutory analysis, and then you don't address the very thing that you said that we need to do this for. So yeah, that's another reason. And then fundamentally, it's just like, it's not a convincing opinion in terms of the statutory analysis, in my view. It really isn't. Now, you could take an issue with any particular district. You could take an issue with the law itself, but then require Congress to undo the law. Congress passes a law pursuant to the 15th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment was passed in the context of racial discrimination being, everywhere. It seems like in that context, it's kind of different to consider, the 15th Amendment's grant of legislative authority as being this race blind thing. Of course, the 15th Amendment was race conscious. There were particular groups that were being called out for or being denied effective representation. So the test that Alito provides, it's not a historically convincing test. It's not one that is rigorous vis-a-vis what the 15th Amendment was intended to do. And so those are, and I think it's shifty for the reasons I've already stated. So that's kind of where I'm at in terms of the opinion. I hope that gives some clarity. It is a kind of like, it can be opaque if you don't know some of the mechanics of what's going on here. Big picture, VRA, storied law, Section 2, essentially gutted, ruled as or considered to be like a really, really high test. Because it's a really high test, effectively all of these districts that are created in order to ostensibly comply with the VRA are going to be considered unconstitutional gerrymanders. And the final question is like, do we have enough time to change them before elections? Okay. So yeah, I hope that was somewhat helpful. Did that help at all? Any lingering questions? Basaraka says, maybe I missed it, but what is the positive case for the VRA Section 2 being constitutional? Seems like it would be helpful. No, right. Like Basaraka, that's my point, right? Like, what is the argument that this is? I can give you an argument, right? I can certainly give you an argument if you want. Alito does not give an argument for why Section 2 is constitutional, right? He has his own, he's taken a scalpel to Section 2, carving 99% of everything and leaving this little core of Section 2 compliance, right? So he's doing that meticulously, but he doesn't explain why that little core is constitutional, right? He doesn't actually engage. That's my criticism, in other words, is that Alito doesn't explain why the little thing that he has left, which is ostensibly the whole reason that he's engaged in this, is to test VRA versus 14th Amendment. He doesn't actually do that. He just carves the law and then doesn't compare them. He just assumes that it is. He assumes without deciding why. So that is one of my criticisms of Alito. What I would say in response to that is, historically, right, like anything that from a 15th Amendment perspective is complying with the spirit of the 15th Amendment, right, necessarily must pass strict scrutiny, in my view, for equal protection purposes. The reason is these amendments were passed in conjunction with each other. This is my own view, and you can take issue with it, whatever. But in other words, the 15th Amendment was passed right after the 14th Amendment, and they eyed similar problems. And so to the extent that you have an exercise of Section 2 authority under the 15th Amendment that is okay, it's a presupposition that it is okay with the 15th Amendment, right? You have to presuppose that it is okay with the 15th Amendment. And that was also, by the way, like a foundational point to what Alito is saying. Alito is also suggesting that the VRA needs to be construed the way he's saying it, otherwise it's not complying with the 15th Amendment. I agree that the VRA necessarily needs to be justified under the 15th Amendment, in my view. I do agree with that. But I don't necessarily agree that his view is the only way in which you make it compliant with the 15th Amendment. So, in my opinion, compliance with the 15th Amendment as Section 2 authority, if you are doing that, right, then we don't want to, it's a later in time amendment, right? The 15th Amendment is a later in time amendment to the 14th Amendment. So we're not going to construe the 14th Amendment to have like more power than the 15th Amendment in some way, right? They should be read in harmony, and to the extent that one of them is counteracting the other, the later in time wins, right? It's a similar thing with this was an argument, honestly, on the insurrection point, which is to the extent that there's a conflict between the First Amendment and the 14th Amendment. Now, I would not read the 14th Amendment to be in conflict with the First Amendment, but if you insist that there must be a conflict between the First Amendment and the insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment needs to win, right? Why? It's the later in time amendment. Later in time wins. Now, as a matter of construction, I wouldn't read a conflict where none exists. But to the extent that there's a conflict, I think the 15th Amendment wins. So that's my answer on that, is that I do think that the VRA, as construed, is compliant with the 15th Amendment. Because it is compliant with the 15th Amendment, I think it wins. And it just is almost analytically complies with the court's precedent on legal protection. Does that make sense? Have you read the dissent in Cali? I would say 50% of it. I haven't had time to fully read the dissent, but so far from what I've read, I find it more convincing. I've read fully the majority opinion though, both on stream and then I read it again, just to make sure I understood it. Any other question before we move on to our actual content? These are really smart questions, by the way, guys. I'm very impressed often by your guys' questions. I think that they're on the point. Okay. Are we fucked? No, we're not fucked. It's bad. I think it's bad, but we're not politically fucked. This was priced in terms of our expectations for the midterms in the short term. And in the long term, I don't think that... Here's an interesting thing that I'm not sure was going to be anticipated by the majority, and they might have to update this rule again. Imagine that you were to ban partisan gerrymandering, okay? Suppose that you were to ban partisan gerrymandering, which you can do through statute, either on a state level, which Florida has done in their constitution, or if you were to pass congressional legislation. Now, Alito's analysis, he's kind of fucked himself a little bit. Because if you think, or if you make partisan gerrymandering illegal, now all of a sudden, that isn't a legitimate basis to district. Okay? You're not allowed to consider politics. And if you're not allowed to consider politics under his rule, right? Now you can't do this whole game of, well, it's not racial, it's political, because you can't be political. And then, in my view, if you're being honest about Alito's analysis, the VRA Section 2 turns back on in many effective ways. Not completely, but a lot of its oomph comes back if you ban partisan gerrymandering. That'll be an interesting test. In places where partisan gerrymandering is explicitly banned, like in Florida, will Section 2 still have force there because partisan gerrymandering is not a legitimate basis to district? And if it's not a legitimate basis, then the test for compliance with the VRA is effectively lowered. Does that make sense? So there are many ways in which Alito is crafty and he's devious. He's not a dumb person. Alito is like a smart person. He's asks sometimes very brutal questions. But there's a way to be crafty with his own thing. In making his opinion a statutory argument and not constitutional, right? In making it saying that, well, there is this core of VRA that's allowed if there's any legitimate basis, partisan gerrymandering is legitimate, or we must consider it as such. He's opened the door, right? You've already said VRA compliance is legitimate. Now, if we just focus on making partisan gerrymandering illegal, I think you're stuck with, well, then VRA Section 2 comes back on. And yes, you're right. That is expecting consistency from the court. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. But I just mean as a devious way to fight back. I don't know if it's devious. It's something we should do. But to use that rule against him and to force him to come up with some absurd thing. In other words, the problem here's the issue. The issue isn't, in my view, the VRA. The issue is partisan gerrymandering and Rucho versus Common Cause. You have two paths that you can travel, weary traveler. You can say partisan gerrymandering legitimate. Well, then, if it's legitimate and if racial lines are highly correlative of partisan lines, you're always going to leave that open, right? As a potential justification. Query why the Texas gerrymander was allowed by the Supreme Court, where they're explicitly saying, hey, we're doing this to help Hispanics. Why was that okay? Well, the truth is the court just ignored those statements and said, oh, we think it's really a partisan gerrymander. So even when you have evidence where the people who are drawing the maps are legitimately making arguments that this is done for racial reasons, the court will just we think it's really political. So the strength of the partisan gerrymandering issue being allowed is so powerful that the court is even discounting, some might say, direct evidence of intent, of racial intent, which is the statements of the people who are promoting the maps, or the legislature in the context of certainly the governor. I know that the case law relates to the legislature when it comes to this kind of stuff, but the legislature also key sponsors, key people were parroting what the governor was saying as well. That's Greg Abbott. So yeah, it just shows you that the issue of partisan gerrymandering is infecting this storied law and giving an avenue for the court to reconsider Jangles and its VRA precedent, when the real problem is the partisan gerrymandering and Rucho versus Common Cause. That's the real issue, not the VRA. It's like you've created this own issue, Roberts Court, because you did Rucho versus Common Cause and partisan gerrymandering. It's not the VRA's fault that this potential issue emerges. That's just my mind. Okay. I know I said this would be 2 minutes, but you know me, I like to get in the weeds. And I feel that people this is like a very hard to understand legal issue. Because on the one hand, you're like, well, we don't want to agree with racial gerrymanders, but it's just a conflation of two different issues in my mind. They're related, but they're not the same thing. Racial gerrymanders are different than vote dilution under the VRA. And the Alito's opinion here is trying to, or claims that it's trying to reconcile those different tensions. But it doesn't really. It just ignores the tension, claims the tension is why he's invoking it, and takes an opportunity to take a scalpel to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act without actually resolving the tension, except in judgment. They resolve it in judgment, obviously, but they don't resolve it in terms of opinion, in terms of rational analysis. Was it helpful? I hope you think it's helpful. You know, I'm rooting for the Celtics. Are they still in contention? I think Jason Tatum is back, right? Am I wrong about that? Sorry, I haven't been following the NBA this season. Okay, that's it. The first thing we're gonna do. Sorry, second thing now. First, second thing we're gonna do is, Josiah. He can interact with whoever he wants, but he's gone and done something horrible. He's interacting with strict scrutiny. So he's got some other lawyers on retainer and other lawyers that he's talking to. So it's a bit disappointing, but we have to. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone should follow Pondering Politics. Everyone should follow Josiah. And I wanted to see, he has a video here with strict scrutiny's, I forget her name. I should listen to this podcast. Everyone says to listen to it. So let's, at 1.3, listen to Pondering Politics with strict scrutiny. And then we'll get into some Matt Taibbi stuff, which I want to cover.
Recent Supreme Court rulings really within the past 24 hours, or I should say Supreme Court decisions. I decided to bring back on a friend of the show, Professor Leah Lippman of the Strict Scrutiny podcast and constitutional law professor. Professor, I want to talk to you first about the mifepristone ruling by Justice Alito, basically overturning the Fifth Circuit's hold on it's a nationwide restriction on mifepristone, and he temporarily overturned it. Can you talk about this? Because for those of my audience who suspect that Alito is probably sympathetic to a ban on mifepristone, they see this as a surprise ruling. Can you unpack that for us?
Sure. So the Fifth Circuit ruling had basically invalidated the FDA's guidance that doctors and nurse practitioners could prescribe mifepristone, one of the two drugs in the current medication abortion protocol, via telemedicine or telehealth. That effectively reinstated what.
Pause. Thank you so much for the £6. What about this very zoomed out theory? There was a time for these kinds of laws, but that time has now ended. When you say that, what about the theory? It sounds like what you're suggesting is from a policy matter. There's a way in which you could make it be legal, a legal argument. And this is maybe how it'll go. That compliance with the VRA is only a compelling purpose in the presence of some significant amount of actual racial discrimination today, right? So that's a way you could construe the policy argument into the compelling purpose analysis, which is to say, well, Section 2 is only ever compelling purpose. Sorry, complying with it is only ever a compelling purpose if and when we have some kind of societal threshold of racism. The difficulties I think that people might have with that argument is this is not made clear in the amendment. So we're reading into these doctrines. It doesn't say that 15th Amendment Section 2 dissipates or goes away. It doesn't say that the 14th Amendment should be thought of that way. But, maybe there's something to that VRA compliance shouldn't always be considered a compelling purpose. But it's another way of saying that is thinking that the VRA turns off after a given time. And to be honest with you, that is how the Section 5 in this case shall be County, how that kind of went away was that kind of argument. Well, there was a time and place for DOJ, pre-clearance, but the society has changed, and the way to stop discriminating on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. And you could kind of take that tautology seriously by John Roberts. So it's not something that's been something that's been thought of before.
What's kind of known as the in-person dispensation requirement, the idea that you have to go to the doctor's office in order to pick up mifepristone. So Justice Alito issued what's called an administrative stay. That is not the kind of indefinite stay that represents the Supreme Court's ultimate decision about whether to pause that ruling, the Fifth Circuit's ruling, while the litigation proceeds. That is, while or until the case officially makes its way to the Supreme Court. Instead, he issued an administrative stay, which, as its name suggests, is just an administrative pause to give the court time to decide whether to issue that more long-lasting pause. So it's not a conclusion that the court is definitely going to put on hold the Fifth Circuit.
Yeah, and people need to understand that in the context of admin stays, don't assume anything, right? Because we've had admin stays where people have said, oh, Trump's going to win because there's an admin stay, or Trump's going to lose because the Supreme Court has stayed it. It really depends if it's a merit stay where the court is supposed to, right? Consider all these different factors and issue an opinion. Now, the truth is, the distinction is often whether or not they're going to do something very quickly and hastily in the shadow docket, the quote unquote shadow docket, or indeed whether they're going to, do an admin stay where it's just like one line. So the distinction isn't like a huge elaborate opinion, but one is like more substantive than the admin stay context. In the admin stay context, you see a lot of them, and it doesn't usually show the hand of where the court is leaning here. So very important distinction here.
Circuit ruling, or an indication that Justice Alito himself will do so.
Let me ask you this. I want to ask one other questions about this and then give you my theory of the case, and then you tell me if I'm wrong here. The other thing I heard is that Alito might be perturbed because I've heard that the Fifth Circuit sometimes has a bad habit of like jumping the gun over Supreme Court rulings, and that Alito might be actually kind of offended that it's trying to usurp Supreme Court authority. Can you talk about that a bit?
So I'm not sure that the Fifth Circuit decision really represents a usurpation of the Supreme Court's role. This case, after all, was filed by Louisiana in a federal trial court seeking to rescind or remove the FDA's permission to prescribe mifepristone via telemedicine. The district court issued its decision. Therefore, the case went up to the Fifth Circuit. So it's not like the Fifth Circuit was intervening in a way that preempted the Supreme Court, nor did the Fifth Circuit do anything that the Supreme Court itself had ruled out. There was a medication abortion decision from a few years ago, but the only thing that the Supreme Court said in that case is that the specific plaintiffs, the anti-abortion doctors and dentists, didn't have standing because they hadn't established they would likely be injured by the availability of mifepristone or the ability to prescribe it via telemedicine because the chain of links in their theory of causation was too attenuated.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Louisiana's theory of standing is...
Understand that what is being said here is what the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, the Intermediate Appellate Court, is doing isn't like directly contradicted by the previous ruling on mifepristone, which was just on standing with respect to a certain class of plaintiff. And so what's going on here, it doesn't necessarily represent like an usurpation of authority, that it's the standing argument is more limited to particular plaintiffs.
Similarly dumb and rests on any number of implausible inferences, but technically the Fifth Circuit didn't do anything that the Supreme Court had definitively resolved in that prior medication abortion case.
So you don't find that particularly persuasive that this was Alito?
No, I don't
think
that's the theory. No.
Then let me ask you this. Okay, so here's my theory of the case. My suspicion is that Alito has to be aware that this is not a ruling that is conducive to a productive Republican victory in the midterms, that this is going to work against the Republicans and puts abortion back on the table, when quite frankly, the American people apparently just got used to the Dobbs decision. And it's further proof, by the way, of my theory of the case, that the American people can get used to just about anything if you give them enough time. So to Democrat lawmakers out there who thought that the Dobbs decision would result in like permanent electoral victory for the Democrats, you guys got to get your shit together, because be a presidential immunity, Dobbs, unfortunately, the American people can get used to all sorts of heinous rulings. So, but it puts the issue back on the table.
Which is something to say also, by the way, for the other side, where they have this kind of they had this dedication and this single-minded approach when it came to abortion, and just year after year of organizing and Federalist Society articles and a culture of defiance that they slowly built up in order to overturn Roe v. Wade finally. So it is a measure of the kind of dedication that like will be needed, I think, to get us into a better spot vis-a-vis some of these rulings. It might be what's required ultimately to get judicial reform. I'm not so sure that we have the time, which is unfortunate. And that's why I agree with Josiah that it needs to be prioritized among Democrat leaders.
And so I would figure, I could suspect a motivation might be that he wanted to pause this ruling because it would, take the wind out of the sails of liberals and progressives like me who are saying this is another reason to vote Democrat.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? And then also, how likely do you think that the Supreme Court takes this case up? Because if they take it up, that also puts the issue of abortion and reproductive health back on the table. So, it seems like this is just a bad situation for the more politically minded justices to be in, because presumably Alito does have a vested interest in Republicans winning.
Yeah, so your theory maps onto what I kind of speculated about when we talked about the Fifth Circuit's decision on the most recent strict scrutiny episode. And I think something that is consistent with that theory is the Trump FDA's own actions. Because back in 2025, the Trump FDA actually said they were revisiting the FDA's guidance on mifepristone, but they've slow walked that process and they haven't released their ultimate decisions or findings. Now, they've said a few things that kind of suggest they're looking to restrict mifepristone, suggesting that the prior FDA's determination that increased the availability of mifepristone didn't go through sufficient process, but they haven't reached any conclusions or issued any recommendations. And I think it would not be unreasonable to think that they are drawing that out until after the midterms because they don't want to announce, again, in the lead up to the November 2026 midterms.
They know it's a loser issue.
The Republican Party has made a decision to effectively institute some kind of nationwide ban or nationwide restrictions on mifepristone. So I think it's totally reasonable to think that someone who is thinking about Republican electoral prospects would also not want to inject this issue into the midterm waters. Now, I think that the Supreme Court could issue a stay.
We need more dedicated NIMBY centrist tax strategic Democrat leaders like Destiny watches reaction to your Lib and Learn dismantling you. No, I just think that if people have issues with what I said in the Lib and Learn, like you do, Venom, you should just come on and say what you take issue with, what statement that I make there that you think is untrue or false or so I find oftentimes I have open calls where people can take issue with things I said and it's just nonsense, regurgitated nonsense. Just oh my god, I can't believe it, you said this question and you interrupted Hutch. It's crazy.
Of the Fifth Circuit decision without officially putting the case on its docket, and that would kind of make it go away, at least for some amount of time, and potentially likely through the midterms. Now, again, it's possible that the parties would rush to the Supreme Court to officially put the case on the court's docket, but merely issuing the stay would not formally do so and would, again, kind of dissipate the Fifth Circuit ruling and potentially put it out of sight, out of mind for some number of voters.
Let me ask you this, I guess, as a final follow-up to this, and then we'll turn to Calais. What if, for a combination of ideological reasons by the conservative justices, or maybe even a politically savvy move from the liberal justices who do want to make this potentially a campaign issue. Let's say Alito wanted this case to go away. He didn't want the Supreme Court to take it up. Could the other justices basically overrule him and say, no, actually, we are going to hear this case?
I get the kind of I get the point that he's making here. I do think that there's limited amounts of things that the liberal justices can do, frankly, in terms of pushing this issue. And I wouldn't push an issue for the, I don't think it's proper also for the justice to be acting this way. Now, if that is their motivation, we're going to do this, we're going to put on the docket for the purpose of having it be for the Democrats to win, I'm sure I would have an issue with that. And that, by the way, would be true even if the other side is doing it. That's one of those things where it's kind of like corruption, where even though the other side is doing it, I'm not going to countenance corruption. You get me? So yeah, that's just something I wouldn't want the justice to be doing. And also it's if that would result in a chance that you have a substantively bad outcome, I don't think it's a good calculus because I don't think the American people would be that responsive to it.
Can't single-handedly stop it, can he?
That's correct. A majority of justices can both override his decision.
Yeah, in terms of what I provided, you might not think it because you're brain broken and you're a Pisco snark or something. Not you specifically, a liberal Latino, but my interruptions were to provide clarity and to actually get to the good criticisms. If you already agree that Taylor is this article was bad and Taylor is a bad journalist, whatever, great. I mean, you're having your synapses and your dopamine hit by the pathways and all that shit. But consider to a more neutral observer, I don't think the factual determination of centrism was a point that landed well. I understand the point of centrism as an attack in terms of the implication. I totally understand that. But the way you get to there, right, is the following. When you said centrist, Taylor, what did you mean by that? Oh, all I meant by that was X, Y, or Z. Okay, well, if that's all you meant by centrist, right, just ask her the question about instead of fighting on the objective truth about whether they are or not centrist, a nebulous point on which reasonable minds disagree, you get her to say what you meant when you said centrist. And then, okay, so it seems kind of implausible that you would even think to spell out centrism here if all you mean by centrism is aligned with Democrats. Why did you note it? It strengthens the argument, in other words, that it's done for a bad purpose, that it's done to be part of the framing that I agree exists. But people are too stupid to understand that that's what I'm doing. You're too dumb, right? Or you're like immediately in snark mode, and so you're a snarker. Another way that this rears its head is in the question of the title, like fighting about whether or not you have or do not have editorial control over the title. That's a stupid way to approach that issue. You understand why? You just ask her to adopt it. Do you stand by X, Y, or Z? Do you stand by that subtitle? Tell her to adopt it now. Same thing, by the way, on the disclosure aspect. If we don't have good evidence that the contract does not require non-disclosure, don't fight on it. But people, for them, I think it's just like Teams and what it sounds like, what the tenor, like my voice sounds like, and whether it sounds like I'm being critical. That maybe you're not understanding that all these critiques aren't landing the way you want them to. And I don't think that it's that those points are that convincing to people who don't already think the way you do. So absolute snarker central, absolutely just like no substantive point about anything. Like find anything wrong with a statement I made on that show and raise it with me. You can't, you won't, because everything I said was right.
About whether to issue a stay, and 4 justices could override his decision about whether to hear the case. So it takes 4 votes to grant certiorari, which is put the case on the court's calendar for regular argument. It takes 5 votes to issue a stay. So Justice Alito could be in the minority, and both of those things could still happen.
Okay, so in other words, it seems like they're playing with fire here, or at least the conservative justices are. So now let's turn to the Calais decision, because I had not heard of the so-called Purcell doctrine until I saw Mark Elias and others complaining about what the Supreme Court also did yesterday. So my understanding is that the Supreme Court issued a ruling effectively implementing the results of LA, or rather the judgment.
So you typically have like 30 plus days or 30 or something days until to like appeal or to ask for re-argument from the Supreme Court on their own judgment. And the court's like, those 30 days are really valuable for people who actually want to implement the maps, right? And there is a constitutional aspect dimension to what's going on, because the Supreme Court has ruled that the Louisiana maps are unconstitutional. They're unconstitutional because they're racially gerrymandered and there's no compelling purpose in VRA compliance, because the VRA does not require those maps, because the test is really, 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 really super high. So that's why there's this urgency from litigants. And honestly, I'm less gung-ho on this specific issue, because I would think if the shoe were on the other foot and there was some like restrictive and unconstitutional rule that the Supreme Court found in favor of Democrats, I'm not so sure that I would be like, assuming that there actually is time to implement the constitutional rule as opposed to unconstitutional rule, and there's no attempt for re-argument, I'm not so sure that I would be like, and so the Supreme Court should not enforce its judgment quicker. I don't know that that's something that, now I think it's additional evidence that the majority will just like skip protocol and skip and immediately, in my opinion, grant Republicans what they asked for, oftentimes without a second thought, is to like get rid of all these like other proceduralisms. But in general, I don't have a huge issue with that. Like, assume that the maps are unconstitutional in a way that we agree with. Like, forget about the substance of the opinion and whether you agree with it or not, and just like assume that the Supreme Court has found something to be unconstitutional for an election, and they've done so with plenty of time to actually implement it. Now that assumes that there's plenty of time, right? In some places, they're actually in the middle of voting. Okay, if they're in the middle of voting, I'm not sure that there's enough time to. It would have to be like a constitutional issue of a certain magnitude. But that thing, like if it really were a racial gerrymander, like imagine, like really do think if this were a racial gerrymander that said we want to eliminate, and I know what you're saying, like that is what it is. They're trying to eliminate black people's voices, but like really just imagine that this was we're going to gerrymander all the blacks, and they put that in the writing, right? They say that, and they use that terminology. Would you want, in the current context, those maps to be used? Probably not. So try to understand the argument, even assuming you don't agree with the underlying decision. And so I don't have this humongous issue with court speeding it up there, to be honest with you. You know, I understand that zero cool. That's what I'm kind of calling out, that there's an inconsistency. The thing is, though, like if it were similarly situated and Trump was trying to implement some rule on districting and Supreme Court says no, but it's like there actually is time to implement something to fix the constitutional issue, and it's like a major constitutional issue, I probably would be in favor of implementing it. Once votes are already cast, though, I'm not so sure. Anything barring like total, like, you know, you're blocking an entire race from voting, this like specifically, or you're I think it should be a really, really high standard to like disenfranchise and to like undo a vote that's already happened. But if there's time to do it, I don't have the biggest issue with doing that, you know.
Of the Calais decision effective immediately, which gives cover for red states to immediately begin redrawing
Al
the
Gore
voting
comes
maps,
to mind,
regardless
yeah.
of whether or not there's an active election.
Yeah, there
is
is time. There is time.
The Purcell doctrine. Can you unpack that for me? And if I got anything wrong, please correct me.
Yeah, so the Purcell doctrine is a doctrine that actually originated on the court's shadow docket, a few years ago, that says courts shouldn't alter the rules governing an election too close to an election. And
so that's the issue, right? There's primary votes happening, I think, like right now. So what I'm telling you is just assume that the votes aren't happening. I'm not sure how I feel of stopping like an ongoing primary. That seems like fucking crazy.
Supreme Court has invoked that doctrine to put on hold several lower court rulings that had found state election policies or practices or laws violated federal statutes or violated the Constitution. So this came up during COVID when, for example, some lower courts in Wisconsin said that Wisconsin's deadline for the receipt of mail-in ballots was unconstitutional because it created an unacceptable risk and burden on people's ability to vote, given the increased number of absentee ballots and people trying to vote by mail. And the Supreme Court said, nope, can't do that, whether or not you're right. This ruling came too close to an election.
Real quick, he said, talking to Taylor Lorenz is a waste of time when her opinion is bought and paid for. First of all, it's not clear to me that we don't have engaging or good conversations with people who are quote unquote paid for their opinion, if for any other reason, just to disagree with them or just to sort of suss out our own opinion. So I'm not understanding, like, would you have preferred that we not have this conversation with Taylor Lorenz? Like, I don't know I don't know what you mean by that. So don't talk to her. Is that your recommendation? If anything, I think it puts Lib and Learn more on the map. We've had like 2 high profile guests in 2 weeks. People are reacting to it. I think it's good for the show that there's that level of like eyes on it, that it happens with big guests. And so like, I don't understand, like you're saying don't talk to her or that's a waste of time. It doesn't seem to be a waste of time so far as like people who want to watch it, right? People find it to be valuable and they're enjoying it, right? Those of you who already don't like Taylor, I'm sure you enjoyed Hutch grilling her, right? So I don't understand that. Don't talk. I mean, I would talk to Tim Pool and these people who, and also in terms of bought and paid for, by whom? Who is she bought and paid for by? Like by the publication, by Wired? Like, there seems to be some sort of implication here that her opinions aren't her own. In which case, I'm like, what's the evidence of that? Exposing her for being bought and paid for. It's okay. So it was worth having the conversation. But wait, how did we expose her for being bought and paid for? I don't understand that. She's bought and paid for by Omidyar. She's bought and paid for by Omidyar in virtue of receiving like this award. How much was the award? So if you're paid by someone, you're bought and paid by them. I was paid by, I got an honorarium for Word War Debate. I disclosed that. Am I bought and paid for by them? I think you're implying something else beyond just like a payment relationship. See, this is the kind of thing where like I'm getting clarity on The View, and it's like, why are you running defense? I think what you're saying is like her opinions aren't genuine opinions. Or like they're not really her opinions. I'm just like, what makes you say that? apparently because the funding is not known, the same characterization she uses to accuse others of dark money. The question about whether or not she's funded by dark money, which I don't think she definitionally is, in terms of what I've seen so far, is a different question about whether her opinions are authentically her own opinions. I understand that this is like tough for a lot of people to like just separate lines of inquiry. So whether she's getting paid by dark money is different than whether she's quote unquote bought and paid for, in the sense that she's not like a genuinely like showing her own opinion. She's not representing what her own views are. So just like be clear about what you're alleging. She will not engage in conversation because not being transparent about who she's representing. Because she's representing who? She will not engage in, so she does engage in conversation. She literally came on our show and engaged in the conversation. So I think she is engaging in the conversation. I think what you're saying is she's not engaging like genuinely, right? She's not genuinely engaging in the conversation because, that is to say, like causally, she is not being transparent about who she's representing. Like, what's the proof of that? So she's not being genuine because she's getting paid by Omidyar. What's the argument for that? The strongest argument is that it necessarily would have a silencing effect, in contrast to, say, for instance, doing I don't know who you're talking to. Isn't Lauren's whole thing saying other people are paid for? Again, let's separate the claims. What Lauren claims about others versus whether she is like genuine and holding her own beliefs, whether she's bought and paid for. You just need to like not. This is my problem with a lot of these conversations, and maybe this drives people crazy. Just be like very clear about what you're alleging at a given moment. These are like level 1 arguments that don't follow each other. You think she's authentically a dumbass too? Okay, that's another claim, right? That's just another claim. Also, she uses the dark money accusations to say others are bought and paid for. I don't think she's disingenuous. I think that's just another claim, right? Is that like she has a standard that she's not living up to. Like, it's impossible to so do you understand the position that I'm in, right? It's impossible to evaluate like 5 or 6 different claims at the same time. Why don't we just do one at a time? Is that crazy? And if you want to argue about it, come on VC. I'm sure people would love for me to quote. I'm sure it'll be portrayed of me like running defense. Isn't a claim, it's my opinion. Okay, fine, she's a dumbass, but like there's other claims on the table besides her being a dumbass. It's like whether she's bought and paid for. The argument is the fact that there's documented money going to Taylor Lorenz from Omidyar, but she clearly is being cagey about her answers and refuses. That's just like another claim. Her being cagey about the answers and refusing to generally answer questions is different from whether or not she's bought and paid for. That seems like a weakening, diluted claim. One is where she's like not being fully transparent about something, and we can talk about that, what you think she's not being transparent about. And the other is that in fact that she's bought and paid for, by which you mean like some kind of inauthenticity or something. So you just like, you need to just stay focused. Where does the brain brokenness come from, do you think? I think there's a very specific failure mode. I don't know. Maybe like people want to believe that but you were like, in what way was I running defense for? Like some of these people, please, like, come on and talk about it. I'm in my live channel right now. They just like, if you want to talk about that, any of these specific claims, just come on and we can talk about it. I agree that she's insanely talented at dodging questions. 100%. Yes. It's not a claim. It is a claim. When you say, what is the last thing you said? That she is cagey about her answers and refuses to genuinely answer questions. That is a claim. When I say claim, I don't mean that it's not true. What I mean to say is like, that's just another conclusion, right? You're just making you're concluding. And it's disconnected from your previous conclusion. Your previous conclusion was she's bought and paid for. And now it's a different conclusion. It's she's cagey about where the money comes from. Do you think that it's clear that Hutch and Soypil were disputing the accuracy of whether that woman was a centrist? I think the claim seemed to be more about the appropriateness more broadly. That's what we were. So there was, I don't deny that they were making the claim about that it's a way to show some kind of bias. I do agree they made that claim, and I think Soypil actually made it effectively. But there was a dispute about whether she in fact was a centrist. There was a factual dispute about that. That's what I take issue with. And you can claim that there wasn't a factual dispute, but there just was. When it should have just been like, well, what did you mean when you said centrist? And then instead of dying on like, oh, you're wrong about that, it was a weak point. It's my view. She's good at dodging questions, but she won't agree. Okay, that's just an equivocation, right? I agree she's good at dodging questions. The more specific claim was whether she was cagey about the funding source of Omidyar. And I didn't say that she wasn't. I'm just trying. So like, I'm not even offering an opinion on a lot of these different claims. I'm just noting that they're different claims, and that people are too, I think, too emotional to just do it one at a time, calmly. Right. So I didn't even say she isn't being cagey about where the funding source comes from vis-a-vis Omidyar, although I haven't seen evidence that she is cagey of that. I do agree that she's good at like dodging questions and debates. That's no doubt. I mean, I saw that on full display yesterday. Or sorry, Monday. So no doubt there, but that's just a different question. It's an equivocation. I don't know if like, does this trigger you guys to just be like honest? It's some real piss. It's not semantics to be like, it's a different claim to be like, she's cagey about Omidyar funding versus is she good at dodging questions and debates? They're like incredibly different things. One is saying like she's unwilling to be transparent about her funding source. And the other is in a debate context, she's really good at like changing subjects and sort of obfuscating and answering something that wasn't actually posed as a question. They're very, very, very different substantive concepts. It is not semantics. Why do you think she was dodgy? I think she was on the ropes. I think a lot of the accusations were true, namely that of the framing. It's really like insane to watch how brain broken and how people try to like pin me into being like a communist because I'm just analytical and correct. On the just a complete W for Taylor on the language on the disclosure aspect. That's just a complete W. What do you want me to say? So when I interrupt, it's not to like protect her. It's just to get the strongest arguments on the table and declare, have clarity on the view. If what you mean by centrist is X by Z, then why did you say that? If it's just a trivial definition of centrism that includes Bernie Sanders or AOC or anyone who's Democratic aligned, or it's just a distinction between Democratic, Socialist, and centrist, why is it notable to call that out? It actually strengthens the argument about the biased framing, which I agree with. And people seem to forget what side of the argument I'm on here. That I had this like very intense debate about where I was in favor, of course, with the caveats, of course, that I think that they should have disclosed. Who's fighting my own side, bro? Who's fighting own side? I don't want to fight own side. I'm not saying that we should like engage in endless fights with ourselves, but sometimes it's necessary to just like notice when things are just wrong. I'm supposed to not speak up when there's a weak argument about the contract and what it states. I'm just be like, be quiet. Don't raise it, because if you raise it, it might have the effect of making like Taylor win on a point. I'm really not so sure that I'm never going to do that. So don't expect it from me. It seems like you don't understand who I am and what I'm like. I'm just supposed to be quiet the whole time and just constantly, and also optically, just think about, I mentioned this also literally live. It doesn't look good for it to be a dog pile, and optically it doesn't look good to anyone who doesn't already agree with you. Okay. So there are many reasons why I engaged in the way I did, although I gave plenty of room for Hutch to engage how he wanted to engage. And I agreed with a lot of things that Hutch said, including the bizarre methodology by which we're determining whether someone is pro-Israel or not. That was wild. And those things speak for themselves. The incoherence on that answer speaks for itself. The incoherence in terms of the denominator of the subgroup of the primarily, whatever, speaks for itself. But honestly, I don't even care if you are right, but I wish you would just recognize she's bad faith. Like, on some things, I do think that. But I also think that a lot of her opinions are accurately her opinions. People are not as easily quantifiable, I think, oftentimes, as all one thing, all the other. I do think that Taylor is genuine about a lot of her opinions, because some come at great cost to her and aren't popular opinions among the populist left either, or among the dead-ender lefty type either. I recognize that. I recognize that, by the way, in terms of someone else who I like less, which is Glenn Greenwald. I think that there's some valuable things that Greenwald has to say. Same thing with Mearsheimer. These are people who I have had huge issues with what Mearsheimer has said vis-a-vis Russia, Ukraine, but there's some value in things he says. There's some value in things that Glenn Greenwald says on rights issues. So I think there's like an all or nothing thinking that is endemic here, and I find that to be an excuse not to think. I find it to be intellectually lazy, and it's not something that I'm interested in. If you think she has bad faith in something, have you called her out on them before? Yes. Including on this very issue. Have you forgotten? Like, people seem to forget. I had this hours and hours long debate with Aaron on this very issue. We were like screaming at each other. Wasn't her answer to IRS question on disclosure evidence about it? She had no clear requirement for what disclosure should look like, despite saying it's her main concern. I'm not so sure that this is evidence of bad faith. So saying something like, oh, I think there should be some disclosure, I don't know exactly how much, I think that that's not indicative of bad faith. That's also kind of like, I have some intuition about what the disclosure should be, but it's not like fully cashed out for every single scenario that could present itself. It's something like this. You should disclose you're getting paid. I don't think that you should have to disclose how much, and that you should disclose that relationship. And so I don't think that saying, well, I don't know exactly how the disclosure should be, what form, and how much you should disclose is evidence that she's being disingenuous about the need for disclosure or it being important. That's my honest answer. You're in stream discrimination. Okay, cool. Sick. Yo, what up, brother?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing well, bro. What can I get for you?
I just with one second. The centrist part. That part did matter. The fact that she can say Bernie and AOC are basically centrist. What's the point of that word?
Yeah, no. I don't disagree that the centrist label matters. Okay, my criticism is like much more limited. It's to get a sense of what she means by centrist, get her to make a claim for what she means by centrist, and accept whatever she says as the meaning of centrist, and to use that to further the actual point that we care about, which is the bad faith point, the malicious framing point. So yeah, it's I think a worthwhile thing to ask. Well, if all you mean by centrist is people who are nominally caucusing with Democrats or align themselves with Democrats, then this is a trivial thing to know, and so it makes it less plausible that when you said centrist here, you're just kind of repeating yourself when it comes to Democrat, because centrist, is, in other words, is equivalent to Democrat. I'm not contesting to get a sense of centrism and to use centrism as a critique, right? That's not what I'm disputing. What I'm saying is, don't fight on like the objective side of that to say centrism absolutely means this, right? Centrism means the median voter in America, or centrism means definitively, objectively X, Y, or Z. Because the truth is, the meaning of centrist depends on the context. So fighting on like the factual accuracy of a term here, where reasonable minds can disagree on what that term means, isn't as useful as getting what she means by centrist and then drawing your conclusions on the framing from what she professes to be her meaning. I hope that makes sense.
Yes.
And
Yes, but the thing is, though, we know her history. So, like, centrist, like, according to her definition, is Nick Fuentes a centrist? Because he's consistently talking about
he's a moderate Democrat.
voting Democrats.
Right.
Right, that makes no sense.
Well, right. So I totally understand where you're coming from, right? So I get it. Given her history, it's implausible that she could be meaning X, Y, or Z by that. But in order to do that, right, you have to get her to say what she means by it. And instead of fighting, be like, no, that's the wrong definition, is to just like use whatever she gives you as her meaning to indicate that she's being dishonest about what she meant there, perhaps.
Yeah, but if we use her definition, she's just going to retreat to something as basic as anybody who supports Democrats, when the whole point is to show that, oh, she uses that as a pejorative the whole time. So it's like they're trying to build to something bigger.
No,
And I feel like
I understand that's the point they're trying to build to. But do you understand how getting her meaning of the word helps you get there, right? So if all you're saying by centrist here, you're claiming that all you meant by centrist was Democrat aligned, correct? All right. So then on your view, Hassan Piker is a centrist, right? Because he claims to be aligned with the Democratic Party in some way. In other words, you get the view. You don't fight about whether she's correct about the definition. You use what she tells you to either question whether she's being honest about the meaning that she's invoking, or to further the point that she's using the term centrist as a pejorative. And the problem with it's so obviously clear that centrist is being used as a pejorative, it's just self-evidently true. The problem with that kind of thing is, people say that about the term liberal, and that was the kind of the term that Hutch accepted. At the end, there was like, oh yeah, you should have used the term liberal. Well, you could just as easily say, right, that liberal is used as a pejorative by these kinds of communities. So I think it's cleaner and better to just get her sense of centrist, understand what she claims to be meaning, and you still have all this work that you can do in attacking and impugning her motive.
Yeah, I guess I agree.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, because liberal is used as a pejorative, right? And so trying to get into this kind of sense of, I don't know, this objective true meaning of centrist. I'm sorry, the term centrist just is contextual. I will refer to myself as a centrist or center left when it comes to the grand scheme of political ideology, because it's true. According to that scheme, right? I'm in favor of some regulation, but I'm not a fucking socialist. I'm not a communist.
Yeah, but it's normally when people use centrist, you're not a centrist. You're more progressive.
It depends it depends on the context, right? It depends on the context. If what you mean by centrist is the grand scheme of political ideology, because let's say you're having a conversation about the term socialism, right? If you're having a conversation about socialist bullshit, then you actually are a centrist on that view of the conversation, in the context of that conversation. You could use centrist in the way that you're indicating to be referring to like a Manchin type, right? You could be using centrist to refer to internal democratic stuff, which is to say the centrist like Schumer versus the non-centrist like Bernie and AOC. So those are three different senses and plausible senses that I just gave you, and I'm going to repeat them. One is the sense of the overall American electorate, where perhaps Manchin is in the center of it somehow. I'm not sure about that's true, but like there's the American sense. There's a democratic sense, which is focusing on the differences between Democrats. And then there's the ideological sense, which is like a broader look at the overall ideologies that are available in the human experience that have been built over time. And those are three plausible senses that do occur and do rear their heads in different conversations. And they're not like out there pie in the sky. It really does depend on how you're using it, right?
Yeah, I agree. But then also, do you believe the fact that she was trying to make heroes and villains?
100%. Yes, 100%.
So that's why I think she trying to prove that she is not a centrist is important to that, because if you're using, because she called her a progressive in the past, I don't know if you saw that. So her even switching the label is showing some bigger thing. So fighting the actual point of she is not a centrist, she's a progressive, but the fact of even using the word centrist is showing some bigger meaning.
You can't say that, right?
Just the word.
You can't just say that. Yes, in terms of the centrist label being used inconsistently or something, or being used consistently as a pejorative, that's evidence that you can bring to bear on a case of disingenuous framing. But you can't just say, well, using centrist at all implies that, because there could be senses in which centrist is consistent with progressive.
No, not the situation with Olivia. She literally called her a progressive in the past. The fact she's even switching now is like something that's like a huge red flag.
You would have to show that progressive and centrist are contradictory on her own view, wouldn't you?
Well, that's why we show her tweets. She uses centrist like that word. Like,
okay, but I agree with that. I agree that she uses centrist as a pejorative. I don't doubt that at all. But in order to show that I'm trying to stay focused on the claim that like she changed up her label, right? You'd have to show that on her view, centrism is incompatible with progressivism to show that it's inconsistent, right? Because I could use so I'll give you an example. Joe Biden, in some sense, is a centrist. He described himself as such, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He's also, in some sense, a progressive, right? Yes. Okay. So in order to show a contradiction, or to show that there's like a change in the label, you're going to have to show that on their own view, right? There's some amount of tension between those two labels. What Taylor but the thing is, you can show that there's a tension there in her two labels, and she's being inconsistent. But you need to just get what she means by those terms on the table. So when you ask her, what do you mean by progressive? She says something like, and I think this is what she said, well, I think progressive is being used as a label now to hide centrism, that they're rebranding centrism as, you can say it's a dodge.
It's not even answering the question. If I ask you what a progressive is, and then you just go to, they're trying to change the label, that's not answering the question. That is a dodge.
I'm trying to sort of key you in on what you would do to respond to the claim that centrism and progressive, from her perspective, is inconsistent. She offered an explanation to that charge. She's not a stupid person. I don't think that Taylor is a stupid person.
She's a dodgy person.
I agree she's a dodgy person. But if you're getting presented, well, hang on a second, you called Olivia Giuliana progressive, but she's trying to say, and you might think it's a dodge, it isn't. She's saying, she's sort of foreseeing what the argument is and saying, like, you're changing. She's like, well, I don't think that being a progressive is inconsistent with being a centrist. And then if you're being good faith, you need to address that, right? You have to be like, well, hang on a second.
Okay, if we can show like her using progressive as like a slur any time, then I would agree. But anytime she uses progressive, it's very positively loaded. When she uses centrist, it's very negative loaded. So her switching her from a progressive label to a centrist label is doing the whole lot of negative things.
Okay,
that's the problem. She's not just using it interchangeably.
No, I understand that, right? But there's one more step that you need to do before you can make that argument land, in my view, right? The argument is this, like, so you ask her, oh, so you're saying that you use centrist and progressive interchangeably, right? Right? You say, yes, I mean roughly the same thing when I refer to them. So you get her to commit to that. And then you say, well, how come when you use the term centrist, it's always negative here, we have your tweets, but when you use progressive here, it's always positive? That lands way better than trying to fight on, well, centrism and progressivism as words are necessarily at odds with each other. Is to just get what she means by the view. You can still, all I'm trying to say is, you can make the same points you're making using the same evidence that you're making, but fighting on the ontological reality or whatever, the objective meaning of these terms, that's what I'm fighting against. Is just get what she means on the table, and then you can take your argument whichever direction you want to go. What I have an issue with is saying, what, you really don't think that she's progressive? You don't think she's gonna get married? Like, that's the stupid thing, is to actually fight on the that's actually the semantic argument. People accuse me of being like nitpicky semantic. No, just get the clarity on what she means conceptually, and then you can go after her. Well, but then do a good job of actually calling out the, and on some of it, I think they actually did do a good job. When they bring up the tweets, I think that's decent. What I, again, just take issue with is what I think is the distraction. The distraction is fighting on the actual terms meaning themselves. That's what I think is the distraction. I hope that makes sense. It wouldn't be a distraction
if it's just, she just answers honestly.
No.
Like, it gets distracted.
That's begging the question, right? The whole thing you're trying to prove is that she's being dishonest, right? That's the claim at issue, is whether she's being dishonest. You're saying,
you think she was being dishonest with the centrist and progressive part?
I think that she was hiding the fact that she's using it as a biased label. And yes, I agree with the framing point. I've already said this to you. I don't know why you keep asking the same question, right? I already agree with the framing thing. That's one of the major reasons why I've taken issue with this article. So that's not up for dispute, that I agree with the framing aspect completely, 100%. What I'm taking issue with is this fixation on the like objectively true definition here, when it's the truth is that this term is malleable and it just shifts in terms of the context. And the smarter thing, in my view, is to just get clarity on what she means by it. And then you can actually, I think, be more effective. Well, if it's true, Taylor, that you mean centrist and progressive to mean the same thing, is there any like big reason why you chose centrist in this context? And if she says no, okay, well, how come when I go to your Twitter, anytime, centrism is associated with bad, progressive associated with good? I think that lands much more cleaner than like fighting about whether Olivia Giuliana is actually quote unquote a centrist. You understand?
Yeah, I understand that, but then also the overarching point was they was trying to build towards the heroes and villains. I'm guessing he didn't even get to the Hassan being labeled really good. He's the model. So it's like, if they get stuck there, so it doesn't get to the actual full point. Like, if it was able to get through the whole narrative, that part would have been forgotten about, and then it would actually got to the biggest point of the dishonesty and framing of the article. Well, it's just the fact that it got stuck there. Made it look bad.
What I'm saying is, I think that getting stuck there is saying things like, well, hang on a second. Olivia Giuliana supports gay marriage. Olivia Giuliana supports trans rights. Olivia, and you're really saying she's a centrist? You're really saying she's a centrist? Like, that is what's wasting time. That is what's annoying. And that's what doesn't land for people. People are like, oh, wait, you're just fighting over whether the term is centrist. People get lost in the weeds because their mind is focused on the truth or falsity about whether Olivia Giuliana is actually a centrist or not, instead of just trying to understand at least what she claims the meaning to be. Do you understand that? And so the wasted time there isn't on Taylor, even though she can be responsible for other wasted times in other contexts. I'm just saying in this specific exchange, because the cleaner, more simple thing to do is just be like, well, when you wrote centrist, first of all, do you, regardless of whether you wrote it, do you adopt it? Do you think that it's accurate? Okay. And when you say it's accurate, what do you mean? Oh, you just mean that centrist means Democrat? Okay. Well, if that's what it means, why would it be notable to call her a centrist? I mean, this is obviously a Democrat-aligned group. And so calling her a centrist is as contrasted to whom, right? On that view, would Hassan be a centrist? Oh, so Hassan is not a centrist. In what sense is Hassan not a centrist if all you mean is Democratic aligned? Oh, because Hassan's not aligned with Democrats? Okay. So there's just, you can go endlessly. And instead of just like challenging the truth or falsity of the term's actual application, you just have infinite rope that they're handing you to show contradictions, including on the Hassan element and the framing of evil person versus good people, which again, I agree with.
Yeah. That's
You get me?
big fan.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that's what I was trying to do is like this, I'm like trying to pull my hair out because it's such a stupid point that we're circling the drain on, and it drives me crazy. And that's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, I appreciate the disagreement though.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Later, brother. All right. Woof. We got to get to the Matt Taibbi stuff at some point. And do you guys understand that? You understand that? You guys get it? Do you get what I'm saying? And it's a kind of repetitive, by the way, in the conversation about socialism and Marxism. Remember this big exchange where I'm like, let's just get clarity on what people mean when they use the term. If what you mean by socialist is XYZ, then quote unquote, they're in the tent, whatever that means, right? Oh yeah, we're going to return to the interview. This is a really good interview, by the way. I really appreciate it. If what you mean by socialism is this, then I guess they're part of the tent. If what you mean by it is Clement Attlee, if you mean the labor movements in these countries, Norway, whatever, then okay, you're part of the tent. If what you mean is that, but then there's like this myopic focus by people like Counterpoints at Stephen on like the objective true definition of socialism, where Connor's like, it means the decommodification of the basic means of production, and I forget what he has that like 2-part test for it, which is, as far as I know, sui generis. I've never seen it elsewhere. That terminology, I really do think maybe not sui generis is the proper word. It's like private language. I've never heard his test for socialism be adopted, just in it from a usage perspective. And it's just like, who cares? Aren't we trying to deal with like conceptual questions? Whether conceptually someone like Econoboy, whether someone like Emma Vigland, whether someone like Mamdani, who calls himself a socialist, whether they are like compatible with some vision or not. So, and then people accuse me of getting this, man. Like, no, like what matters here is the conceptual clarity, the conceptual distinctions. And instead of focusing so much on the true, in fact, meaning of these terms, just suss out what we mean. And that's why I got frustrated with the socialism conversation. That's why I got frustrated with the point on centrism. And I don't think it lands, right? I don't think it lands with like a neutral audience. Oh, I proved it. Olivia Giuliana is not a centrist. It's not the big own that you think. Now, I understand people are like, no, it's that she uses it as this label and it's part of a broader thing. It's not being communicated. It's not being communicated. If the focus is on whether she is or is not, it's not being communicated, I think, to a neutral audience. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Back to anti-anxiety. No, this is a great interview. Back to pondering politics and strict scrutiny.
And therefore was improper. The Supreme Court also invoked the same idea, the Purcell idea, that courts can't fiddle with the rules governing an election too close to an election, back in December 2025, in the case out of Texas, where a lower court had concluded that Texas's mid-cycle redistricting, their intervention in the gerrymandering wars, was unconstitutional racial discrimination. Supreme Court puts on hold that decision, and one of the reasons it gives is December 2025 is apparently too close to an election, because there have to be primaries, people need to figure out, what seat they're running in, etc. Now fast
and I do largely agree that there needs to be some limiting principle in terms of elections, that you can't just if there's some like procedural hiccup, you can't just go and upset a whole election. And so the question is like, where is the line here? I love this. This is like a very good and accessible conversation about pretty in the weeds legal principles. So it's really good. Do I have an email? Yes. piscolity@gmail.com. You can send your stuff there. Appreciate it.
Fast forward, it's May 2026. And first, end of April 2026, Supreme Court decides that now is the time to issue a decision that suggests Louisiana's maps, which are set to govern an election that is supposed to be underway by now, that those maps are no good and that the Supreme Court can set them aside. And then the Supreme Court fast tracks the legal force of that ruling by issuing what's called the judgment. And the judgment or the mandate is kind of what makes the opinion official. It's what gives the directive to the parties. And so by fast tracking the judgment in Calais, the Supreme Court has given additional legal force to Louisiana's argument that it has to create a new set of maps for these upcoming elections because the Supreme Court has invalidated the existing maps.
Well, it's giving them additional arguments because the Supreme Court has held as a matter of law that the maps are unconstitutional. And it's really important to drive that home. It is the case that under the court's view, these maps are unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. So if you're just taking a formalist approach to this, they need to be rectified at some point, right? The question is when. And in the main line of cases, I think that most of us would agree that racial gerrymanders are pretty significant constitutional issues, right? On the line from like, okay, extending voting an extra day, whether you're correct or incorrect about absentee voting, from like some procedural thing, from what you'd call like a minor procedural error and like a substantive, like big cojones issue. I think that an unconstitutional racial gerrymandering, again, accepting the framing of the court, accepting the ruling of the court as good precedent, which you have to as a formalist. As a formalist, you would say, okay, this is a big deal issue. So understand why I'm not as like gun-ho on the speediness thing. Get me?
So, damn, that sure seems very selective and convenient. It seems like Purcell only applies coincidentally. I mean, and didn't Justice Jackson?
It is a very, I will agree that it's kind of like, it's not a very satisfactory application of like when this is invoked. So I understand Josiah's consternation here. Totally. Yeah, I heard that as well. Leah's point is that SCOTUS selectively applies Purcell. 11 months before an election, they invoke Purcell to protect Republicans. But here, yes. And I remember this. And I think it was Alito as well. And there was a New York case where he invoked it as well. So yes, I take that point. I agree with it. I'm just saying, like, in a perfect world, in like a neutral world, these kinds of issues are the kind of things where I'll be like, okay, we're close enough, but we're not far away enough where I wouldn't want to resolve like this very core issue, substantive issue of a constitutional violation vis-a-vis racial gerrymandering before the election. You get me? So I take the inconsistency point. I totally understand it. I respect you for bringing it up, and Leah Littman. But I'm just saying, like, in a tabula rasa world where I'm accepting the logic of this opinion, which I have to do, right? If you're a litigator, you have to accept it. It's a storied precedent, unless you're a Republican, I guess. Then I understand why there's a speediness aspect to it. But these are great points to raise. But I agree, selectively notwithstanding, it's fair. Yes, right. Although it might be different if we're like in the midst of an election, right? If we're in the midst of an election, oh fuck, I don't know even if that would be enough for me, right? If that would be enough for me. It would have to be something like you're not letting these people vote at all, like you're basically removing all of their representation. I don't know if like in the midst of voting, if that's a substantive issue, as so much so that that we cancel the whole thing. In other words, what I'm saying is, to me, it's a rather high bar to stop an election while it's ongoing or after it's already happened. As a matter not necessarily even of the law, just like judicial restraint. Since democracy is like the ultimate safety valve against every government problem, it is a very sensitive thing to, I think, disrupt it while it's happening. You want to let people have an expectation that the process is fair and that their votes matter. And so even like two different voting schemes that have the same results, I might treat as differently in the sense of how the result is being achieved, either through, like, for example, banning a whole race, let's say, from voting versus a racial gerrymander that produces the same result, I might even treat those differently just based on how offensive those injuries are to an average person or something, or to like a reasonably minded person who cares about democracy. It's a principle of restraint, or in one of equity. I don't know that it's one of legal, of like a mandatory legal thing.
Dissent.
Justice Jackson dissented, said, "This is bullshit. It is power over principle. There's no good reason to expedite this ruling. You guys have only done this twice over a party's objection in 25 years. There are several good reasons not to do it, including the appearance of partiality, including Purcell, you name it." And then Justice
Alito went off was pissed at this.
Of course, had an absolute meltdown and wrote to respond to her dissent, calling it insulting and baseless, and just saying absolutely absurd things like, well, you can't have an election after there's been a finding that a map is unconstitutional, even though that's exactly what happened out of Texas, even though exactly what happened with the Wisconsin voting laws and policies. So it's just a ridiculous piece of writing, ridiculous example of his inability to hear any criticism, or really just to hear people accurately describe what he's doing.
Yeah, it was really frustrating when I saw these two things back to back. I mean, my first response to the Mifepristone ruling was, again, like they're obviously terrified, the Republican Party and the conservative.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, to be honest, when the ruling came down. So interesting little theory here.
As it seems to me, just reading the tea leaves and reading in between the lines about the political consequences of this, but then to follow it up with such a brazenly hypocritical decision with the Calais decision. I guess I want to end on this, and I've asked you this before, but every day I get more and more convinced that the only viable path forward is Supreme Court reform and Supreme Court expansion. Because, Professor, again, I just don't see, like, even if we get a trifecta, given how Look, I'll be totally candid with you. My position is that the Supreme Court has always been, to one extent or another, since the founding of this country, a partisan political institution, probably less so than Congress or the presidency. But remember, they're nominated by partisan political actors, and they're confirmed by partisan political actors. It's just that over time, these justices get a sense of entitlement and accountability. And so it's just like, well, why the hell can't we be brazen? Why the hell can't we be shameless? We're not going to be successfully impeached. We don't have to worry about a binding code of conduct because there's no enforcement mechanism. They're given a blank check to do what they do with impunity, and they can come to a specific outcome and reverse engineer the logic. And so, as somebody who,
which is absolutely, in my view, what they were doing with Trump versus United States. I'm seeing Josiah reply to these total morons, these enlightened centrists. Here, I'm using centrist pejoratively, all right? These centrists who are like, oh, well, the courts is no big deal. It makes sense. It's immunity decision. People are still these are the kind of people who trigger me the most. The people who like claim to have this level of detachment from political realities, and we're just honestly calling balls and strikes, and then come out in favor of, like, for example, the Trump immunity decision. And it drives me crazy. It drives me fucking crazy. And that is exactly what was happening with that decision. And no one can convince me that it's a fair reading of the Constitution to imply this criminal liability shield or of our history. No citations, no quotes from anyone ever thinking this. It doesn't make sense on its own 2 feet. And I saw that Josiah was deep in the trenches over the immunity decision, and it just, again, reiterates that these enlightened centrist types, these fuckers, any of these fuckers, yeah, they really piss me off.
What am I missing? Because the windows for Democrats to have any sort of sustained power seem to be closing. The 2030 census is coming up. The gerrymander, the Calais decision, Senate's already malapportioned. Even if we were to get a trifecta in 2028, if we wanted to pass federal, because I hear people say all the time, just pass laws. If you want to overturn Citizens United, pass laws.
Voting Rights Act was a law.
Right. And that they clarified, to your point, and I think you even said this last time, I mean, they've gone back and clarified, that the Congress actually went back and clarified what they meant by, the various sections of the Voting Rights Act. So what's the path forward here for, liberal democracy in this country without reforming the court? I just see us checkmated at every point unless we reform the court.
I just don't think that there is one. I think this court has made clear that it is completely willing to be hypocritical and to do basically anything from controlling the pace of decisions, from following certain procedures, from issuing certain opinions, from making various decisions in order to advantage the Republicans' electoral prospects. And I think people have long wish-casted the notion that the Supreme Court and federal courts are completely independent institutions. That has not ever been the case. And I think in recent times it has become untenable because of its extent of partisan polarization. Like, the court may have always been an ideological or political institution, but not so much a partisan one. And given the extent to which it is a partisan institution, it is just a complete roadblock, buzzkill, like you name it, buzzsaw, to anything the Democratic Party might want to do, including pro-democracy reforms, like trying to get dark money out of politics, proportional representation, restricting partisan gerrymandering, protecting voting rights. I mean, like, all of that is just super vulnerable if it ever got in front of this court.
And as we all know, conservative attorneys general and interest groups, they know how to forum shop and do these sorts of things. So they would
100%.
absolutely get it to the court however they possibly can. Well, listen, I appreciate the candor on this because I'm trying to tell my audience and make the case to others as well that this is necessary. And I appreciate all
totally
that you
right
do on
about
strict
that.
scrutiny. And I'm sure we'll have other things to talk about in the future. Other than strict scrutiny, didn't you say that you're reissuing a paperback version of Lawless?
Paperback version of my book, Lawless, How the Supreme Court Runs on Conservative Grievance, Fringe Theories, and Bad Vibes, is out in June. You can actually pre-order it and get a signed, personalized copy from my local independent bookstore,
Any
Literati.
helpers?
I have the link on my Blue Sky profile and also up on Instagram.
I would love
there's
that.
a whole new section on the unitary executive theory and how the Supreme Court and Republican Party has used that idea to basically put Republican presidents above the law. The book also talks about voting rights and basically said they're going to kill it, 2 years before they did.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
if you'd like to know where the court is going, that might be the place to look.
Yeah, they really do preview where they're going. I would definitely do that. I do want to, before you do that, Jai, though, I want to become fans of strict scrutiny before I do that. So I don't want to just like not have a sense of who they are. So I'm going to listen to a lot of their shows and see if there's anything that specifically piques my interest to talk about and just have a better sense of them. But I would love that. No, this is a great conversation. I really loved it. I think that Josiah has that dog in him when it comes to court reform, and it's something I admire, and I think it's necessary. I do think it's necessary. Like, if you think, I'm not saying that this is all sunshine and rainbows, all right? The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. What's the quote? Fuck. My friend oftentimes sends me this quote, so maybe we'll just scroll up on our DMs. Holy shit. No, you guys can't see that. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. Fuck it. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, we'll beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. That's Rocky Balboa. What was I saying? That there's a certain outcome, a certain aim that is necessary. And we just even though it's hard, even though it's not necessarily going to be easy to achieve, it's just something we have to do if we're going to win, if we're going to be successful. And so I appreciate him on being single-minded on it oftentimes, And I think more Democrats need to come out and say it forcefully. One of the reasons why I'm happy that I endorsed Brad Lander is because I think he is willing to acknowledge that we need some court reform and willing to go on the record saying, yes, I would increase the size of the court. I think that's based. And I've said this is necessary ever since we had the packing from Mitch McConnell. We need to reverse pack the court. That's my view. Okay. Any other questions, thoughts, concerns? We're going to move over to Matt Taibbi cringe. Because, guys, speaking of defamations, speaking of Ethan Klein's lawsuit against, who's this guy? I don't even remember his name. Noah. Who's the guy? We talk midterms and SCOTUS and such. Oh, wait, you should also watch my pod save. Wait, you talked with Pfeiffer? All right, we'll watch that. Noah Samson. All right. The first thing we're going to do, we're going to watch some of the pod save thing with Josiah. Because that's been in the zeitgeist as well. If people want to, because I also saw that there people were shitting on my take on the interview with Martin. If people want to call in about that, have anything wrong I said, any false statement that you think I made there, just like on the Taylor Lorenz thing, spell it out. Say what it is. All right, videos. Oh shit, yeah. Pod save.
So I'm pleased to welcome back to the show Dan
Nice.
Pfeiffer, co-host.
All right, so we'll do this, and then anyone who wants to interrupt and take issue with what I said about the Ken Martin interview with Favreau, feel free. And then I'll just show this. Cool. You wanted to interject during Lorenz for optics, but how concerned are you about your optics as being aggressive? No, I wanted to interject for a couple of reasons. So one is because I think that I just get frustrated we're wasting time on something, and that I'm trying to set the conversation right, and I'm just frustrated with like that we're wasting time on something that I think is pointless and stupid. So that's probably the primary. Like if you're calculating like what's in my head, I'm just like, oh my god, why are we doing this? But it's also, yes, it's to try to get us on the right path of understanding and focusing in on the criticism and like sort of streamlining it. And I think that how I come in, maybe people don't, because I'm coming in kind of dubious. I'm like, wait, Hutch, doesn't make any sense. Or like, Soy Belt, what are you talking about? No, I understand that point, but this, like, that framing makes it feel like I don't know. It just feels like people will turn on the chimpanzee part of their brain, be like, oh, he talked like this to, Chief Chimpanzee, and therefore he mean to him. Like, I think that it's not landing for that reason, but I think if you just like listen to the words I say instead of me being like, well, hang on a second, Hutch, and be like, oh, there we go again, that kind of stuff, right? But I can't really help. How else would I try to make that point? Other than being like, okay, well, can I just please say something? Now I agree with you. Like, that's just not my style. Maybe that's what you want from me, is to be like holding everyone's hand and being like just very soft spoken and nice. So I don't think that that's good. And also, I am conscious about the optics of the dog pile, which I don't think are good for the people in the dog pile. Like, that's not good either. And so I think calibrating both has what I think is the desired effect, hopefully, of getting the conversation concentrated on the point of actual substantive disagreement. But it might also reduce the optics of a dog pile, which is like harmful for our show, harmful for the point we're making, not convincing to neutrals. Neutrals will, I think, not like that. So there's a lot of reasons why I do it. And also because I want to be involved, right? I want to give my views. It's not all meta. A lot of it is like, I have an opinion and I want to share it, and I'm allowed to do that. Wait, what we're doing? I get one guy more than anybody.
Of Pod Save America, author of the Message Box Substack, co-host or host of the Polar Coaster podcast on Crooked Media. You're doing that yourself, aren't you?
I am. That's just me.
All right, perfect. And former communications director for President Obama. So pretty damn impressive resume. Dan, how are you, buddy?
Communist.
Doing
fucking communist.
very well under the circumstances, although I got to say, the news to me seems to be getting worse and worse for certain respects. My audience wants to know, how are the midterms looking given the gerrymandering wars, the recent Virginia Supreme Court case, the recent Supreme Court case at the national level with Louisiana v. Calais? What's your lay of the land?
So the political environment has never been better for Democrats. Trump's approval rating looks a lot like Bush's in 2006. You have even Republicans are unhappy with the economy. Gas prices are at $4.50 a gallon today, and they seem to be going up. Things are very, very bad for Republicans. The Democrats are raising a lot of money at the candidate level.
It's actually crazy that the betting markets are, I think, now suggesting that we're going to see over $5 gas before the end of the year. I mean, what's the average right now? It's got to be like 4 something. Does anyone know offhand? That is $4.50. That is just close to, I'm almost ready to, I will never do it, right? Because don't count your chickens before they hatch. That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal for Republicans. Absolutely brutal. And it's so, like, just the causal nexus is so fucking clear. So clear. And his approval ratings are crashing. And so I'm very happy about that. The thing is, you can't rest on your laurels. You need to get all the political advantage. Do you guys know the line from The Wire? Hey, yo, lesson here, bae. I didn't do a voice. That's just how I talk. I didn't do a voice. You come with the king, you best not miss. It's important for us to not stop until every political advantage is secured. That's why these internal Democrat discussions, I think, are useful, because if we have an inkling that we're not reasonably maximizing our political advantage, that's something that we need to fix as soon as possible.
Republican, they've recruited some really good candidates. Democrats are favorites for the House, and the Senate is, I don't want to say it's a toss-up. Democrats have a real shot, which is something that seemed impossible, 3, 4, 5 months ago.
Yeah, true.
As you point out, the news in recent weeks has made things slightly more challenging. The Supreme Court has ruled in this case that essentially guts the Voting Rights Act, and we can talk about the longer-term consequences, but the short-term 2026 consequences are at least one, and probably a handful more Republican seats because Louisiana, which was the defendant in the case, or the plaintiff in the case, they are certainly are.
Another big problem though with the gerrymandering stuff is provided a certain national environment, and I know you guys are aware of this, they can start to backfire. And so that's what I mean when I say that gerrymandering, you should not have a principled distinction against gerrymandering in every circumstance. Anyone who's like dying on the hill of you just need to be principally against gerrymandering, partisan gerrymandering all the time, no matter what, even when we are in the situation in which the other side is doing partisan gerrymandering, and in order to accomplish a nationwide partisan gerrymander ban, you need to have Democrats in power, that those people are just out to sea, because partisan gerrymandering, a winner's edge, a winner's bonus, is not incompatible with representative government. In other words, there's a winner's bonus for the presidency. Trump won by what? A point and change, the popular vote. And it was, a convincing but narrow, in the grand scheme of it, right? In the numbers count, victory in the Electoral College. But he got all of the power, right? That's a winner's edge. He gets 49.9% of the vote. He gets a 300 or so electoral vote victory, and he gets the winner's edge of all the power, not some of it. So I think of partisan gerrymandering in a similar vein. It's not inconsistent with representative democracy. That said, in other words, it's not a fundamental incompatibility. The effect of partisan gerrymandering is still highly negative. And so I want to get rid of partisan gerrymandering, but I'm willing to do partisan gerrymandering to effectuate the getting rid of partisan gerrymandering overall. And it's not a fundamental incompatibility the way it would be to say, we're depriving every Republican of their vote in a given state. That, I would say, Democrats shouldn't do that, even if Republicans try to do it in their own states. You get me? So distinguish in your head what I think are the fundamental incompatibilities with representative democracies, which I don't cross, right? I'm very clear. I don't want the President of the United States to specifically order investigations of rivals. I just want him to appoint an attorney general who's willing to look into the administration. I don't want political prosecutions. Those, I think, are incompatible with representative government. But I am willing to fight fire with fire when it comes to killing the filibuster. I am willing to fight fire with everything that isn't a fundamental incompatibility with representative democracy. So yeah, don't take this dead ender view, this never have partisan gerrymandering. No, have partisan gerrymandering if the circumstances call for it in light of an overall strategy to get rid of it in the long run and to equalize an unequal field of partisan gerrymandering, because it's not a fundamental incompatibility the way dictatorship would be, the way getting rid of all people voting in a certain way would be, the way, by the way, that Puerto Ricans and a lot of DC members are deprived of fundamental representation either in Congress or for the president or both.
They're already in the process of redrawing one of their Democratic districts out of existence.
I'm telling you why it's not inconsistent, right? So the notion of a winner's edge, a winner's bonus, that you get 50%, a little bit, and then you get everything, that is not incompatible with representative democracy. That's a parliamentary system in a way, right? In a parliamentary system, you get the prime minister gets to control government. He gets to do anything they want, right? Within reason, with their majority, but in practice, they get all the power. The presidency, you get 50.1, you get all the power, not a fraction of it. And so there's still that backstop of voting. Now, partisan gerrymandering combined with other things, right? Like media control, combined with selective application, there could be a sense in which multiple different schemes are being used to be, and they're altogether fundamentally incompatible. I'm just saying by itself, a winner's bonus, which is what partisan gerrymandering allows for, that I don't think is fundamentally incompatible. You get me?
We suspect Tennessee and maybe Alabama and another state will do that. So it's going to be a handful of states. A handful of states. If that is going to matter on the margins, I think it can bring down Democratic gains. And if things get much worse politically or the political environment changes dramatically, it could put things at risk. But Democrats, I think, even with all that, are still favorites. It'd be very helpful if the Virginia Supreme Court would do what everyone says and validate the 4-seat pickup in the redistricting initiative that passed a couple weeks ago. Not really sure what the delay is there.
Here I'm saying representative government. So yes, it's contradictory to like a direct democracy or a pure democracy or whatever you want to say. I don't think it's inconsistent with representative government. Representative government's think of the core examples of representative governments. They all have these kinds of things. If you look at the UK, right, one of a constitutional monarchy, everyone agrees, republic, whatever. The way that their system works in terms of constituencies is pretty fucked. And there are definite problems with it, but I would still say you can operate as a republic with those systems in place. Hard to say that you can plausibly allege to be like operating as a representative government if, for example, you disenfranchise a group based on race, in my view. Maybe over time you think differently. Certainly, like America, would you say they weren't a republic when they had slavery back in the day? So I think in terms of modern democracy, you could calibrate to that, right? A modern representative democracy. So yeah, if we try to institute a mass disenfranchisement today of a racial group, I'd say, well, maybe that's compatible with a vision of democracy and Republican government from back in the day. But now we think as fundamental a kind of equality before the law based on race.
Given they've ruled in this case once already, but I will feel better when that is all said and done.
Yeah, so will I. I mean, I've recently had conversations with Laksha Jain and also your fellow Crooked Media alumni, Leah Littman of the Strict Scrutiny podcast, to break down like the particulars of the Calais ruling. And of course, the Supreme Court issued like effectively a follow-up to that yesterday, basically giving a green light to these states, saying, yeah, that the ruling is implemented immediately, go ahead and start redistricting. As Professor Littman notes, it's a very selective application of the law because previously when Supreme Court rulings favored Democrats, they're like, whoa, the Purcell Doctrine says you got to wait. We can't meddle with things too close to an election. More on the Supreme Court a little later, but so just to make sure I understand, you're still confident about our ability to take the House. Laksha has the Senate. He said about 45% likely that we take. What do you think about that?
I would defer to Laksha on numbers, but I would say we are not favorites. It's not a coin flip, but 45% sounds about right to me.
So let me ask you this. One of the things that I wrestle with, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on, because you and Laksha, crunch the numbers a lot better than I do. I've got friends and peers in the space who are extremely confident, not just confident, but extremely confident and almost hyped up about the midterms because, as you say, Donald Trump is historically unpopular. He's the most unpopular president in American history. The economic circumstances are certainly not favorable for the Republicans, but we're not seeing enthusiasm for the Democratic Party. It seems like the American people are saying, I hate the Republicans right now, so I'll vote for the Democrats because it'll be a check on the Republicans. But to be honest, Democrats, I kind of hate your guts too. Is there a disconnect between what we see in terms of favorability for the Democrats, but the special election results? Is there like an incongruity?
Yes. So as you point out, Democrats are less popular than Republicans, although Republicans are getting less popular by the day, but our Democratic Party approval is basically at its lowest. And we're not getting better. Republicans are just getting less popular, so they're coming down to our level. And so it's hard to square that with Democrats winning everywhere and overperforming by 12 points on average, and in some cases by 25 points in some of these special elections. And the way you sort of make sense of that is the following. One is the people who are most mad at the Democratic Party are Democrats who are voting or are most intense activists. And so you can be furious at the Democratic Party, you can want to get rid of Chuck Schumer, you can hate the House leadership or whatever else, and still be turning out in these special elections. And
I want to get to this point. This is a really key point and one that I think that is relevant to like the Ken Martin discussion that I want to talk about, but I just see this in the chat. I really like Pisco. I just don't like that Hutch had his guts punched in the guise of avoiding a dog pile. So again, I think you're reading too much into what I'm saying in terms of the optics. That's just like but one reason. Like there's multiple reasons why I'm interrupting. One of them is because I think optically it looks bad, but it's not a sufficient reason for why I'm doing it, right? And I'm also not trying to just gut punch him for the sake of doing it, right? Like that's not, I'm not doing something as disingenuous or dishonest. I don't think that Hutch is being disingenuous or dishonest or nefarious. I hope that none of my questions implied that. When I'm talking about like the centrism point, I'm not saying that Hutch is dishonest. And is he gut punching Taylor or something? So I'm not like, I don't view it that way, that just because I disagree with Hutch that I'm gut punching him. I feel like gut punching is like doing the kind of things that I wasn't doing, implying that he's dishonest, implying that he's disingenuous, implying that he's nefarious. I'm not saying that. I just don't agree that was a good use of our time to circle the drain on the centrism accuracy point, which I've elaborated on. And I'm not calling into question. And in fact, I defer to him multiple times to keep going. And even the fact that he's had the long time to do the back and forth, that's me respecting that Hutch wanted that time. But so to me, it's like it's wild that people get the impression that I'm trying to fuck with Hutch. Like I'm allowed to talk on my show, and if I disagree with Hutch, I just disagree with him, or if I disagree with the approach. And just once again to emphasize, the dog pile thing, that is not a sufficient reason for jumping in, is to avoid that, and that wasn't a sufficient reason. The main reason I spoke up is because I disagreed with something, or I thought that a point was bad. And then I am conscious of how it looks. That's something that I'm thinking about as well. But it's not the main reason. I certainly, disagree with your characterization of me like gut punching. That's I don't understand why. Is it a gut punch when I disagree with someone? You aren't understanding that perspective. Yes, Hutch was being disrespectful to her, and how was I being disrespectful to Hutch? Explain that. Explain why it's disrespect to do what I did. Can anyone explain why it's disrespectful? Seriously, like make a case. It's disrespectful. I'm serious. Like, if you have a comment, like, I'm incredibly open to criticism, and I open up the lines if people want to disagree. What is the case that it's disrespectful? You understood his position and his argument and deliberately found a way to disparage. No, that's exactly what I wasn't doing, right? I was calling attention to a point that I thought was not effective. I understood the position about bad incentive and framing. I wanted to advance that. It's literally the opposite. I thought that the point about whether she in fact is a centrist or not to be missing the point, ineffective. I wasn't trying to fuck with his argument, except when it was wrong, right? And I take it that it's not correct to say that, or at least there's no evidence, right, to suggest that the article is incorrect when it characterizes the nature of the non-disclosure aspect. And his, I think, incorrect reading on the grammatics of the sentence that raises that. So then I am trying to undercut it because it's wrong. I don't think it's disrespectful. It's not wild that people saw your actions defending Lorenz. Don't charge him with yes or no. Okay. On specific points where she's correct. Namely, on the reading of the sentence in her article saying that it stipulates what it's reading the contract. So if defending is understood narrowly to be with respect to a specific point, then yeah, it would obviously grant that I'm defending her on that point when she's right. You understand that? I was one of the enlightened centrists as I was debating why am I being characterized. Please join. I would love to talk to you about if you're one of those people in the Twitter stuff, please come in and we'll talk about the confusion. Big confusion. Listen to tone of voice now versus then. You came up with vitriol. Oh my God. All right. So I think that we have a lot of babies and ambulances. I'm sorry. Like, it's a debate context. It's heated. It's passionate. And if you're so much of vitriolic, like that's just how I talk to people in terms of when I disagree. Yeah. Wait a second, Hutch. Are you alleging that it's standard or not? That's how I talk. And if you're too much of a fucking baby, you're like, oh, it's just the way you approach it. When Hutch is being incredibly, oftentimes justifiably, like, that's the tone of this conversation. And like, no, it's okay for him to detail, but you can't just like disagree with Hutch in the way that you always do. It's really dumb, in my opinion. 5, gift the memberships. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Campbell. I mean, think about what they're trying to get me to do. It's like, excuse me, I just want to say something, Mr. Hutch. Like, no. Hutch why do you guys treat him like he's a baby? Why do you treat him like he's like a toddler? I never understood this. When I disagree with someone, I disagree the way I do. I say, hey, like, I don't think it's like a useful part of our time with centrism. And Hutch, do you agree that this states that there's not allowed to be disclosure under the contract, right? That's just how I fucking talk. If you have an issue with it, like, it's not a specific vitriol towards anybody. And I like Hutch, and I respect Hutch, and I agree with a lot of what Hutch said that's one of the reasons why I wasn't butting in more, is because I agreed with a lot of what Hutch was saying about the framing of the article. No need to, it speaks for itself. Why do you hold Hutch to a higher? What establishes that? When do I hold Hutch to a higher standard than Taylor? Please tell me when once I did that. If I'm in you for content, boss, yeah, no worries. I like the content. I don't think I did that. I think I treat people as individuals and hold them to the same standards. You have a tone that people think is aggressive. I have the same problem with the tone. Okay, cool. Can't change that then. Because I'm not going to do the whole like, well, this is a very good conversation, a very interesting conversation. And I just thought, maybe something to consider would be, no, that's not how I talk.
So that's one. The second is these special elections do have lower turnout. There is more intense partisans. The people who don't like both parties tend not to vote in those. And so it doesn't give you a full picture of, what a general election, and certainly a 2028 presidential election will look like, because, special election.
I'm sorry. I do want to get back to this point, and it is a really selling point. I do want to talk about what Josiah and Dan are saying, but Hutch has to prove or substantiate his position when asking Taylor to substantiate her article and ongoing position. So I do think that Taylor has a burden of proof, which she needs to meet and didn't meet when it came to like the Israel thing. You're just saying but the thing is, Hutch made that point, right? You're implying that I'm not holding her to that standard when I agree she should be held to that standard. But Hutch also does need to substantiate his position. They both need to substantiate their position. But Hutch was able to show how her position vis-a-vis the groups of people who support Israel or whatever, or the primary, whatever the term was there, he was able to do that effectively. It didn't need me to say, hey, how do you show it? It was apparent, right? And so she was being held to that standard. And she is held to the same standard, that is, substantiate. I'm in the Discord. You asked for someone. Okay, cool. We'll get back to this. Hey, what up? What up?
1 second. Let me
take your time, bro. We're chilling. Turn off the stream.
I did. I'm on a headset. I'm outside my work.
What's good, brother? Oh, you're in your truck? Hell yeah. We got a K-Kona in the chat. That's a emote. I bet. I wasn't. Go ahead. Sorry.
I want to say that I'm a DDD guy. I'm like the only one defending you in
I get you.
subreddit. I've been a long time fan, and I think you are extremely valuable. I find your contributions to my legal understanding has been invaluable, and I want more success, more contributions from you. That said, I am going to tone police you right now.
Yeah, man.
Do you think that the way you approach conversations with supposed allies is as effective as it could be?
As it could be? Are you literally asking that question?
Yeah. Yes.
No, it's not as effective as it could be. Yeah.
Perfect. So we found the bottom. Let's start working up.
Okay.
What are some ways that you could have interjected that aren't this dichotomy you've presented, where you're either full Pisco, yes or no, that's the only option, versus this mewling weakling that you present as the only other option, where you're just like,
I could
guys, can we maybe talk about?
I'll tell you.
Middle ground that's more effective?
So in terms of effectiveness, it depends on virtual. Like, what do you mean in terms of effectiveness? Effectiveness at what? What's the goal? Effectiveness presupposes a goal.
I want you to affect political change. I want your voice to become more powerful, because I think I want you to represent me.
So how could I have done this to be more effective in the sense of making a name for myself and being more popular and powerful and influential? That's what you mean by effective?
No, with both. I want you to be more popular within this within the political world, but also within that conversation. I want you to be more effective at saying truth to power and calling Lorenz out and building coalitions with people like Hutch, who I think you guys are constantly stressing each other out in a way that's honestly unlikely to be a lasting collaboration the way you guys do things.
Oh, I don't think it's unlikely to be a lasting collaboration. So you're basically saying like, how could I approach this? By effective, you mean in like maintaining some coalitions in the future? Thank you so much for the gift memberships, including with Hutch and Lib and Learn itself. I think that my answer to that question may not satisfy you, because I think a way to do that is just like to not attempt to contradict Hutch ever, or not at least when I do it, or at least when I do it to be offered as a narrative as opposed to asking questions which are difficult to answer. I think the thing that is perceived as aggressive is that I ask questions directly, and I want those questions answered, and I demand that they're answered, and that is seen as aggressive, and it's kind of hard.
And in a world where people can get away with obfuscating and not ever having the feet held to the fire, I appreciate the fact that when the energy calls for it, you're there. And there are times where I'm just like, fuck, we need Pisco in there to just force them to say fucking yes or no, because we need a goddamn answer. And I appreciate that you have the ability to do that. I think it's absolutely essential.
So can I give you an example? No, but this is an example I thought where it was needed. So I also want to address in the chat, so whatever sense that you accepted. When I accepted the question about more effectiveness, I thought in terms of like communicating what I meant. So effectiveness with respect to communication. What I'm understanding from this call is that it's a different sense of effectiveness that has something to do with like calibrating my language.
I think.
Go for it.
I think if you are able to convey your meaning better, it would make people less antagonistic, because all they see is just the brutish nature of your confrontation, where you're not matching energy sometimes.
Yeah. So and I think it's difficult
that turns off the monkey brains. I know it sucks for you that you have to calibrate your arguments for the fact that people are essentially fucking stupid.
So
it is a necessary calibration, and I hope you do it.
So I think fundamentally that my goal in the conversation and how I'm trying to provide clarity is just going to be perceived negatively by a great deal of people, because, so I'll give you an example where I think, as you alluded to, there are times where it's necessary to get clarity on the view. Here's an example, right? In the conversation, there was a back and forth about, well, couldn't it be the case that the reason these restrictive clauses are there is for compliance reasons, right? 501c4s have certain compliance requirements, and so we don't want to have these contributors or members of chorus who are just willy-nilly representing themselves as chorus members and doing things that are contrary to our requirements under state and federal law or any kind of other compliance regime. So there was a conversation about that, basically, like, why don't you assume, rather than frame this as a kind of ideological thing, which I agree with Hutch on this point, see it as more of like, well, this is just due diligence when it comes to compliance. I think it's a fine point. And then at some point, Taylor is like asking, like, well, hang on, I've seen contracts that are related to this that aren't like that, right? That aren't like that. And she is intimating that what Hutch is suggesting is that there is that it's standard. That she's suggesting that Hutch is suggesting that it's standard.
Are you saying
no? And that's to help him. Right. That's to help him. I'm saying like Hutch isn't making the claim that it's standard. Hutch isn't saying that, and so that's why I asked him, like, Hutch, you're not saying that you're not alleging that it's standard, right? Are you alleging that it's standard or not? And he wouldn't answer it. So the follow up to that was like, no, he's not alleging that it's standard. And maybe I could have just said, well, I didn't hear Hutch to allege that it was standard or something like that. But that's just like
that's exactly what I wanted.
No, I get it, but like in the moment, I'm not thinking that way.
If everyone reacts by going, why the fuck is he so aggressive? Then it should trigger some level of introspection and go, okay, am I doing this in such a way that he understands I'm not attacking him? Is it a tag-in situation? Is it could you be seen as a moderator?
This would also be effectuated by Hutch just answering the question, right? This would also be effectuated by if Hutch just answers him, like, no, of course not. I'm not saying it's standard.
Right? I think there's a history of you guys butting heads in a way that's not productive, and it sort of bums me out. It's one of the only things that makes me like log
listen,
out of the stream. and you
I
guys-
don't think that he's losing much sleep over our disagreements, and in fact, I think that he's getting
I'm
a lot
not-
of praise
I'm
for
not
how.
worried about him psychologically.
Yeah, no.
I'm not
I
worried.
think he's getting a lot of praise for what's happening, and that's fine. The praise is all his in terms of challenging Taylor, and I think a lot of those lines were effective. I think the Israel line was, in some sense, devastating for the claims there. I really do. So I don't think that he's like losing sleep over it. But all I'm trying to say is, this would not be an issue if you just answer the fucking question. And I understand that I could say, well, I don't think Hutch is alleging that. I think that what Hutch is saying is just this is like a plausible reason why they would do it. I don't think that he's stating this is like standard. That's like a too grandiose a claim. But another way to do it is just be like, wait, Hutch, you're not alleging it's standard, right? And just be like, no, I'm not alleging that. Why is that not a fine way to proceed? I think that, if I'm trying to maximize not stepping on toes, maybe, I mean, you have a point. I could just frame it that way. But this kind of I don't know, examination of these words and trying to fine tune them to do away with which is accounting for the psychological effects that it might have of a direct question. I just noticed it just feels like it's only ever applied in the context of Hutch, and that seems a little bit condescending to him.
I think that's a different thing than what I think is done often in Hutch's benefit is that people see aggressiveness that's coming more from you than him, and they go, "That's just bullying," and I go, "That's not what I'm doing."
Yeah, but he's being ultra aggressive towards Taylor, right? And
not
so
as aggressive, I think.
Than I am to him.
Yes, that is my perception.
Your perception was that I was more aggressive to Hutch than he was towards Taylor.
Not in the totality of that conversation. In the moments that you spoke, because I think in the reality, one of my defenses of you was like, guys, he spoke like 12 times in the entire 2 hours. It was fucking crazy how much he was biting his tongue. So no, I think overall it was a much more argumentative aggression from him. It was more like rhetorically aggressive from you in the moments that you were talking.
I mean, there were times where I asked a question, he clearly dodged it, and then I just let it go. There were times when I had something I wanted to say, he interrupted me. I'm just like, all right, Hutch, sorry, go ahead. Like, I don't understand how anyone walks away thinking in that conversation I was like bullying Hutch. There were a couple. It's bizarre to me that's the impression.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's bullying. I'm saying it's ineffective. I don't say it. I'm not worried
ineffective
about
with the goal of what? I think that Hutch is fine. So if the goal is like maximizing,
no.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not trying to maximize his feelings, so it isn't. That's not what I'm measuring effectiveness. Effectiveness would be, are liberals pushing back against far leftist critiques that are tearing apart our party? Well, having Taylor Lorenz on and having a chance to critique her arguments to her face is a wonderful chance. And
yeah, which I did not upset. I did not prevent those arguments from coming through.
But you could have helped capitalize on it. You could have been a moderator because you are capable of, in the same way, Destiny. One of the things I really appreciate about you both, you just think faster than us. Like, you just think faster than us. And so if you can see these two people are not fucking talking to each other, it would be so useful.
That's what, no, but I was trying to do that, right?
So I know, but you did it in such a way that it put everyone's hackles up. Everyone's like, and I'm saying this as someone who's been told his whole fucking life he's too argumentative and possibly autistic. And part of me is just like, I'm just fucking telling you the truth. I'm not trying to be rude or mean or anything. You said this thing, I said this in response. That's how simple it is. I'm not trying to do anything. And yet it's still my burden, if I want to navigate through the world and maximize the benefits for me and my family, to accommodate for people's like feelings and how fucking weak they are and how silly and avoidant of some confrontation. It's still my responsibility if I want to maximize the outcome for my life. And as someone who has a brain that I think we need, I hope you can capitalize on that and moderate and become the person we need you.
Yeah, like I think that me speaking up to do anything other then disagree with what Taylor is saying would be perceived by the
I know.
rabid
I'm not saying you
anti-Pisco
can win.
snarkers
You're not.
as
Yes,
running
I
cover.
agree.
And the fact that
You are
I'm
not going to win over. There's people who are in this as team sports. People that are. I get on, and there's people that love Destiny in almost an unironic cult way, and it's fucking bad. But there's clear benefits to his process of thinking and his way of analyzing media, and I want to encourage that kind of process. And I see the same process within you, and the fact that there's this ugly team sports shit that's
it's not coming
incorporated
from me,
into this.
bro. It's coming from people. It's coming from people who say Pisco is disingenuous. He's brain broken without
It's-
any thought whatsoever. So like, I'm not the one engaging in attacks, accusations of bad faith, accusations that I'm being intentionally obtuse,
I'm not accusing you.
accusations that my entire purpose is to run cover for Taylor Lorenz on an issue where I clearly disagree with her on and have a record of disagreeing with her on. So I'm not the one who is making accusations of bad faith that's trying to undermine relationships on the show. That's coming from somewhere else. It's not coming from me.
I'm not saying there's a method that you could employ that would reduce the Pisco hate to zero. I think there is some team
It's an irrational
brain
hatred.
dead bullshit. Yes.
So
And
I can't. I'm not
sorry,
going to cater to an
that's-
irrational hatred. If there's some like
That's-
I
I
concede,
agree.
right? Like
Okay.
if I could have said something that would probably get Hutch more easier to agree, would be something like, well, wait a second, Taylor, when you are making these comments about what like things that you've seen in your experience, Hutch isn't making a claim about what's standard, right, Hutch? If I had said it like that, Hutch probably would be more willing to engage with that question. So that's an area where I can improve and take criticism. But to me, that's kind of missing the forest for the trees. The overall, I think, forest is that the huge negative backlash isn't coming from a place of like reasoned decision making or reasoned interpretation of my role there. I think it's coming from a place of like irrationality, like jumping to conclusions that have no bearing. And so, could I have communicated in a way that maybe Hutch wouldn't have been on guard as much? Sure. I think I probably could, but also the degree and proportionality, it isn't, I think, focused on these like little word choices or these ways in which I would have been, eliciting less on guard Hutch, right? It's like the overall view is that I'm like running cover in some nefarious way for the purpose of, I don't know, descending the Democratic Party into anti-Israel, pro-communists slock or something, or to ingratiate myself with Hassan Piker. And that isn't being dictated by like these word choices where I could even say like, okay, that would have been a better thing to say, you know?
I just got called.
Okay.
I think ultimately you're being everything you're doing is getting some level of pushback from lots of different communities. So I'm not trying to ride the wave of shit you're getting served right now.
I don't care, man. I mean, like I like to have these conversations because I think they're really substanceless, and when you get to the heart of it, it is a form of tone policing. It's not a substantive like, oh, you said something that was wrong.
It is,
and so I'm not losing sleep over irrational, stupid people. That said, I mean, there are ways in which I could have asked these questions, but
you should be terrified of irrational, stupid people.
No,
we're surrounded by them
dictate,
in a representative democracy.
I can't dictate.
Those are the people we need to convince.
I get that, right? Like,
idiots.
I get that, but I'm not dictating like how I approach things based on people who are bad faith and interpret everything in like absurd ways. I'm not going to like cater my whole personality
I'm
try to be like I'm walking
faith.
on eggshells or doing something that doesn't seem authentic to me. I just don't think
Pisco, I'm not bad faith. I'm a big fan of yours. We've talked before. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying like the recommendations you have, not with respect to you, right? Because it sounds like you're not brain broken or whatever, but with respect to other people who are just looking to have their synapses fire, right? Like if I were to just model my content towards appealing to them, I think there would be something lost, and I would become like a hollow shell of a person that would overall like just like crumble. I don't know. I think that there's some amount of like obviously tailoring that you can do, improvements in communication. I'm open to that, but the kind of wholesale change and like I don't think that's going to be wise. Everyone is susceptible to audience capture. right now you have an entire audience pushing against you with hatred and bile and stupidity, and I am trying to capture you in the other direction. I'm saying you have valuable insights. It is a psychological inevitability that you will react to the psychological forces being pushed on you. You will change your behavior in subtle ways that you don't even appreciate. And I would like to overtly say, I hope you continue doing what you're doing, but
Appreciate you, man.
moderate it in a way that's more effective.
I am
And
always looking to improve my
I
communication.
don't think you're wrong.
I will try, whenever I insert myself with questions, I will try to consider, the nature of how I frame it, perhaps, in terms of like, because I do think that there's like, if you're pushed in a way where I'm like, wait, answer the question, this, whatever, maybe you don't get the answers right away. I just like, there is a kind of like, I don't respect that much. Like, just be direct, man. Just be fucking direct and just answer it.
One of the things that, one of the methods I think is useful that Destiny uses is saying, after you're done with this, I'm going to ask it again. And
that's super aggressive. Okay, that is like very aggressive. That's the kind of shit that I do.
It's super aggressive. It is, but I would say there's a way to blend those two and say, like, listen, I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna have to come back to this because what I asked was this, and what you're answering is this. Can we come back to what I asked? And that's the extent.
Yeah, that's forcing the issue. That's forcing the issue.
Yes, we need people to force the issue. We need people.
That's what I try to do. But you're like,
I love that, Pisco. That's what I love about you. What I'm saying is, you should be able to force the issue. Like police have an monopoly of power. They use force. I want police. I want people out there using force, but I want them to be doing it with decorum. I want them to be doing it in applying that force in the right moments, in the right proportionality.
Did you feel that I didn't have decorum? I didn't exercise decorum in that conversation?
There were a few times where I was just like, can't you? I can see what you're doing to Hutch. I can see that he can't stop himself. He's reacting defensively to you, and you had a good point. And I
yeah, I think the decorum. When I understand decorum, it's like I feel like decorum is like some sort of standard of sort of comporting yourself politely or with a minimum amount of
proportional
to the rules of conversation. And I just felt like this was a moment where it was billed as a confrontation where it was heated for sure, and that what I said wouldn't be viewed as like discordant with the overall tenor of that exchange. In fact, it was in many ways, I think, less combative than either Taylor or Hutch.
It felt different in kind. But
did it really? How? Could you describe like the ways in which it was different?
I think anytime someone comes in and says, so like Taylor would say something and Hutch would say, that feels like you're being kind of squirrely with that. And he's pointing out, like, look, what you're answering is not what I asked. And he would say that again, like, no, let me say again. If I asked this is what you answered. He's pointing out the disparity between the request and the answer. Coming in and saying, no, stop, yes or no. I know you want to arrive at the unobfuscated truth and cut through the bullshit, but it's hyper aggressive.
I'm not understanding that comparison. So it's like mine is different because when Hutch says something like, you're being evasive right now, you're dodging, it feels like you're being very evasive. That when I come in and say, hey, well, why are we arguing about the centrist thing?
One is a command. One is a command.
What's the command?
I've noticed that you said this in response to my question, and my question and your response don't line up because you're saying.
Yeah, that feels like meta. I get annoyed when people do that. When both Hutch and when Taylor went meta with the white, it sounds like I'm doing white nationalism or whatever she said. And when Hutch does the meta of like, it feels like you're being evasive. I get annoyed by. I don't know, and I didn't engage in that. And are you saying that that's like good to do? I don't know.
You're annoyed when people fail to answer the question that's being asked of them.
That
And
too,
you
but I'm also
interject
annoyed when
by
people
going,
get into the meta, like you're being evasive, as opposed to just asking the question again.
okay, it's yeah, okay. You don't have to say evasive. You could just say, what I asked was this, what you answered was this. Can we go back to what I asked? You haven't answered
I'm
my
not under.
question.
So just to make sure that we're clear on like what's on the table, I'm kind of like inquiring as to, with respect to like decorum, in what sense was my comportment different in kind than Taylor or Hutch's, in the sense that it was less decorum than either of them displayed, in that it was like discordant with the sort of implied rules of the conversation and the tone of the conversation. It felt like mine was consistent with that. I'm trying to understand how I'm not complying with like what the expectations were in a conversation like that. You understand what I'm saying? So like, so
I'm
there's a
not sure.
notion. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make it more clear, right? So you could take an issue with like how you're approaching a conversation because you're breaking some kind of implied premise of the conversation, or like it's really discordant with like the overall nature of the conversation. So if we're having like just a chill time talking about like whatever, like TV shows and stuff, and someone comes in and be like, "Hey, do you believe in God? Yes or no?" Like that's discordant with the kind of tenor of the conversation that we were all having. You're kind of yucking everyone's yum. And so I'm totally like amenable to hearing like a criticism about that, whatever. So it sounds like you were saying like you should approach this conversation with like more decorum. And so when I hear that, I'm like, okay, I'm like breaking the rules of what the conversation is about. I'm like, well, then in what sense would you say I'm doing something that's like fundamentally different than what's on offer by Taylor or by Hutch?
Decorum is proportionality. So if someone else came to me and said, okay, fucking answer this question, yes or no, did this happen? Then I'm going to have the same fucking energy back. And I'd be totally fine demanding, like, fuck you, answer this question. To me, the proportionality between both of those approaches makes it okay. But if one person is having a confrontation where they're like, you're saying this, what I asked was this, that's not responsive to what I asked. That is different from saying, from demanding or giving commands, like saying, tell me this, yes or no. These are the only two options you're allowed to give me, yes or no. Those I feel like the vast majority of people would interpret those as two different levels of tone within a conversation.
I just felt like when it came to demand for answers,
choice, yes or no.
Yeah, Hutch was also demanding of her.
Different feel.
Hutch was also demanding her to give straight answers where she was evasive, right? There were times when like she was clearly dodging, and Soy Pill called out, well, listen, that's not what you're being asked. I remember another time when I think Soy Pill also asked, like, do you understand that centrist is often used as a pejorative? And she dodged that as well. And so it seemed like totally within keeping of the frame of the conversation to demand answers. And especially, I don't think you'd like say that it's wrong to demand an answer when there's a true dichotomy. Either he's alleging, right, that for example, what's her name? Olivia Giuliana is a centrist, yes or he's not, right? Wait, so just to be clear, Hutch, are you alleging
beating your wife, Pisco, yes or no?
No, but that is dishonest, right? Because that is a framing suggesting, first of all, something that's totally irrelevant to the conversation, and where no one reasonably can understand that as furthering the nature of the conversation. But getting clarity on what Hutch is alleging, like, for example, Hutch, are you in fact alleging that Olivia Giuliana, it's false to say that she's a centrist? Yes or no? That is furthering the conversation. Why is it furthering the conversation? It's just getting clarity on whether he thinks what's in the article is accurate. And we can settle that and then move on to whether or not he thinks that regardless of its accuracy, it is impliedly negative or it's some kind of dishonest framing. And so contrary to your example where someone is saying, is it true that you beat your wife? There is an obvious relation between answering the question about what the nature is of Hutch's contention. Namely, is he accusing the article of being inaccurate with respect to centrism or being bad framing despite it being accurate? So that's how I would distinguish those two things.
Okay. Yeah, I would still say that there's different levels of confrontation involved between spelling out what someone said and how it failed to answer your question and encouraging them to try again versus supplying possible answers and saying, answer me. But
okay.
that is a very subjective difference.
That's opaque to me. maybe how I did it was very different than how Soypill and Hutch were demanding answers. I don't see that distinction, and so maybe someone can make it clear to me what the distinction is.
Did you feel like IRI's or guys?
He was open ended.
I
Yeah,
feel like
he had more open ended questions.
open ended, but also pretty devastating. Like he had very few things to say, but what he said seemed very impactful. Do you not agree?
Depends what you mean by impactful. What do you mean by that? You mean like it was a good point? I would agree that he had some good questions.
I feel like so the Israel point of the conversation was kind of the devastating thing for her to have to admit. But also
that was like Hutch pushing that.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But also the other part of the conversation that I felt was really illuminating was the tepidness of her critiques of Hassan. And I felt like there is some benefit to having a broad range of types of questions and you know.
I'm just asking what you mean when you said, well, are you asking, don't you think IRI's questions were impactful? And I'm like, are you asking if I think that they were good questions?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that they were good questions. I praised him at the end of the stream saying I really enjoyed the questions you asked.
Do you think they further your political movement?
The questions further my political movement? I don't have an opinion about that. I thought they were good in the context of the conversation. I don't really view those questions as like grand. I don't have. It seems like a delusion of grandeur to think that the question that IRI asked like furthers the political movement. I don't have a thought on that. It seems kind of trivial to the overall movement. It doesn't seem like it impacts it a lot.
I mean, do you believe in the butterfly effect? Like,
I guess. So this conversation is. I don't have any reason to think that his question there. Go for it. Whatever.
I don't have any belief that like, oh, IRA asked this question, and that means, you know, dinosaurs will erupt out of the ground in Africa or like we'll suddenly have a wonderful democracy. I'm saying it's the little things that counts, and that it's the accumulation of those small things over time that matter. And so we have to comport ourselves in a way that we can accumulate those benefits.
The little things add up over time. I agree. I don't know. I'm not sure that these questions will overall be the, some sort of tangible material benefit to quote unquote my movement. I just don't have a thought on that. But I thought the questions
Do you think you're having an impact?
Do I think so?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much. I think in a discreet way I can be. I get messages from people who say, they're inspired to go to law school, or they really appreciate what I have to say on stuff. So I think I'm having an impact in like a micro sense, but beyond that, I think would be delusional. I'm not that big.
Yeah.
You get me?
Well, I hope you get big.
I
hope you get big, man.
Thank you. Hey, I appreciate your thoughts and disagreements.
I'll come back and tone police you again sometime.
All right. See you later. Peace. All right, let's bring in Seth, and then I'm going to move on because I want to get to the actual thing here. Yo, what up, Seth?
Hi. This is a very quick thing from somebody with a fellow like body and face type as you, right? I was just noticing, this is a total like personal thing. If you notice, like looking at a thing, you could see a little bit through your beard of a double chin. You know what I mean? And this is not me calling you fat. It's not me trolling. This is like a legit like life hack thing. And I'm sorry, there's construction here. I hope you can't hear it in the background.
I can hear it a little bit.
They started doing that as soon as I started talking legit. But if you see where there's like a little bit of like a difference like under your beard, like you can kind of like see the double chin. If you just start there and just get rid of all of the beard below that and just do a chin strap up to your
Stop with this. This is cringe.
No, it's not.
Don't
cringe.
give me beard grooming advice on a fucking political stream, bro.
Well, how you present yourself is important, right? And this is, I'm serious, life changing. It makes your double chin go away. You will lose like 10 pounds in your face, and you'll come across like way less like slappy and unkempt looking. Because when people see the folds through your beard like that, it's something I dealt with. Like it just looks awful, right? And people start reacting to you really differently. So I'm just saying,
Jesus,
try, from a chin to your fucking sideburns, chin strap beard, right? And just see how it goes.
Are you okay, bro?
I'm fine.
I just don't understand like the impetus for calling in to comment on beard grooming.
I mean, I could talk about like what that last guy was talking about forever if you want, but like it was just a quick thing. I just noticed, like, hey, my life was
No,
like,
I'm
draw a line.
I'm just like asking about
my whole
I'm
life.
asking about your like why, like you're trying to help me
because I saw my past self in need of help, and the way I was presented myself socially and everything, pre chin strap beard and post chin strap beard. Like in high school and forever.
No, I'm not asking about. I'm asking about your impetus for calling. Is it because you want to give friendly advice, or are you just like
no,
why?
Yes. It's exactly that. I looked and I'm like, like it. Maybe you might have put in a couple pounds around your face. And I'm like, he looks just different to me than he normally does, and also, he has the exact same beard.
I think
I was so happy that I got rid of.
I think that I think that you're well aware that like this isn't the forum that a socially adjusted person would like think to give like beard grooming advice and like health advice. I think you're aware of that, right?
Well, I mean, it's aesthetic advice.
I know. I'm talking
circling the drain.
I'm talking about I'm talking about the forum. Like, you're trying to fuck with me, right? You're not like.
No, I am genuinely not trying to fuck with you. I know when one guy talks to another guy and is like sincere, it can come like it can be really difficult to believe and come across as trolling, right?
No. But like, do you actually think that it's actually like a friendly thing to do it through this forum? Like on the call-ins when we're talking about like political stuff and arguments.
I mean, I think it would make less than a minute to do. That is the only.
I'm not asking about how long it would. I'm not asking how long it would take, bro. No, I'm just like I'm doubting the sincerity of what you're saying.
In what other format would I possibly be able to deliver this information to?
A DM?
And you would have been like, "Oh, this random guy who's DMing me, I should like look into what a chin strap is."
No, I'm just asking if someone really like wanted to help someone else. I think that they'd be careful about which forum that they're presenting like certain advice on. I think that you're aware. I think you're aware of that too.
I mean, I think you're aware that we're on like a 49 like viewers stream, kind of shooting the shit in a moderately friendly environment, right? And that this was delivered with sincerity, and I really didn't.
I don't think it was. Can you put your hand to your heart and say, I really I'm not trying to fuck with Pisco.
I am really here, not trying to fuck with Pisco. You have to believe me about the handing over the heart thing.
You swear on your family?
I swear on my family. My mother is the most important person in the world to me. I swear on her life.
Okay.
I am here sincerely saying I am seeing the beard that ruined my social life in high school. And it was like it was the first time I went to a black barber. My grandma took me to a black barber and they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna put a chin strap on this kid." And it changed my whole fucking life, right?
Okay.
And
well,
maybe
I appreciate
you've gone to Supercuts your whole life.
I appreciate I appreciate the advice. I don't go to Supercuts my whole life. I appreciate the advice. I take it in the spirit that it was meant as positive, and I appreciate you coming on to share that.
Can I comment on what the last guy said real quick?
Sure, yeah. Take your
time. I think what he's trying to say, and so I am also a lawyer, like you are, and I see when you're like what people are reacting to as regressive. I think they're just referring to you just being in cross-examination mode, right? And like I can you legit ask like cross-examination questions, and I think it's just an inherent part of asking leading cross-examination questions, right? That one, it introduces an asymmetry into the conversation that people are going to naturally be repellent to and interpret as disrespectful. And the only reason really you can talk to people like doing it cross-examination questions when you're actually doing cross-exam is because you're an attorney and they're there on the witness stand and they have to answer you the questions, and it's built into that situation the inherent inequity of the exchange.
But I'm curious your thought process because I don't think the style that I approach myself in these debates is representative of how you would ask questions in practice. I think it's like a very different thing. And anyone who gets the impression that like the style that I do in these debates is like consistent with what you would see in practice, I think it's just not the case. I often
believe X, right? Is it like a typical?
No. I understand that in the micro sense that asking leading questions and getting, isn't it the case, whatever, that's consistent. But like other aspects of how I do it, I don't think is typical of how people would ask questions in practice. But even putting that to the side, I don't think that that's what people have issue with, because they're fine when Hutch does it to Taylor, right? And he was doing that kind of stuff to Taylor.
He was challenging Taylor. I don't know that he was saying, what individuals are, funded by Israel or whatever the question was, is a direct examination question, right? It's a challenging direct examination question. It's not a cross-examination question, right? And the number one meme that people like react to you about, what's the number one meme? The yes or no. And the yes or no thing is this you making a statement and then saying yes or no to turn it into a cross-examination question. And I think that that a lot of what's being communicated to you incorrectly is that they're describing that as aggression. And aggression is fine, and you're noticing that other people are able to be aggressive in other contexts, and you're not getting that sort of negative reaction.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not so sure. I think that people don't have an inherent problem with these kinds of direct questions because they when they see their side do it, they view them as champions, right? When Mehdi Hassan, for example, goes on a tear, right, and is asking, whether it's in the context of saying, wait, do you have nuclear weapons or not? Whoever he was, I remember him asking that of a representative of Israel, or whether it's challenging some dumb fuck MAGA person. I think people like that style. It's not a problem with the style, in other words.
Well, yeah, nobody has a problem with people being challenging or generally.
No, but even how you're framing it, like yes or no questions, or whatever you want to say, leading questions or cross-examination style. I don't think that people have I just don't like this style generally. They don't like that style applied to certain people. They like the style. They just don't like to see it applied to their side.
Every example that you just gave, when you're talking about all the things that people dislike, none of them were leading cross-examination questions.
So when, for example, Mehdi asks the Israel representative, he says, does Israel have nuclear weapons, yes or no?
That's not a leading question. A leading question would be.
I didn't say leading question to the exclusion of anything else. I said leading or cross-examination style. And you'd agree that's a cross-examination style, wouldn't you? Yes or no? Didn't you say what you're known for, the meme, yes or no? So how can you say that's not what I'm talking about when that's what you invoked? Is it what you were? It's the kind of thing you're talking about, isn't it? The yes or no questions. You can just answer that.
Yes.
Okay. And so that is an example. So the Mehdi Hassan example is an example of what you're talking about, isn't it?
But holding
is it an example or not?
It's said in the same style, but so
it is an example.
If you get a little bit looser with from leading question, right, to because if you're saying cross-examination question to mean anytime you're challenging somebody on what they're saying while asking questions, and that's not what I mean.
No, I'm using your frame. Your frame of reference was yes or no questions is the paradigmatic example of what you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah. So
was it the paradigmatic example of what you were talking about, the yes or no question?
I'm trying to answer that question.
Okay.
If you do a leading question, you went to the bar on Thursday, right? If you say you went to the bar on Thursday, yes or no, right? That is so functionally similar that the reaction that people are going to have emotionally.
I'm not asking if it's similar.
I don't like.
Do you remember what I asked you just then?
You asked if the yes or no questions are the type of things I was talking about.
Yeah, that's not an answer to that question. What you said is how people will react. That's different than what my question is, right?
Well, no, because I am talking about the yes or no questions, and I'm just react to them and why you're getting people reacting negatively.
I just want you to give ground at all, Seth. So basically, you said the kinds of things that you're bringing up in these other situations aren't the kinds of things I'm talking about, and so I just want to get finality to be like, yeah, that is the kinds of things you're talking about. And instead of answering that question, you're saying, well, people will react differently to an example question versus when you add yes or no to it. That's not addressing the question and the point that I'm trying to raise, which is the kinds of things I'm pointing to are the kinds of things that you were raising. Right. Isn't that correct?
So all yes or no questions are not the same kind of question.
I didn't say. I'm asking the example that I just provided you of Mehdi Hassan asking. That is a paradigm that is in line with the kinds of things that you're talking about, isn't it?
No. I have no problem with that question, like in the context you referred to.
In what sense is it different than so if when Mehdi Hassan asks, is it the case or is it not the case that Israel has nuclear weapons, or if he asks, do they have nuclear weapons, yes or no, answer the question. In what sense is that different than the kind of paradigmatic example that you have of my reputation with yes or no questions? In what way are those distinct? Do you understand the question?
Yeah, it's the assumed context of it, right? If I'm making an argument here, like I think people are reacting negatively to cross-examination questions, one way you could respond would be, well, I don't think that they're reacting negatively to cross-examination questions because reason. And the other one would be like, Mehdi Hassan asked this cross-examination question and it went well, right? Yes or no? Right? Those are two different ways to respond, right? And
I don't see her being responsive.
Yes, no question.
So that's not responsive. What I'm talking about. So, do you understand what I'm saying? So, I'm asking in what ways the kind of question that I'm proposing that Mehdi asks, how is that different than the kinds of questions I ask in sum and substance?
And my answer just now, when you said I wasn't answering, is the context in which it is deployed.
Okay, that's very vague in general. I don't know. What do you mean by that?
Mehdi Hassan is a journalist asking people questions. Okay. You are not a journalist. You're having conversations. Conversations imply equality between the people.
Do you agree that people
right?
also like it when Destiny asks those questions? Yes or no?
He doesn't just do that all the time, and that's
he does it a lot, right? I don't just do it all the time.
He does it in appropriate context, and what people are responding to is when you shift from an equal type of exchange of ideas conversation to now I'm the attorney cross-examining you, you're on the witness stand, right? That assumed shift, when it's unearned, people are repelled by it.
No, yeah. So you're saying, well, it's a different context than when it's quote unquote unearned. That's just kind of again, I'm just going to ask clarity on like earned versus unearned. And it really doesn't sound like the form of the question is what's doing the work here. Now it's some other thing. So like, right, it's not what questions I ask, it's whether it's earned or unearned, or whether it's in the appropriate context. And we're just going to want to see clarity on what those things are.
Okay, so earned would be like you are having a conversation with somebody and they are clearly being evasive about what you are trying to get at, and then you go yes or no. Whereas unearned would be like you haven't tried that part and then you go straight to the yes or no.
Okay, so to be clear, it's not the cross-examination style questions. It's that's eliciting the negativity, is what, right? So it's not the form of the question, correct? Is it the form of the question or not?
It's when you're obviously cross-examining somebody.
Is it the form of the question or is it not the form of the question? That's the question that I have for you.
A form of a question is an important part of it. It is not the entire thing.
Right. So it's insufficient to say, well, it's the fact that you ask these kinds of questions. It's you ask these kinds of questions when they're unearned, right?
Why are you saying it has to be only the one singular particular thing?
I'm not saying no. It's unearned or different.
We're talking about contextual statements.
Okay, yeah. So it's the form of the question plus other factors. Fair.
Sure. Yeah.
And one of those factors is
how you speak plus the context in which you speak is approximately everything.
Sure. And one of the factors is this context notion, and the other is the earned notion. And so I'm just going to seek for clarity. And so in terms of earned, you're saying, in order for that question to be received well, the linearization needs to be earned. In other words, it needs to be deserved. And deserved in what sense? Deserved in the sense that I consider it to be appropriate, or that it's considered appropriate by other people, right? And it feels like you're begging the question. It's going to come down to what most people perceive, in which case we're just not saying anything really substantial and just saying, well, if most people perceive it to be unearned, that's just going to hew to some sort of intersubjective standard from whatever audience it is. And then you're not really saying anything substantial other than, well, some people don't like the questions when you ask them. And the category that distinguishes the way that they receive them is how they receive them. You understand that? That's the circularity.
No, I don't think it's circular. Sorry, the circularity part kind of derailed me from.
So I'm going to restate it. So right, whether it's deserved or not hinges on how most people will see it, right? In other words, you're not really explaining much other than saying, well, they'll receive it one way versus the other, and that explains how they receive it.
So you know how if you're on direct examination, right, and you're calling a witness who you know is maybe not inclined to answer the questions that you want them to ask, non-evasively, that you have to ask the direct examination questions and then ask permission to treat them as a hostile witness when they're clearly being evasive, and then start asking cross-examination questions.
Do I know the rule that allows for that? Yes, I'm aware of that situation.
Okay, so I'm saying that situation is like also mapping on to how people respond to conversations of what they think is fair in like conversation, right? And so that's what I mean by the earned part, and what I mean
Yeah,
by
whether
the
they're being
context part,
evasive, right? Whether they're being
Right,
whether the
yes.
person is being evasive. And so, for example, if I feel that someone is being evasive, well, in virtue of what is it earned or not earned, my belief about it, or whether there's some objective notion of evasiveness, or that's independent of people's perceptions.
Are you saying like something close to 100% of the time you do these yes or no questions, it was preceded by the person you asked them of being evasive?
No, I don't think that I only ask these questions when there's evasiveness preceded. I reject the notion that for something to be earned, it needs to be preceded by evasiveness. Sometimes you ask a direct yes or no question because you anticipate evasiveness, or to just get a very discrete thing out of the way as fast as possible. I don't agree that this is people are thinking about this earned, unearned thing. I think that they would, even if it was demonstrably true, and Hutch was evasive at various points with my questions, that's indisputable. That wouldn't change the fundamental perception there.
I think you're tracking the earned, unearned thing, because that's why you said when somebody's being evasive, you as the example of why that would be an earned yes or no question that you appealed to.
I'm intuiting what you must mean by it. I'm intuiting what you must mean, but evasive could be, or earned could mean more than just evasive or not. Earned could be some other notion, and my concern was that it was going to ground out into the intersubjective beliefs of given audiences. And if that's the case, there is that circularity problem that I'm talking about. But other than that, if what you mean is evasive, then I think that there were times when both Hutch and Taylor were definitely being evasive, and it's a simple matter of just showing you or recalling when that happened.
So I told you what I meant by earned versus unearned, and you responded out of concern for what I might have said if I was.
No, I don't think that you provided
stereotypically stupid things.
I don't think that you provided a full conceptual accounting for what you mean by earned or unearned. I'm intuiting possibilities. One is that you mean evasive, and another is that you mean.
Like we settle on what I really clear examples of what we do mean. We could just talk about that. Like this, is a different thing that people respond negatively to, that I don't want to complicate the conversation. But like when you and I are talking about,
I prefer that you give some sort of conceptual analysis of what you mean by earned or unearned. If we just go by discrete examples, I don't think that I'm going to get a rule set going forward to distinguish when are they earned or unearned. If we just have a body of examples, I don't really get a through line.
Okay, so now the standard is I need to give a complete all-inclusive rule set for all
some
things
notion.
earned,
No. Some notion of what you mean by earned or unearned.
I haven't given you even some notion of what I meant.
I think it's not sufficient by my lights. That is to say that it might have some situations in which evasiveness is sufficient, and I'm just previewing for you. If that is an example, I think that I'm going to have qualified it in the context of this conversation. So I'm assuming that can't be all that you're saying with earned or unearned is evasiveness, because I think that will trivially fulfill that in this case. And I know that you have a problem with how I approach this case, where I assume you do.
So what I'm talking about is, well, I mean, it's weird to me that you're confused because you so immediately knew exactly what I was talking about.
No, I'm telling you that I can get a sense of earned or unearned that's just grounded out in evasiveness. And if that's what you mean, I understand it. It's conceivable to me. I understand what you're saying. But if that's that, I'm assuming that it's not all you mean. Because if it's all you mean, then we're just going to have a very easy case here of evasiveness when I ask the questions. So that's what I'm saying.
So there's other ways it could be earned, and my inability to draw a complete conceptual analysis.
Not complete. No.
But so here's another way it could be earned. Yeah. Right. Let's say you're talking to somebody in this tone of voice, and I just start being super aggressive with you. Right.
Some kind of disproportionate. Yeah. Some notion of disproportionality.
Names.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Proportionality is again, hitting right on, at the heart of what I'm talking about here.
But the proportionality here is with reference, as I'm understanding what you're saying, to like some kind of unspoken rules of the conversation or some set of decorum. And it's going to encounter, I think, the same issue, which is in the context of that conversation, it was totally not disproportional because it's the kind of thing that was happening across both sides, and that it was engaging in the same manner that the other sides were engaging. So I need a sense of the concept behind earned or unearned that maps onto any kind of critique that you might have about the showing. So I can understand what disproportionate means with respect to decorum, unstated rules of politeness, or social cues and stuff like that. I can understand that, but I don't think it applies to the conversation. And so I'm assuming that there's something else here that would inform a kind of critique.
Reciprocity is a key part of seeing somebody as equal. If you assume a cross-examination stance which is naturally interpreted by people as aggressive and condescending, right? It's like almost impossible to ask a non-condescending leading question, right? If you go into that when the other person has not impugned some sense of like justice of the conversation, of like what a normal, fair, reasonable conversation would be between two people, you look like a dick. If you do it in proportion to what they're doing, you don't look like a dick.
Yeah, so
I think you fall
kind
too
of
quickly into the yes or no stuff, because what you often do, and you gave an example of your exact type of thought process, this exact type of thought process earlier, and you do this to Hutch and to other people, is you will previously have had a conversation about something, and you will have like gotten a point that really annoyed you, right? And before the person you're talking to even makes that point or intimates that point, you will like have to set out ahead of time that, we're not talking about you making that point, right? But that person has not even like intimated to it yet. So like let them bring it up first and then have the conversation.
Yeah, that's just not going to map onto what happened in this conversation.
To saddle an individual person with the baggage of all the conversations you've had previously on the topic that don't even include that person, and then you have to begin the conversation by outlining, you don't mean this stupid thing and that stupid thing and that stupid thing and that stupid thing, right? Before they've even said anything that would even indicate that they've done that stupid thing, right? If they had said something that indicated that they believe that stupid thing, and you said, well, you don't mean this stupid thing, right? Then people would not, I think, have a negative problem with that at all. But I think you look at,
you're going to have the same issue there, right? Because in the context of this conversation, there's every example that we're drawing upon, there's plenty of reasons to intuit Hutch's position on the given matter, whether it's the case of the allegation of the truth or falsity of the centrist comment. I mean, he accepted that he did think that was false. And I had a reason to believe that, given that he was disputing the factual accuracy of that piece. And so in terms of whether or not there's a sufficient predicate, or whether I'm like previewing some other conversation I had, no. All of the statements and questions that I ask are internally justified in the context of the conversation. And there's no like reading of some other conversation or like foreshadowing stuff that I'm doing that would make the question, I think, not appropriate given the context. I think all the questions, if you listen to them, make sense given what was just stated, whether it's the interpretation of the contractual provision regarding disclosure, whether it's the statement regarding whether it's standard to have these sort of things in the contract, whether it's the issue of centrism. All of those follow cleanly on what the conversation was about. And so I don't know what anything you're saying here about like sort of bad faithfully or with some kind of like in an inappropriate way foreshadowing that has anything to do with what occurred on Lib and Learn. It just doesn't seem to be applicable.
All right, so none of what I'm saying, by the way, is like specifically targeted towards a specific reaction to this specific Lib and Learn conversation, right? I think this is a general pattern thing. Like, I can't remember the topic. There was the first, like one of the first mainstream like conversations between you and Hutch where you like disagreed about something. I don't know why I'm blanking on the topic. Destiny reacted to it, and he acted like you were being insane like the whole time. I know that
was it
really
the H3 thing or Schumer stuff?
Yes,
shut down stuff?
I think it was the H3 thing, right?
Okay.
And the impression I got from that conversation was that you had a lot of arguments about H3 with people who are making really terrible arguments, right? And I think if you were to go back and review like that conversation, just briefly, this is my very strong impression of it, that you wanted to start that conversation with Hutch by clearly like flagging out that he did not believe all of the previous like dumb things that other people had said about H3 and conversations you had with other people. Am I making that up?
Yeah. So I had like at the start of that conversation been like, given a throat clear, like this is where I'm coming from, like inviting him into the process. Like the reason why I want to start here is because sometimes I have difficulty in understanding where people are coming from and like to understand like the full thing. So this is why I'm doing this and why I'd love to ask these questions. So yeah, but I don't know how that maps onto the kind of like cross-examination style or earned or unearned. It's all very opaque how that relates to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's earned or unearned there because Hutch didn't earn having to go through and, I guess disavow all the bad arguments you had previously heard on the H3 topic before he even raised any of those arguments.
Yeah, so I
think that's why
don't think
people
that
are having a negative reaction
wasn't holding him
to
to
that.
account for that. I just previous conversations and failures of conversations informed how I approached that conversation. Is there anything wrong with that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why?
Yeah, so like if we were to hop on, I was about to talk about beards, and I had spent like years of my life arguing with people about like who had really obnoxious beliefs about beards, right? And then you wanted to talk to me about beards, like, and we're talking for the first time, and I said, okay, but before we do that, here's all the list of all the stupid arguments I've heard about beards, and we're going to go through, and you have to make
I
sure
think
that
you're
you're not
exaggerating.
going to make any of those arguments. No,
I-
it's to illustrate the principle, but like you're bringing baggage of past conversations that the other person.
That's called
like,
experience. And so if I have an experience in like a given topic, so for example, I did this in conversation today about the VRA and conversation with the conflation with racial gerrymandering, where I'll say people will often have trouble when we're discussing this keeping the two concepts separate, and that's informing how I'm trying to make these like very sharp distinctions between the concept of compliance with the VRA and a racial gerrymandering and how they fit into the test. I don't think there's anything wrong with letting previous experience and conversations and where they've gone right, where they've gone wrong, inform the nature of a conversation, unless what you're doing is like bogging down the conversation in a way that's like, or saying that like Hutch needs to answer for stupid critiques or whatever, which I don't think is what I did.
Your question, well, the conversation, speaking like passive voice, did bog down, as a result of this strategy, right?
I don't think
And
it was
there's
on
something
me.
I think fundamentally self-defeating about the strategy of, I don't want to waste my time talking about these stupid points, and because I don't want to discover like 30 minutes down the line that actually you believe one of these stupid points. And so now, in order to not waste time talking about these things I don't want to talk about, we're going to talk about them all now at the front of the conversation. That to me seems like a fundamentally self-defeating.
It's self-defeating in what
engaging.
sense? What do you mean it's self-defeating? Whatever you're describing, it's self-defeating.
Because you're trying to avoid talking about stupid points, by bringing up the stupid points and talking about them.
No. What I'm trying to do is like spare us all time. If I'm saying something like, if I'm able to convince
how are you sparing time by doing that?
I'll tell you, right? So if I ask a question like this and saying, if I'm able to convince you that these lawsuits are being brought or that Ethan lied with respect to his reason for bringing that lawsuit, will that have a bearing on whether or not you agree with the lawsuit or not? I think that if he says, well, no, it wouldn't have any bearing on it whatsoever, I'm like, okay, then let's not talk about this, right? Like, let's not, I don't want to waste our time going down a line if I think that it's not going to be something that matters to you. I think that's respectful of our time.
No,
right?
I think it's like, so you're approaching Hutch basically then being like, listen, if this conversation is going to be worth my time, I'm going to make sure.
No, both of our
check
times.
first. No, well, for him, I mean, he's just condemned to talking about those like anyways, and like you could talk about all those things that would be a waste of time, and if he didn't like believe it, right? Then you would have wasted all that time, right? Because you never would have gotten there in the first place. So you wouldn't have saved time.
It's
right?
like when you talk to Trump supporters, right? Like if I were to show you that he actually did do an insurrection and that he actually is whatever, right? Like, do you think that he should be in office? And they're like, yeah, he should still be in office. At a certain point, I was like, oh, then why am I having this conversation with you about whether it's an insurrection or whether he did it if it's not really furthering any normative argument that's going to hold sway with you? Maybe we can have the argument just to have it, but it's for someone who's being constructive and doesn't want to if I'm interested in convincing someone else of a point, I think it's totally appropriate to be like, hey, if this is not something that appeals to you, why go down it? And maybe it's because you really want to argue about the underlying facts at issue. But I don't think that it's an indicator of like bad faith or whatever for me to try to suss that out and say, hey, is this something that appeals to you? Like, would it matter to you if he was lying about this, and would it change your perspective on it? And he's like, no, okay, well, like that's, I think, not what's wrong with that.
So I don't think it's bad faith, right? I think it's, so, put Hutch into that example you just gave.
Okay.
Right. So, then you're saying, Hutch, I need to make sure that you don't believe these 5 things before it's worth our time discussing this.
Yeah, no,
And Hutch has not even brought up anything like that so far, right? But you're just starting the conversation. Here's some stupid things I've encountered in the past. I need to make sure you don't believe these stupid things, or else it's a waste of time. So let's talk about how,
I mean,
let's have you reject all these stupid things.
The way you're framing it there is like I'm being an asshole or something, but that's clearly not the spirit that I meant it. And as I'm describing it here, it's not the spirit in which I'm just representing to you that it is, that I'm trying to be like, oh, you're stupid if you agree with this, and I'm just trying to be like, wait, if I'm able to show this, right? Would that change your mind? I don't think there's anything wrong with asking that. And again, it's not clear to me. Are you saying there's something wrong with it?
I'm saying that when.
Are you saying there's something wrong with it?
Yes.
Okay, what's wrong with it?
So what I first want to identify is you need to break up what you intend to be doing and how it appears, and they're not always going to be the same, right? You could be engaging with somebody in a way that is from your subjective experience, good faith. I've had a bunch of conversations in the past where I talked for a couple of hours, and then it turns out it was pointless to even talk to them because they never were going to be convinced in the first place, right? Which one assumes that the only point of talking to the person was convincing them, which is generally not the case, right? So. Man, I hate when I do those asides like that because it's.
I'm not understanding what the problem with it is. You're like, it's a problem to like give a throat clearer or to get common ground at the beginning based on your perceptions of previous failures in conversation, and it's a problem because
it wasn't a throat clear at the beginning of the conversation. It was the whole hours-long conversation. That's why everybody fucking like reacted negatively to that conversation. Is you guys were agonizing through a laundry list of shit that he better not believe if this conversation is even worth talking about in the first place.
I'm not saying that
brought up yet.
No. I'm not saying that the throat clearer in fact takes however long or whatever. I also just said throat clearer or getting common ground, so it's not just throat clearance. And I hope that makes sense. And I'm not just saying throat clear, but like it's a problem to attempt to get common ground and or to do a throat clearer based on previous experiences with conversations on a given topic, and that's wrong to attempt to do, regardless of how long it ultimately takes. It's wrong to attempt to do it because.
So I mean. It's not morally wrong. It's.
What else do you mean by wrong then? Sorry. What do you mean by wrong then? If not morally wrong.
So I didn't bring up wrong. You brought up wrong.
Okay, so it's not. You should not do it.
Interpreted as rude. People are going to have negative reactions.
Okay, it's rude because it's
or not.
So right? It's rude because why?
Because the person hasn't done anything or indicated anything to warrant the throat clear. And if you're going to have a conversation about the topic, the way any person I think would expect to go in the conversation is like, we're talking about A, you say what you think about A, right? You don't say, as a condition of saying what I'm going to think about A, I have to make sure you don't believe these list of stupid things about
that's
A.
Not, right? That's not how I approach that conversation. Don't try to be like, before I talk to you.
That's like explicitly how you said you did it.
I'm not putting conditions on having the conversation, being like, I'm unwilling to do this unless you first disavow X, Y, Z. It's not an ultimatum, and it's not putting conditions on the conversation.
It was to see if it was worth your time.
No. Out of respect for our times, I think it's worthwhile to get to common ground, to see like we both agree that if X, then Y. And I'm asking why that approach is, you said you're clarifying why you think it's quote unquote bad or whatever, it's undesirable, and it's undesirable, you said, because it's rude. I'm asking why it's rude, and it's rude because why?
So it's annoying and rude, right? It's annoying because one second. I'm sorry. I have been smoking this morning. Okay. So
you've been smoking?
Yeah. I have the day off today. So it's annoying because you don't actually. It's like you're trying to find a common ground. Here's what I was trying to say. By identifying all the ground that exists that you like would not have in common. Right? Like you're identifying common ground by saying, I want to make sure we don't have this thing not in common and this thing not in common and this thing not in common. That's asinine. right? Just say what your argument is. And if they, respond in a way that largely agrees with that, then you don't have to have wasted your time identifying all the ways they potentially could have disagreed and ensuring that they don't actually disagree with that way.
I'm not
right?
insisting on trying to get disagree. Like the point of what I'm doing here is not to insist on disagreement, right? Like the point of what I'm doing here is to just get common ground and to avoid pitfalls. Now, ultimately, in that conversation,
that's an asinine way to get the common ground, right?
What do you mean it's asinine?
I mean, if I was going to try to meet somebody physically at a location, I would start by telling them the location, not by making sure that we're not going to meet at every other location that's not that location, right?
Okay, the first thing I would want to understand is the notion of what it is we want to disagree about, right? Like, or what it is that we are even talking about, right? Like a foundational issue to understanding the scope of a conversation is understanding the nature of the conversation. And so clarifying what it is we're talking about, like, okay, you want to meet in a given location. I'll use your hypothetical. And that, in terms of meeting a different location, maybe we need to clarify, do we mean physically? Maybe we need to clarify, well, what time? Maybe we need to clarify, but for what purpose? Maybe we need to clarify, like, so in other words, all I'm trying to say here is that what I'm trying to do, and you can say that it comes across wrong or something, and then I want to like, I hope that it's not just circular, like it comes across wrong because people disagree with it or something. Maybe if that's all you're saying, then like, okay, I guess I'll grant that for specific groups of people, perhaps. But if there's something more annoying and asinine because it's like that you think that I'm insisting on getting disagreement, or you think that it's something that you shouldn't do if you want to have good communication is to understand the nature of the scope of a disagreement?
Because it's so clearly superior to find the scope of disagreement by giving your position and seeing where you disagree than identifying every single possible scope of disagreement and then checking off like a list of like that make sure that we don't disagree on those things, right? That's like saying let's meet at this place by describing every place we won't meet, right?
Yeah,
and you're starting the conversation with that before the person has signaled they even have any. You guys could have gotten, way further down the line before any of these disagreements would even have come up.
So,
right?
let me give you an example. That's not. I'm not trying to exhaustively run down every possible thing that we could ever disagree on. A lot of these are like open-ended questions.
All your past
no. I mean, that's informing why I'm starting the way I am, for sure. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But in general, I don't think it's wrong. Like if someone were to ask you, who is a better president, Trump term 2 or Biden? It'd be like, okay, when we say better here, do we just mean like who is our preference for it, or who has had a more like objectively better effect on like the economy, or who has had more success in terms of polling or election results? Like, I don't think it's wrong for us to get a sense of what we're saying, and maybe that is considered rude. I don't think it is, and I don't think that you made a good case that it is. But I don't see how it relates to what happened on Lib and Learn with Taylor. I think that has exactly nothing to do with what we're talking about with Taylor. It seems like a broader critique of how I approach things beyond the Taylor conversation. Because I didn't do any like pre-framing with Taylor.
Well,
I mean, I didn't lead that conversation.
I said before, I'm not talking specifically about the Taylor conversation.
So this is just like a general critique of.
I'm talking about, like what I'm talking about. What the last guy was talking about was, which to me was, why do people keep having negative responses to you, as if you are engaging in bad faith, when it is completely the opposite of your experience, because you feel as if you're engaging in good faith.
Right. And you're like,
right?
And the reason is because, so the first thing you said was like, it's the cross-examined style questions. That was the first account that you gave. And I'm like, well, I don't really think that makes sense, because look at all these other people who are celebrated for having cross-examination style. So it's not the style itself. And like, well, it's the fact that it's unearned.
I think
and then
my specific thing that I got into was the cross-examination style. Like cross-examination happens in a context of inequality between the people. And when you start cross-examining somebody, you are imposing upon that an unequal structure. It's like this might trigger. But you know how an Andrew Wilson will do this really infuriating fucking burden shifting type thing, right? Where all of a sudden, it's went from you were supposed to say what you think to he's supposed to say what he thinks, to all of a sudden you are saying what you think, and he's just poking holes in what you think and is finding up like some excuse to never actually say what he thinks. right? Like
yeah,
how,
like
and that's
I have a problem. No, but I can point to specific. No, I can point to specific things about Andrew's style that I think indicate why it's bad. And so what I'm going to point to are things that bear on his intent and his good faith, namely the fact that he is unwilling to give or is reluctant in giving positive arguments. Has said things like, I'm holding back arguments for different contexts. He dodges except on terms and propositions that he views that are clearly in his favor. He's a debate dodger overall, and he's inflexible to the scope of conversation. He says things that are incoherent. And so these are all things that I think indicate to a reasonable person, and to myself and maybe other people, that he is operating with an intention to try to sandbag conversations, to steamroll people, and basically to approach conversations to give himself an unjustified edge. But that's precisely what I reject that I do.
Okay, but like you're going back to, yes, he's a worse person than you if
that's
he
not what
tries
I'm saying.
to do that.
I'm not trying to do a comparative.
No, let me finish.
Thing.
Let me finish the sentence. It was a conditional sentence. If he tries to do that and you're not trying to do that, right? But that is a separate thing from. Would you expect, like, whether it like he was perfectly sincere or perfectly bad faith, you would expect people to be like annoyed and repulsed by that manner of engaging in conversation, right?
So to be honest and frank with you, I think that none of this the style points, except to the extent in which it's leading a reasonable person to think that they're being bad faith, that the style isn't what's causing people to be turned off. I think what's causing people to be turned off is their worldviews and whether they agree with that person or not. In other words, all of Andrew Wilson's supporters think he's like an amazing paragon, amazing debate person, and they love for him to get people on the ropes. Same thing with, if I were to do exactly what you're describing.
That's such a
Tim
free
Pool,
out from introspection, though.
No, I'm not trying to. It's not a free out. I am not. What you just said there is crazy. Like, we're doing an introspection in some ways. We're looking at ourselves internally. We're looking at our perceptions.
That people just like you if you agree with them and dislike you if you disagree with them. What was the point of introducing that to this conversation?
No. What I'm explaining is I'm providing my view about what's driving the reactions, and I am taking the view opposite to yours that it's not a style issue. That by and large, it's not a style issue. That what's informing the different reactions is an issue related to sides and teams. That's what I think is informing what's going on, because the same style will be reacted to in opposite ways depending on who it is that is deploying it. And the same people who take issue with the style when it's Andrew Wilson will enjoy it when it's Mehdi Hassan or when it's Adam Mockler, right? So to me, and Adam Mockler will do these kinds of things sometimes.
The sides thing is so weird to inject into a
it's
context
not weird.
of Live and Learn.
Wait, hang on a second.
Like what are the wild sides things, like as far as like wild ideological differences?
I'm not asserting that there are I'm not asserting that there are like actual differences and major differences in ideology. I would like challenge people to address and to specify big massive differences, or even like frankly slight differences in ideological outlook between me and say Josiah or Soypill, whatever. So I'm not saying that there in fact is a big team difference. It would
be about who people want to like and who they don't want to like, right?
The difference is in terms of like what you might call stance independent teams in terms of political ideology, and what you might say is like subjective interpretations of different sides. And just because there's not actually a difference in like ideological side between the members of Lib and Learn, which I don't think there is, doesn't mean that it is not a perceived one.
Interpretation of sides coming from
a perception of sides. I think it's largely driven by insane Pisco snarkers. That's my view.
Okay, I think it's driven by there being two people who having a disagreement that really probably ideologically wouldn't cause anybody to like hate one side or the other, right? But there's one side that you want to win and the one side that you want to lose, because one side and the way that they're engaging with things like repulses you more. Right?
Mm-hmm. So do you think that the side that what's dictating the sides, to the extent there are, is like someone's behavior, right?
I think if there's a relatively trivial ideological difference between two people having a conversation, and it's like a really common thing that just people are rooting for that one side of the conversation to like lose all the time, it's probably because that person was like being a dick, right? Whether they were trying to or not trying to.
Yeah,
right?
no,
But
I
they
disagree
were
with that.
some way transgressing like some rules of conversational fairness that is causing people to be repulsed. I think that is a plausible source of interpretation, right? And also that you know there's going to be people, yeah, who hate you for dumb fuck reasons. It doesn't mean that's you know you just say okay
Yeah,
the
no,
people
like
who hate me for dumb fuck reasons, right?
right.
Like even bringing
So
up people
now
who hate you for dumb fuck
so let's
reasons
apply it, right?
is like a non sequitur, right?
Let's apply the so there's two different competing theories on the ground. One is like there's some aspect about how you're relating to people in this situation that's causing people to be turned off, as opposed to what I think it is just like unrelated snarking and perceptions that don't relate to conduct that is occurring in front of them. So those are the two competing theories, and so for your theory, point to the conduct that happened on the panel that would suggest that would further your theory.
So
what did I say that was like that was wrong or outside of decorum or the rules of where we're going?
We just spent like 10 minutes talking about the style of conversation you have with Hutch about H3 and how that might repulse somebody for transgressing norms of what you would expect.
And the sides part of that conversation is totally explanatory. Why? Because the sides part of that conversation is because I take this view against H3's lawsuits, which aren't grounded in their legal. I think that Ethan has, and I've always maintained, a strong basis to claim infringement of the various different defendants. I've always said that. But because I take this view and it's viewed as against the team of Ethan and in favor of the team of the lefties, that explains everything, right? That explains why there's a negative
perception of the view. Like to me, if you just look at your like actual stances, right? It's more pro H3 than not, right? Saying his lawsuit is legally viable, right? And likely to be successful on the merits, but his initial filing was unprofessional, right? And it's wrong that he lied about it on stream.
Yeah.
Right? Is to me more team H3 than not. And the fact that you're perceived as team anti H3, right, is probably to me that's saying not related to
No. It's the exact opposite. But no,
not determined by it, rather. Right?
Yeah, you're pointing to like the objective things I'm saying, and you're drawing like a reasonable inference that yes, people could look at that and say it's actually quite sympathetic to the fact that it's a lawsuit that's likely to succeed.
Well,
the fact, right? But so what you're doing is applying, what I think is a rational frame of view. But the truth is, the response was negative, and the response was negative even though, right, this was before I had any debates, right? I reacted to it extemporaneously, the announcement video on stream, and there was a negative reaction then, and it wasn't because I was approaching a debate in some negative in some negative sense or whatever. So there was no like loading of how I was treating people in conversations. I was merely reacting to it on stream, and the negativity was already there because the truth is, anything other than fuck denims, fuck who are the other people? Casey Tron? Yeah. That is going to see any kind of negativity or criticism be like, oh, come on, Ethan, that's not what you mean. When I said that was seen as a transgression of the team, of the side. And that's why I think it explains everything.
I mean, so you know how Destiny is considered to be super pro-Israel, yet it's free to say Israel does terrible shit and like that he doesn't support and like like is wildly unjustified like in the things that they do, yet somehow perceived to be still pro-Israel, right? I think that largely the response there is to how is the overall like feeling on a thing being presented and weighted, right? And I think a trap that sometimes happens to you that's unintentional, not even like really like that bad of a thing, is you end up talking about the things that people are actually disagreeing with you on. And so I think maybe like part of the explanation there is that a lot of what you were having to say there was like, if you were listening to it in its totality of the tone of the words and the volume of the words that were being said, largely negative about, and all the arguments you're having with people, right, are negative about H3, like like by volume of time that of what I became aware of.
No,
like,
but
you were
it doesn't
having
make sense of the initial reaction.
like
Yeah,
conversations.
it doesn't make sense of the initial reaction because I don't have a track record of hating on H3. Now I can't prove this because I don't think I had any social media posts about the H3 lawsuit initially, but the first one against Bold Guy. But I was highly supportive of that defense and effort and him there. And I've been I don't know if I could prove this either, but I was personally, when I was having conversations with certain people who were aware of the conversation he had with Hassan, I thought Hassan didn't look great in some of these exchanges. I communicated that again privately, so I can't really point to it or whatever. But also, I didn't have a track record of being an Ethan hater prior to my reaction there, so I think it's left wanting.
But, here's a hypo, right?
Sure.
Imagine that instead of getting like one guide by somebody who's like, no, the filing was super professional, right? You got one guide by somebody who's saying that the H3 lawsuit was completely meritless, and then by volume of time, you were spending a huge amount of time arguing pro H3 things, right? Do you think you would have had throughout the entire rest of the experience like a completely opposite experience, or like the same experience? It's just everybody's teams are flipped, or what do you think would happen there?
I think that if I may not have understood your question, but to the extent that I understood it, I think if I had said, I really love Ethan, and this is really, and by the way, guys, he's definitely going to win. And you know what? These people, they deserve it. And just like really, really re-emphasize my like allegiance to Ethan.
No, that's not really.
I think I could have, wait, let me finish. I think I really could have, upped all of the props that I would give Ethan and just like loaded with praise, and then it would have taken the sting out of the criticism. Now, as it happens, I did praise him a little bit, but if I had just like obviously signaled my teamness, I think that in a way that was like so unambiguous, so clear that I have zero sympathy for them, I think that would have taken the sting out of it. So if that's your question, I'm sorry if I didn't understand it correctly.
No, I think it's just a sheer contingent fact of history that one of the first arguments you start having about this is people like arguing against your take that the filing was unprofessional. And it could have just been the case that you spend the first, parts of your coverage here this happening to have been arguing with people who are saying no, the lawsuit was meritless, right? And that it was just the fact that, and maybe it's
No, I did. No, but I did comment on the people who said the lawsuit was meritless in chat. I think Lycan posted something, and I was like, "This is no. There's no fair use here." I was responding to that stuff. So again, maybe you're not familiar with that video.
It
was a while ago. No, but that's in virtue of the people who are talking shit are the people. The most active people in my replies aren't people saying, well, this entire lawsuit is meritless. That isn't the bulk of it. So I'm responding to a set of critiques that are disproportionately about my negative comments on H3, because the ones that are asking or that would challenge, first of all, it is a legally strong case in my view. And so I think because the position is correct, you're going to have less people subscribing to it. It's not always a full determinator, but it's just less volume there.
You curate your responses though, right? I mean, you get stupid arguments from every direction, and you can choose what to respond to and what not to. And I'm not saying you should deliberately, avoid particular things, but I think also, if you were to look back, then by volume of time in terms of like on stream and by volume of words written on Twitter, you were arguing on really what were largely minutia details, but nonetheless against H3.
Yeah, because people took issue with them and were calling my character into question. Right? No, but yeah, because that's what people were raising. It doesn't. So the explanation for why there was this deluge, you're saying it's minor, it's trivial, it's minor. It wasn't the big part. Well, explain that. How do you make sense of the overwhelming negativity that came as a result of what you're construing as like a very minor nitpick? Right? The fact that it's a very minor nitpick, and notwithstanding that, or on your own view, there was a deluge, and you can disagree with this, but there was a deluge of attacks on my character, saying that I'm obviously doing this to get into be ingratiated in particular communities, that I'm obviously doing this because I just want money. All of that response to what you're saying is a trivial nitpick that doesn't even matter to the whole grand scheme of things. You surely have to have an explanation for that. And the explanation is because any perceived criticism of a side is going to be viewed as an attack or an indicator, right? Oftentimes I think it's a self-report that you're not aligned with this group, and not being aligned is what the faux pas is. Or being aligned with the opposite group, being aligned with Denims is the faux pas. Being aligned with Hassan is the faux pas. And obviously that's why I would be doing it. That's why the response was what it was.
I think we're making a good point and getting bad points, and wanted to have, enjoy having arguments in which you're making good points and the other people are making bad points. But just like you would look at somebody who says, I'm super liberal leftist type, and I agree with Democrats most, but then spends 99% of their, content generation volume criticizing, nitpicking things about Democrats. And then when you talk to them and they say, well, no, of course I agree with Democrats more than Republicans, you would still say that it's valid for the people to be responding negatively to that person, as if
right, but that just doesn't describe my content style in terms of vis-a-vis leftists. And with Ethan, that's only as a result of people raising the issue to me. So yeah, you can say that people who take sort of editorial decisions to concentrate on one thing, you can say all you want. Well, I love Democrats. If you spend 90% of your time doing Dem bashing, I totally accept the point that people are right to call into question, your choice there. And I think you're going to have to raise some kind of good argument that the selection is to the, inures to the benefit of the Democrats. But in the context that we're talking about, it isn't a big percentage of my time overall to snark on Ethan. And since then, I don't talk about it that much. But even at the time, there was already a deluge of responses even prior to my spending a lot of time on it. There was a massive amount of negative criticism that came even before there was a concentration of time spent on it. In fact, my time spent on it was a reaction to the deluge of criticism. And so again, I don't think it has any exploratory weight, what you're suggesting.
I don't know. I think it's easier. It's easy to get negative criticism at first, right? And then, kind of keep continuously categorizing all new negative criticism, in that same vein, right? But if, you said yourself, you were getting both the HC lawsuit is meritless type arguments, right? Which you said you responded to in chat or in private, right? And H3 lawsuit, is super based and there's nothing wrong with it type arguments, right? And it's you don't choose the arguments that you get, but you obviously, as the content creator and streamer, can curate which of those responses that you choose to talk about, by volume, right? And if somebody is looking at that and saying, well, geez, this guy, says when you ask him about it on the merits, will say, yeah, the HCHC lawsuit is meritless, but just all of his talking about not, all your content, but all of your H3 content, it was I don't know. You could put the percentage on it, but
I think we're
critical of
circles,
H3, right?
So we're going in circles. And, I'm trying to suggest to you that the negativity predates the amount of time I spend on it. That the amount of what I'm just construing as the deluge.
Some negativity does.
That the overwhelming negativity and the criticisms of my character predate the proportionality of stuff, where it all happened after my initial reaction. That is when someone I think Ethan goes and says, oh, he's like Mike from PA, and who is this fucking loser, Pisco, whatever. It didn't happen after I'm spending day and day and day. We spent a lot of days doing it because I was open into the critique and I wanted to hear people's takes on it. And so that's why I was doing it. But the negativity predates that decision to concentrate, a disproportionate amount of time on my H3 coverage on the kind of should they have been brought or as Ethan lying arguments. So again, I don't think that what you're suggesting, we're looping at this point. I want to give you a final opportunity to make your case here. I don't really understand the criticism, or I don't think it's strong with respect to the conversation that happened with Taylor. I think a lot of what we're talking about has nothing to do with that. But I'll let you.
Taylor.
Sure. I guess it's like a broader look at my style or something, or a broader look at what I tend to do. But yeah, I'll give you the final word here.
Yeah, I think you genuinely are engaging in good faith, and good faith is a subjective experience, right? And that obviously it's going to be super insulting if people doubt it, especially when you know you're feeling it, right? But feeling good faith, when you're engaging in a very atypical and subject to taking a position of like demand or inequality of the conversation before it's earned, a la, and this is why I brought it up in the first place, is when you are cross-examining somebody, that is not a conversation. That is an attorney who has a witness in front of them.
Wait, what do you mean when you say it's not a conversation? Like, what are you talking about?
Well,
those kinds of questions can't be parts of conversations. I don't understand.
They can be parts of a conversation. No, I'm talking about like the act of cross-examination itself is not conversation.
What do you mean by that? I understand a conversation to be like a mutual dialogue. In what sense is that not a conversation? Maybe you mean something else. Maybe you just mean it's not polite.
So if you're cross-examining a witness on the stand and you ask them a question and they refuse to respond to you, it's going to be different than if they ask you.
I'm asking what you mean by something. Do you understand that's a semantic question? I'm asking, what do you mean when those things aren't conversations? Do you just mean it's not polite, or it's not going to be received well? Like, what do you mean when you say it's not a conversation?
I mean, in a court of law, if you are cross-examining the witness, you are not having a conversation with the witness, right?
So I'm asking what you mean by that. So the form of your answer should be, what I mean when I say it's not a conversation is, that's how you should answer the question about what you mean by a term and what you mean by a phrase.
It's an interrogation.
Or so when you say interrogation, it's an interrogation, therefore it's not a conversation. What do you mean by that? Like, I'm asking, what is the fact? Like, an interrogation is a kind of conversation. Do you mean that it's not an amicable conversation? What do you mean?
So to me, conversation is like two people exchanging ideas, right?
Okay.
And right. And
an interrogation is that, right?
No.
Oh, no. So when you say idea here,
so one person like making demands of the other person and not giving things back by its very nature. When you're getting interrogated by the cops, it's not like, okay, I gave you my answer, now cops, you give me the answer like to my question.
No, there will be exchange of ideas for sure. Even the choice of questions is communicating something. I'm just asking again. I'm taking a broader view of communication of idea. I just want you to really ground out. Are you just saying that an interrogation or these kinds of questions aren't like polite and aren't normal in like a kind of regular style conversation? Is that what you mean?
I mean that cross-examining somebody is distinct from a conversation between people at equal positions to each other, having equal respect to each other.
Okay. I mean, I don't think that it's necessarily contradictory to that, because I think that there are times when you have very fruitful conversations and debates where both sides are asking questions of each other and demanding clarity. That happens a lot of the time in conversations that I think are valuable.
Okay, but that's not cross-examination, right?
Okay, but a conversation, questions can be asked of me and questions are asked back, and there's mutuality there. There's no. Okay, so what you're saying is not mutuality. The mutuality exists in the context of these kinds of debates because the other side can ask questions of me, and so it's unlike the style of a cross-examination when there is no mutuality.
If they can, but they're not, and there's also no reason for you to go to that inherently and validly interpreted by people as unequal manner of communication with somebody, right? Then you just come across as a dick, right?
Okay. So when it's unequal, but here it's equal, right? Because Hutch can ask questions of me, right? There's mutuality here, right?
No, it's not about what it's more than what people can do. It's what they are doing.
Wait, so do you agree that Hutch asked me direct questions?
Yes.
In the conversation? So there was mutuality. It's not just that he could do it. He did do it, correct? Did he do it? Yes or no?
I'm sure he has.
So he did do it, right?
No, he didn't cross-examine you.
Wait, no. He did ask me the same style of question that I asked him. He asked me. Fair?
Right, and that's not a cross-examination.
But wait a second. So when he asks me a direct question, which is essentially, do you agree with me? Yes or no? Do you agree that the framing is off? Yes. And like those are the asking direct questions that are either it's a forced binary, whether or not he says the word yes or no, unless you're really saying it's the yes or no. That's what makes it different.
No.
That's what's the power imbalance. Okay. So you're not saying that. I'm glad about that. It was the same manner. He asked me direct questions and forced me to respond.
Yeah, that is a conversation, and that is okay.
So there's mutuality. So there's mutuality there, right?
So so if we do this thing where
Oh my God.
it's very
Is there
clearly
mutuality
that
or not?
I'm talking about the form of the question and also the context, and I've made it clear the whole conversation.
So
and
what
if
about the
you
form
go
is-
mildly to the form, and you say, well, if the form in this other context should be fine, so it's just the form.
But
right?
no, in the
I'm like,
very
no,
same
form plus
conversation, in the
context.
same conversation, there's no different context. The same conversation.
Cross-examining each other is like raping each other. You can't do it. It's like just consent.
Holy.
Okay? That's not what I'm talking about. If you were having a conversation and you were reciprocally,
We
like,
both ask questions of each other in that conversation.
that is
Maybe you should
okay,
smoke less
right?
pot and you remember that.
If
That's my health advice to you.
What's not reciprocal, right? Was that I didn't like say anything like that to you in the course of this entire conversation.
No, I'm just
right?
giving you health advice.
Okay, well that is good health advice, and I understood it beforehand.
Yeah.
So cross-examination, as you clearly understand it, right? And especially like when we're talking specifically about a courtroom context, is an exchange of words, yes, but between people who are fundamentally unequal in their expectations of an answer to the question and the types of questions that they can ask, or if they can even ask a question at all. Okay, and what then that inequality to people is repulsive and only really okay in the context of cross-examination, and like not super repulsive, even though it still is if you're being the one cross-examined, is that we're in court and there's the context of, well, we need the attorney to be able to ask questions. Okay, but when you introduce that that into a conversation before the other person has created a context that makes it earned, that creates a demand for that type of interaction, right? You are going to repulse people, whether you have a subjective experience of engaging in good faith or not, right? And similarly, when you put at the front end of a conversation a whole bunch of past conversations baggage, right? Before the other person is just when you have a disagreement, just say your view, and the other person says their view, and then if there's disagreement, dig into the disagreement. Don't look for all the places you possibly could disagree, and make sure you don't before you can take a step forward. That's why your conversations, like routinely, like don't go anywhere, right? Because I think relatively routinely, like all the conversations you open up with like that don't go anywhere. Is I think a fair summation of those types of conversations that you've had. I like what
a fair summation based on one example of the conversation on H3 where I said, hey, I know that like oftentimes I don't have a good view of like what people mean when they're talking about whether they agree with the lawsuit or not, and these are the different ways in which I can understand it. Like that happened once, and you're like, what?
Routinely have disparate interpretations of how a conversation just went.
Yes, that is true.
Right, which means how you are intending to be received is different from how you are being received.
Sometimes, but that's not necessitated by what you just said. Okay. The fact that we have different interpretations of conversation doesn't mean that I'm being interpreted in a way that's different that I want to be. I am sometimes separately interpreted differently than I want to be, but that's not related necessarily to me and Hutch having disagreements.
A subjective experience throughout a conversation of you're engaging in good faith, and not just the other, not just Hutch asking at the end of the conversation, even though you feel like you're engaging in good faith the whole time, are we actually friends? But a whole bunch of other like independent third parties seeing
this is how
seeing that
I don't know
it's how you're behaving. It's not just deterministically times
it doesn't disagreements like this, and Josiah and I go at it like that. We go hard. Back when we had the debates, Destiny and I would go at it super, super hard. I also, when I had disagreements with left-wing people, including Aaron and Ogre, super, super hard hitting. And you know what? If people are feeling that there's some like other like personal vendetta or something in it, that's just not operating on my level. And to the extent that it is, right, I've made efforts to address that with this new rule that I put into my Discord and my chat, which is to consider with respect and good faith members of Lib and Learn other than myself and guests of Lib and Learn. That was also a reason why we were moderating when we have guests on, including when Taylor is on. And so I am sensitive, and if I get the sense that like one of my co-hosts feels bad about an interaction, I'm happy and am immediate to jump on and to make corrections. What I don't think is appropriate is for people to like psychoanalyze and frankly, I think demean and condescend to Hutch whenever like we have a heated disagreement. This is just the nature of the beast. And I think it's some of this, even though it's all genuine disagreement, I don't like raise a disagreement that I don't actually believe, unless it's like I have a smile on my face and it's obvious I'm fucking trolling or whatever. But in general, all of these disagreements are genuine disagreements. That said, I think it's good for content. We've had two really like big, I think, guests with Tim Miller and Taylor, and I think that we're on a roll and people are reacting to it. And so I think people are too quick to like psychoanalyze it and make it like a personal thing. I think it's good content, actual genuine disagreements, and you should like not get too butthurt about it.
No, I'm not butthurt. It's good. It's good, good content, but it's good content in which you are kind of like acting as the role of the villain in the drama unintentionally, and you are not liking that people
to
are
you perhaps. To you perhaps.
Like well, to people who are responding to you negatively, is not based on the ideological disagreements.
Yeah, I mean, I could try endlessly to try to mitigate that, but I think that there's a certain amount of it. You know, I try to calibrate to be a little bit
including
more,
Hutch, by the way.
Sure. I mean, Hutch can think that I'm acting as a heel. I don't think that he thinks that I'm disingenuous about it. If he does, I mean, that's. We might talk soon because he messaged me and I'm like, yeah. I don't think
you have to open up that you can be validly perceived as acting in bad faith.
When you say validly, what do you mean?
That you just the possibility of not.
Okay, I accept that there's a possibility. Yes, I accept that. Yes, I accept the possibility. Yes, I accept the possibility. Yes,
the plausibility.
Yeah,
and the lack of blameworthiness of the other person to perceive something you're doing.
Oh, the lack of blame. No, I'm not gonna. It depends on the given. It depends on the given instance. I'm not gonna say as a blanket that all of these are valid. By which you mean the lack of blameworthiness of the person interpreting it or the lack of reasonability there. It's going to be a case-by-case thing. I'm not going to say.
You could walk up to somebody's house and thinking that you're being polite, wipe your feet on their doormat before
I agree. You can do that. Yes, that can
before
happen.
You take your shoes off.
I agree that can happen.
And they could be like, "Oh man, that was
yeah, I agree. That can definitely happen.
And,
I can totally agree that can happen. Yep, I agree.
Okay.
All right.
This possibility obsession thing where you derail,
then you
when you know exactly what somebody's saying, but you say, "Oh, you mean logically possible?"
No. So what you're doing there, what you're doing is sneaky, right? Because like, yes, I accept the possibility. If you say I accept that it's normatively correct or normatively understandable, by which we mean like it's reasonable, I'm going to say it depends on any given instance, and I think a lot of the interpretations are unreasonable, and so I'm not going to let you just like shoehorn that in by saying using the modality of possibility when you're trying to say reasonability. And I'm going to call you on that every time. And if that pisses you off, just be more direct with your words.
Is a subjective experience of acting in good faith 100% sufficient to be
it's not.
In good faith?
Wait. Is acting in good faith sufficient to be acting in good faith is what I just heard from that. I'm sure that's not what you mean.
No, is your subjective experience of feeling like you're acting in good faith sufficient to guarantee that you are acting in good faith?
No, it's not sufficient.
Okay, then there's something else other than your feeling of acting in good faith. And so when somebody says it feels like you're not acting in good faith, then you just saying, well, no, I am acting in good faith. And you're like, I don't know why you would.
How else would I contest it? How you act like it's ridiculous to be like, I feel you're acting in good faith, bad faith, and be like, well, no, I'm not because X, Y, Z. How else would I refute the claim?
So by pointing to the thing that you just admitted was not inclusive of it, right? If it's not like,
but I'm not just citing my subjective belief that I'm in good faith. Wait, no, but that's not what I do. Is just say, well, I believe I'm in good faith. Why you ask me that question then?
If you're the stuff you're saying,
because you're acting as though I do that. You're acting as though, well, when someone says they feel like you're being in bad faith, all you respond with, well, I'm not, or I don't feel that I am. What I respond to is, I'm not being in bad faith. This is how I'm not being in bad faith because A, B, C, D. This is why it's not bad faith. And you're like, well, you shouldn't. It seems like you're suggesting that that's like not okay, or that when I'm confronted with accusations of bad faith, I only respond with like some sort of conclusory statement about my subjective state of mind. When it's obvious, I don't do that. I point to the nature of the conversation and what's happening within it to point at my good faith, not just my subjective state of mind, counter to what you're implying.
All right, I think you'll have more success with that with like a plausible like account of like how the way you're engaging in conversations is like actually like reasonable and not asinine and not like we're going to try to find common ground by trying to identify all the ways we could
if there's an argument that the way if there's an argument in terms of how my conduct is or is not reasonably perceived as good faith or bad faith, you certainly haven't deployed it in the course of this.
So it's either me or your mic just messed up. It might be my headphones, but you should check your volume. You just got a little bit fuzzy.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing now.
I heard testing 1 2 3 just then.
Okay.
So you're back.
So what I was saying, I just want to be clear about what I said. No, because you might never heard it. What I said was, if there's a good argument that my sort of stances regarding my good faith or bad faith are unreasonable or reasonable, if there is such an argument, you have not deployed it in the course of this conversation.
Sure, whatever.
You
could just
any final words? So we got to move on at some point.
Yeah, my final words is you've been incredibly generous with your time, and I've enjoyed the conversation. And I was being good faith about the beard thing, and you really should look into it.
And you really should stop smoking as much pot.
I should stop. I should stop smoking pot.
Yeah.
And you should look into a chin strap.
And you should. I think that you really need to get off the pot. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Okay. So I messaged Hutch. I don't know. See one time. Yo. Whenever you want. So we might do that for a second. And sorry. Okay, but I do want to get while we wait for that, I want to finish this conversation. So I do want to finish this conversation, but I have a promise at the start of the title, which is to show the Matt Taibbi cringe. And so I want to do that real quick. It won't take too long. So this is Matt Taibbi actually sued this guy Higgins, who wrote this book called Owned. Have you guys heard of this? And this book kind of goes into people like Matt Taibbi's of the world and others of those kind of like journalists who went from being more lefty coded darlings to being more righty coded people. And the champion of free speech, Matt Taibbi, in the SDNY, the Sovereign District of New York, sued them for defamation. And I thought it was a great example to show how some of these defamation principles apply here, applying New York state law, and how ridiculous the cause of action even was. But also note the court's analysis that we're going to go into will talk about titles and how that's sort of interpreted differently than things within the book for purposes of opinion, and why that relates, right? Why that relates to the Ethan Klein lawsuit that I talked about is one of the causes of action, or one of the claims regarding defamation in that case relates to the thumbnail and title. And I have been making this argument that, well, hang on, in terms of opinion or fact, people are much more likely to consider a title or a thumbnail to be a statement of opinion rather than fact. And here we have another example, I think, proving that, at least as a tendency of courts, to consider titles, etc., differently. But the broader point about the free speech thing is Taibbi is a total hypocrite. This is schlock. If the standard for defamation were as low as what Taibbi's implying, then any number, I think, of Democratic candidates perhaps could levy claims of defamation towards Taibbi's quote-unquote opinions or his suggestions regarding the impropriety of what Democrats are doing. So I think it's fair to say that Matt Taibbi is not interested in free speech, 100%. That's evident both in his defense of the Comey indictments, or at least one of them, and his lack of what I would say a consistent standard of outrage vis-a-vis worse infringements of free speech when it comes to Trump versus like not even infringements of free speech when it comes to the disinformation board, total nothing burger, or the Twitter files, even arguably even bigger of a nothing burger. And so I thought it was useful to just go through and notice some things. We're not going to read the full thing, but notice first off, 12B6 motion, right? We're in federal court, a little motion dismiss. And the standard here is Twombly and Iqbal, Twickball, all my Civ Pro Gods, we know the standard here, Twickball, and it's a granted motion. So this has been dismissed at the motion dismiss stage at 12b6. Okay, so the claims, right, of defamation, I think they're numbered here. The fact that it says owned on the title and then the cover, right, that it says bought. Here's another quote of an alleged defamatory statement. Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi's decades-long journey from the world of alternative journalism and into the snug patronage of billionaires is a story with profound and troubling implications for the future of journalism and unfettered thinking. Not even a statement of Higgins, right? This is a statement from another author, a reviewer, who, like, you know how you put like quotes and reviews on books and stuff? So this quote wasn't even from Higgins himself. He just put it on his book from a reviewer, right? So query whether or not you're citing a review on your book cover. Does a reasonable person looking at that think that that is the opinion of a reviewer whose whole job is to give professional opinions? And is this claim even like concrete enough to constitute a statement of fact for legal purposes? All right. Quote, in recent years, right-wing billionaires like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, and David Sachs have turned to media as their next investment and source of influence. Their cronies are Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi. Owned follows the money, names, and offers a chilling portrait of a future social media and news landscape. Like very general statements that are like non-specific when it comes to allegations of underlying fact. It is a biting expose of journalistic greed. I think this is another quote from one of these. At least one of these is a quote from a reviewer. Throughout his complaint, plaintiffs also highlight several words and phrases within the book that he claims are either independently defamatory or support a defamatory inference. So understand as well that opinions, pure, what we might call pure. Whenever I think of pure, I think of like Frank Reynolds. Pure. We have to be pure. Oh, he's ready? Okay. Let me just, can you tell him? Wait a second. Oh, he's gone. My brother, can I have 5 minutes? I'm just finishing something real quick.
Yeah, just deafen yourself and then undeafen when you're good to go.
Word, yeah. Okay, cool. Deafened. Where was I? What am I doing? So, in the matter of pure opinion, those by definition cannot be false. Because pure opinion cannot be false as far as the law is concerned, it cannot be defamatory, right? And that's the syllogism that I provided to you. But some statements of opinion can nonetheless have a defamatory implication. And so it is false to say that all opinion is protected, because opinion can have a defamatory implication. And so that's the kind of the nexus there. Taibbi's Twitter files reporting is a perfect example. He spent decades building up credibility and credentials only to, in one high-profile moment, cash in to launder a CEO's cherry-picked corporate opposition file on his opponents. And understand that this could mean, right, a number of things. It could mean that you're cashing in the sense of you're appealing to this community. Think of how people are often accusing others of audience capture, right? He's cashing in on the hatred of this community by just appealing to the crowd, by failing to uphold principle and focusing on money and grifting before X or Y. It's not necessarily the case that cashing in means like getting a specific payment from one of these people, right? You understand that? Then the next statement, his Twitter account blew up. His Substack, already incredibly successful, gained thousands of subs. The reporting generated a financial windfall for the writer, even if its findings were dismissed by more sober commentators, which is just, in my opinion, true. His Substack has exploded after the Twitter files report, and he promised to continue exposing censorship of the social media site. Taibbi fully dispensed with any pretense of challenging power. Like, think about that, right? It's accusations basically of, well, you're financially motivated to continue this grift. That's actionable as defamation. Think about how often that kind of claim is levied in society. Now, just saying it's levied often doesn't mean that it's not necessarily like defamatory, but it's just like some insight into how people understand the claims. And how people understand the claims is it's a statement of an opinion about like what they're motivated by and what they think is likely. I don't think it's a necessary statement where most people hearing that would think they're actually getting paid by the source of the grifting in some kind of transactional sense. It's more like a payment, a specific payment from like a patron or something. Anyway, they moved to, this is Twickball, right? We have Ashcroft versus Iqbal Twombly. Don't tell me I don't give you guys something. If you ever want to know the standard here, it is actually a plausibility standard. But but this further elaborates on it. All factual allegations in the complaint is true, and all reasonable inferences in plaintiff's favor. A claim has facial plausibility when the plaintiff pleads factual content that allows the court to draw the reasonable inferences the defendant is liable. Claims merely consistent with liability are insufficient, and allegations must be enough, right, to raise a right to relief above the speculative level. So it's a low standard here, but it's a plausibility standard. We know defamation law. It's same set of elements, similar sets of elements, I would say, to the other elements that we've examined, including California defamation law and Texas defamation law. But just a notable thing here about the opinion, right? So facts are capable of being proven false. A pure opinion, which is either accompanied by recitation of facts or does not imply that it is based on undisclosed facts, is protected, okay? And rhetorical hyperbole is a form of pure opinion, as is imaginative expression. And so here we have the court going through some of the claims. None of the statements that plaintiffs identify in the book's cover and jacket standing alone are actionable. Statements 1 and 2, the words owned and bought on the book's front cover, are susceptible to both literal and metaphorical meanings, depending on the surrounding context. Plaintiff acknowledges, however, the contents of the book cannot support a literal reading. So he's like, hang on a second, the title doesn't support the literal reading, so says the plaintiff, and therefore they know it's false or whatever, saying that the book contains no evidence of any financial transaction, payment, contract, or quid pro quo. In this context, owned and bought naturally read as attention-grabbing rhetoric used to signify Higgins' opinion and the book's conclusions. Aside from the scattered words and phrases discussed below, plaintiffs not dispute the accuracy of the vast majority of the factual content that inform the views or point to language suggesting the opinions are based on fact other than those disclosed in the book. Plaintiff may not like Higgins' subjective conclusions or agree with their accuracy, but that does not make them actionable defamation. Statement 3, that plaintiff was in the snug patronage of billionaires, is also non-actionable opinion. Just like owned and bought, the language snug patronage does not have a readily understood precise meaning. So there's no way for a reader to determine whether the statement is true or false. The statement also appears as a reviewer comment on the back cover under the heading Praise for Owned. From this context, a reader would likely intuit the statement as an opinion of the reviewer, supported by the facts disclosed in the book, and not a statement of fact about plaintiff. Statement 4 is a passage from the book's left flap that states that plaintiff is one of the right-wing technology billionaire cronies. Courts in this district have previously held that calling someone a crony without more is non-actionable rhetorical hyperbole. Citing cases saying that individuals were cronies, non-actionable opinion, the use of the term shyster, con man, or easy mark, or rhetorical hyperbole, imaginative expression. The same is true here. The assertion that plaintiff is a billionaire's crony is the sort of excessive, unverifiable language that signals to a reasonable reader they are reading the speaker's opinion and not a statement of fact. Statement 5 also appears on the left flap and states that the book Follow the Money, Names and Names is a Biden expose of journalists agreed. Plaintiff alleges that Follow the Money and Name Names represents the readers the author has traced actual financial relationships. In New York, a plaintiff cannot sustain libel if the defamatory statement is not of and concerning plaintiff, but speaks only about a group of which the plaintiff is a member. Statement 5 does not indicate that it is of and concerning plaintiff. It describes Higgins' investigative process for all the book's subjects, not only plaintiff. A reasonable reader would therefore not interpret Follow the Money and Name Names as a false statement of fact about plaintiff. Statement 6 states that the book is an expose of journalistic greed, which plaintiff alleges asserts professional dishonesty and unethical conduct, but whether someone is motivated out of greed or ambition is a subjective determination that is not capable of being proven true or false. Further, the context surrounding the statement, including its placement on the left flap of the book's cover, clearly implies that the facts on which the opinion is based can be found within the book. Plaintiffs, this is, by the way, what I'm saying with regard to the Ethan Klein lawsuit against Noah Samson. You understand me? That not just that the statements are unactionable opinion, I think, on their face, but also that a reasonable person seeing them as title and thumbnail elements would know that, to look further into the actual video to get more shit. Plaintiff acknowledges that these statements might be protected opinion standing alone, but viewed together, the statements on the book's cover and jacket become implied factual assertions that I was actually paid. Plaintiff is correct that otherwise non-actionable statements may create a false suggestion, impression, and implication that can serve as a basis of a defamation claim. But plaintiffs alleging defamation by implication must make a rigorous showing. Even assuming the plaintiff has affirmatively alleged a defamation by implication claim, despite not labeling his cause of action as such, plaintiff has failed to allege facts showing that the defendants intended or endorsed the defamatory inference. As stated above, plaintiff admits the book contains no evidence of that. Instead of endorsing the alleged defamatory implication, the book argues the plaintiff's central reason was to gain access. Plaintiff also claims that Higgins admitted contemporaneously that readers expecting proof of who was bought would be disappointed. In short, the book's contents and Higgins' contemporaneous statements distance the book from the defamatory implication alleged. Without additional facts about his intent, the defamation by implication claim fails. We're going to go on to the Hutch conversation, but I just wanted to to give you a note that this is the kind of analysis and what I think is demanded by a rigorous understanding of the First Amendment and the fact versus opinion distinction. And this is what I would expect to be applied in the context of Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Noah Samsen, which I think is a affront to the First Amendment. But the final thing I'll add before we go to Hutch is that Taibbi's a hack. I mean, he initiated this lawsuit, and it's all based on like these nothing statements that are not really specific as to him being paid. They allege things as to like the fucking cover and the side of the book, and it's not anything I think that that should merit consideration by a true respecter of the First Amendment, which Taibbi often claims to be, which I think is evident that he's not in this lawsuit and in his opinions about the Comey shit. Anyway, let's get to Hutch. My brother Hutch. Are you there?
Hey, yes, I can hear you. Yes.
How we doing? Dude.
Hey.
What a fucking what a fucking legendary run we're on. What with Tim Miller and then Taylor Lorenz. I think those were definitely I like the Tim Miller show a lot. I wish IRI was there. But same. I think that they're both like attention.
First, before we do that, hold on. Should we turn our webcams on in Discord and then
One sec.
Okay, perfect. Hold on. Let me. There it is. Okay.
Let me just put you up here, and we'll do this. No overlay.
Did you reach out to Sam? Do you have a line to Sam?
Sam? Oh, Sam Cedar. I have Majority Report follows me on Twitter, so maybe I can message that account. And I think I have a line to the producer. That would be sick. I would love to talk to Sam Cedar.
Matt Leck?
Yeah, I don't know if he follows me, but I think he knows who I am. Because I saw the do you see you did see this. They reacted to our conversation with Miller.
Yeah. Well, they mostly reacted to Tim, but I think they went in with a set of expectations about us that were not well founded.
What did they say? They were like Hutch is bought into something or something.
Oh no! They called me an anti-Hassan streamer, which is like okay, fair.
That's true.
They were. Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say I'm not primarily an anti-Hassan streamer.
I would agree with that. Yes.
It's an accurate descriptor. But they teed up what Tim said. And Sam was like, and Tim said something that I don't think they were really hoping he would say, but I think all of us agreed with everything Tim said. Yeah.
I didn't like that one. Like, I definitely agree with what Tim said. I don't think that you disagree with what Tim said. And I don't think that you even disagree with what like people like Ezra Klein have said. I don't think that your position is cancel Hassan. What's this group that said, that was like, is it third way? Yeah. I don't think that you're fully bought in on that either. And so I'm not sure that you were like devastated by what Tim Miller had to say. I don't think that that's accurate.
No, you know me, I'm a very, I would say I'm a pragmatist above like everything.
Yeah.
And so from a pragmatic perspective, the way that the third way was going about trying to attack Hassan, I think was counter to their goals. I think when they attack him over anti-Semitism stuff, and especially when they do, like a lot of those clips, I think for Hassan are just very damning. But I do think there's like a fair amount of them that are very clearly missing context that very fundamentally changes the things that he's saying. And so when you use out of context clips, and when you attack him for being an anti-Semite, and when you sort of bastardize his arguments about, like when you make his anti-Israel arguments about anti-Semitism, I think you're just helping him. And so, as someone who wants Hassan to have less influence, and someone who wants like more people to become aware of what he's really about, then I think that was a really bad way of going about it. So everything Tim said, I agreed with.
It's kind of like a weird catch-22 for a lot of the people who are anti-Hassan and who want like something to be done, which I'm always like questioning what is the thing to be done. But one thing that I think that you're correct about is that, like, for example, this effort to use Congress to pass a resolution to like officially censure or go after Hassan. I think that you would probably, I don't know this to be your opinion, but I think that you would probably be against it for the simple fact that it would be like the thing that you could Hassan would most want, right? Like that would give him like a influence and credibility more than he could ever muster by himself. So yeah, sorry, respond to that.
Well, the Congress have no credibility right now with the voters. And
Right,
if they're making that case against him, I think it's likely to make him more popular. Like, especially coming from Congress, doing that kind of a thing is, very likely to backfire.
Which is why I like often wonder, like, what's the so what to a lot of these discussions? I mean, I spent all this time just trying to get clarity on the prescription in these different venues, whether it's Taylor Lorenz or whether it's Hassan Piker or whether it's any of these other, cavalcade or cast of villains. What is it that should be being done that's not being done? And that always, to me, so for example, like someone said in the chat, why even talk to Taylor? She's just like inherently dishonest. And so why even have her on? I'm like, well, first of all, even people who are being incredibly evasive, which I thought that she was being very evasive of a lot of your questions. Listen, I agree with a lot of what you have to say about Chorus. Can have useful things to say in other contexts, or the exposure of some evasiveness or some underlying lack of sense can be valuable to an audience, or the conversation can be fun. So like, I don't understand the prescription sometimes to like not engage. I don't hear you to be doing that. But yeah, you can react to that.
Well, we can talk about Taylor in a minute, but
yeah, sure.
When you say when it, specifically about the Hassan thing, when you say what is to be done, I think it's important to establish what is the problem that we're even talking about.
Yeah, I agree.
So like that is obviously you need to establish that before you even touch what is to be done. And so from my perspective, the problem is, as I see it, is that Hassan, to his credit, and I am genuinely giving him credit for this, has done a like really phenomenal job of raising his profile with the public in the last, especially year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has a team helping him or if he's doing that all on his own.
He's bigger than he's ever been, and he's more relevant than he's ever been.
He's been very him and his team have been very savvy about like getting his name out there. And so just neutrally, from a neutral perspective, he's just been really impressive at doing that. The issue that I have, or the problem that I identify, is that I don't think that Hassan is being truthful about like what his larger project is. And so that to me is the problem. Like, it's not so much that he's gaining more influence, it's that I think he is being deceptive about it. And so then when I look at that problem, the solution for me is that to educate more people about what he is really about, and then empower them to come
to their own conclusions, to take that into consideration when they're thinking about potential leaders and what content they consume.
I mean more for like our fellow content people that do collaborations with him. Like, I want to see more, interlocutors with Hassan that are actually prepared to have a conversation with him in a way that confronts his actual agenda. So that's like my solution to that problem.
That's interesting.
I definitely don't want to. My goal is not to
cancel,
deplatform him, get him banned off Twitch. That's like Dan Saltman does that kind of stuff, but that's his thing, and that's not what I'm doing. I don't think that that's realistic.
I saw somewhere that he had an article on the Free Press. This is Barry Weiss's outfit that I think was purchased by millions of dollars by CBS or something before they made her the head of that network. And that's
was it for the Free Press? It's about the Michigan race.
I think so. Yeah. So I don't. sometimes I'm like, I wonder, if you're engaging with Barry White, if we're doing this game, which I don't think we necessarily should be, like, fuck, if you want to write an article on the Free Press, if they gave me an opportunity, I would write a fucking article on the Free Press. But if we're playing this game, I mean, like, I consider the Free Press to be, a media source of the enemy, a really, like, a bad thing. But that, again, they're just applying that standard there. But talking more specifically about the like, what you said regarding Hasan, I think that that's fine and good to want people to be equipped to engage in an appropriate and not an inappropriate way with someone like Hasan Piker. I wonder, like, someone like Adam Mockler, who is definitely equipped, I would say way more equipped than I am, certainly, to deal in high intensity, he's young guy, but high intensity, high pressure situations in terms of debate, in terms of, what he did with this guy, Scott, what's his name? Scott something. Jenkins.
Jenkins, right?
Jennings.
Yes.
Okay. No, like, he seems more equipped than anyone possibly could be with regard to aptitude. But it does feel, perhaps, I don't know about you, but a lot of people felt that, like, he was quote unquote unprepared by that conversation. But I watched that conversation. I'm just like, it feels like he did a good job. And so I guess I don't understand what preparedness could look like that would construe someone like Mockler to be unprepared, and what would he need to do to be prepared? I think maybe people just took an issue with how he did the conversation, not about preparedness.
I definitely don't think that Adam Mockler was unprepared. So that wasn't like the issue that I had with the debate. You're talking about the debate with Hasan, right?
Yeah, where they were like talking about the hypothetical regarding Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, and then the related conversations.
I thought he was stronger in the first like 45 minutes to an hour, and then definitely weaker in the last half. I think that my issue with his conversation with Hasan is that I think he, in an effort to perform better optically and not look too aggressive, I think he conceded too much in the back half. So Hasan was making some like really generalized claims about the Democratic Party that I think plays into his like larger narrative about the Democratic Party, which is, I think he thinks the party is like really fundamentally evil. And I think, things like I think he literally believes that the Democratic Party would rather lose to Donald Trump than let progressives win, like that kind of like true kind of light fascism kind of thing.
I've heard that from like Cenk Uygur too. So it's not something that's like unheard of in some of these spheres.
This is everywhere.
Yeah.
And so I think Adam, in an effort to not come across as too combative, he gave way too many concessions, I think. And so that was my frustration with their conversation.
And too much concessions in virtue of the goal of what, right? Because like I could see the being too conciliatory to be a problem if it like leads to some like worse outcome. But then I think about like, well, hang on, why are these politicians even going on Hasan, and why are people like want to interact with them? Presumably because beyond just like the formalism of the conversation and the points being made and whether it's accurately reflective of Hasan's view, there's some intent to try to garner agreement with the audience. And so in that context, would it have been better if he were more combative in the second half? If he wanted to convince people that there's room, within the audience, I'm not sure in virtue of what goal should it have been otherwise. Maybe you can help explain that.
Well, I think his goal, because their conversation, I think, happened shortly after Hasan's quote about voting for Newsom over, voting for Newsom if it was him versus Vance. And so I think Adam's goal was very apparent in the first half because he was pushing back against Hasan's broader claims about the Democratic Party. And then by the time I think a part of this is like Mockler genuinely got just exhausted by the end because Hasan,
like physically.
I do. Well, mentally, mentally, I think he was a bit exhausted because Hasan really kind of muscled his way in. I don't know if you saw like the breakdown in terms of like time spoken per minute. Somebody did a detailed analysis, and I think Hasan spoke like literally twice as much. And so,
and it requires a lot of like energy to listen to everything and not necessarily for him to like ramble on and on.
especially when you go into a conversation like that with the goal of like, you're not just like fighting on the substance, you're fighting on the optics. And like, that does matter, I think, in these kinds of arenas. And so if you're Mockler, you're dealing with like essentially what's just like gish galloping, but then also you're engaging on the substance, and you're also like mindful of not wanting to look too adversarial. And so
See, that's shocking to me, Hutch.
I think he just kind of fucking gave up at the end.
Really, that's shocking to me because it feels that out of anyone in terms of like mental acuity and endurance, someone like Mockler, I mean, this is a young buck. He's energized. He works a lot by all accounts. Everyone that I know that like, and he said to me as well that like he is very, very busy. So if it's just a question of endurance, again, I'm not saying that that's untrue, and maybe that was like apparent on his in his demeanor, or maybe I'm forgetting it. But I would be more inclined to think that it's like a strategic decision. That is to say, a conscious strategy that he's deploying to be as amenable as he is in the back half. And if it is, in other words, let's assume that it is, why would that be bad? And it would only be bad, I think, if it's contradictory to some goal. And that, I think, is where I'm getting at, is like, what should have been the goal? What is it some mixed set of things?
Well, I think Adam's goal in the context of Hassan's position on 2028 Newsom versus Vance was to try to convince Hassan, or maybe people in Hassan's audience, that there's a meaningful difference between the Democratic Party, and even if you don't align perfectly with whoever the nominee becomes.
Sure, and Hassan conceded that, to Mockler's credit.
I don't know if he did. Did he?
I think at the start of it, he said, yes, I know that Gavin Newsom would be less harm and would be it would be better if Newsom were. I think he did concede that at the start. I remember him conceding it. I could be wrong about that. I don't think that he conceded on the answer to the hypothetical, which is different. It's crucially different to say that Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom would be better. That's different than who would you vote for, who would you endorse. Very crucially different questions. I don't think Hassan ever conceded that he was wrong to answer the way he did on the Newsom hypothetical. But I do think that he conceded that it's preferable that Newsom win, in the way that he would say, obviously Kamala Harris would be better than Donald Trump. And I think I have heard him say that. But that
feels paradoxical to me. I don't know. I the only way to make sense of it is to come to the conclusion that Hassan is a accelerationist. That's like the only other, because if you're saying that the outcomes would be meaningfully better if Newsom won, but you wouldn't commit to voting for Newsom, then I think Hassan's.
It is a contradiction. Wait, no, there is a contradiction there, and that contradiction I think isn't as much exposed by the hypothetical of the voting, it's so much as the hypothetical of the Hamas versus Israel conversation, right? Because the Hamas versus Israel conversation kind of commits him to a harm reductionist framework. The way he justifies outrageously saying that, like, Hamas is so clearly the lesser two evil between Israel and Hamas. At least when I say that, I mean relative to a lot of people's perceptions. When he says that, he is conceding that it's like the lesser of two evils, and that there's like a distinction for which he is sensitive, as between Hamas and Israel. And so I think that is where the contradiction emerges. But I have actually heard people, and I think you have too, who say, like, I'm not sensitive to the difference in outcomes between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. There have been people, Prime Kai is an example, respect to Prime Kai and everything, where he said, if you could show that my singular vote would save 20,000 lives in Gaza specifically, if I voted for Kamala Harris, I still wouldn't do it. So there are people who you and I would consider to be like probably morally insane, who nonetheless are not contradictory and say things like, yeah, I'm not sensitive to the massive difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, because there's just like a deontological line that I will not vote for someone in this context. I think the contradiction emerges when you bring out the Hamas-Israel comparison.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a contradiction if you accept that Hassan, at the very minimum, has some kind of sympathetic view of accelerationism, or is open to accelerationism. And even in that conversation with Mockler asked him, do you think you're getting closer to your goals or further away from your goals if someone like Donald Trump wins? And Hassan very honestly answered, well, no, it's actually just historical fact that socialist movements tend to thrive more when there's more chaos and
I think that statement would suggest that he's open to accelerationism for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, no doubt about that. But like, I'm kind of asking, like, what do you think Mockler's goal should have been? And in what sense was like the latter half of the conversation not in keeping with the goal? Like, if the goal is to convince the audience to be more open to Democrats, how does it serve that goal to be any different than he is? And maybe there's multiple goals and there's not one single goal, but like, talk to me about why you think you're disappointed in the second half. In other words, with respect to what end do you think that he's not achieving what he should be?
Well, I think his goal, again, was to counter the proposition from Hassan that there's not really a meaningful difference, which is what a non-committal to vote in 2028 implies, that Hassan doesn't think that there's a meaningful difference there. And so I think Mockler's, the position that he was defending was that actually there's a huge world of difference. And actually, the Democratic Party has done a lot of like really good things. And so that was like obviously what the case that he was making. But by the end, especially like the last like 40 minutes, Hassan would throw these kind of claims out there. And I don't think I need to give you specifics, but like, him, sure. Like he'll throw these like claims about the Democratic Party that are thrown around like very frequently in those spaces, so much
half truths, like misinterpretations, or things that are omitting material context, things like that.
Yeah, and Mockler very frequently towards the end of the conversation would say something like, "Yeah, no, that's right," or "Yeah, no, I can understand that." And in those moments, there were probably like 10 or 20 of those moments where I kind of like physically cringed a little bit. I was like, "Ooh." What Hassan just said is fucking ridiculous. I really wish he wouldn't have conceded that. And
right. So the disappointment relates to the actual conversation, like the truth claims being made and the lack of response to like false or misleading claims. That's what manner in which you're disappointed, right?
Yeah, I want to annihilate those like truisms that exist in those spaces. Like that's really what I've been all about in recent months. Is like I really want to challenge these established what's the word, like I guess truism, right? What is a truism? What does that mean?
It's like a conventional wisdom, like a cliche,
a statement that is obviously true and says nothing new or interesting. But what would be like a subjective truism? Like so
it's a truism, like it's the economy stupid is a truism, right?
Well, I mean, like, so for example, like the idea that the DNC literally stopped Bernie Sanders from winning in 2020. Sure, that is true in their eyes. It's obviously true in their eyes.
In the context of the lefties, that's considered like a truism or like a generally accepted, assumed fact, almost to the point of like a cliche.
Yeah, there's a lot of I don't know if the word fits though, because the truism definition here says a statement that is obviously true and says nothing new or interesting. Yeah, like, so that to me implies like objective,
something trivial, right?
So maybe,
it would be like it's something that's not usually up for debate, right? Like you would people would just like laugh out of hand if you were like that Sanders wasn't rat fucked in 2016, right? If you said something like Sanders wasn't rat fucked, they'd be like, what? That's insane. Or if you like suggest that, so that's the truism aspect. I think it's the correct word. I don't think that whether or not it is or should not be a truism, right? Like I think I kind of split the difference there. I'm like, there's no indication that DNC interference was the reason that Bernie Sanders lost, and I agree with you totally on there. I think there is evidence of rat fucking. I just the significance of it and whether it would have caused a different result. I'm totally with you on the outcome there.
Copilot says that truisms can be subjective, so I guess I am using the word correctly. But I really want to. And these truisms, I think, are most relevant in online spaces. And there's so many of these truisms that exist that I really just want to fucking annihilate, because it just drives me insane. And maybe you can appreciate this as like a lawyer, and so you're all about like I assume that for you, when you hear something that you perceive to be a bad argument, it makes you physically ill.
It makes
right. Like so, like
that's what I feel about like the Merrick Garland stuff. I think it's like conventional wisdom that Merrick Garland is some significant portion for why we're fucked among liberals, and that drives me crazy. Same thing with I probably agree with a lot of the same sacred cows or whatever of the lefties. Certainly of the righties, I'm like any people who say Russiagate is a hoax, I call it the Russiagate hoax. So I certainly get triggered when I hear what I think are like assumed sacred cows, assumed conventional wisdoms. That does drive me crazy, or what I think are bad arguments.
I think that's something that you and me have in common, because I know that about you. I know that like it drives you. It really is like, I feel like it's literally physically painful for you to be confronted with something that is accepted as conventional wisdom, but you think is false or some kind of like bad argument. I'm the same way. And I see a lot of that happen in these like lefty spaces. And, for example, like how many times have you heard the idea or the notion that Obama could have codified Roe v. Wade, but chose not to?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard the thing about Manchin with respect to the votes on the various different provisions of Joe Biden's agenda, where there's something that could have been done, that Joe Biden could have done something to effectuate a different outcome. Now, I've often said that Joe Biden should have been more forceful, more rhetorical for other benefits, but I agree that a lot of these conventional wisdoms that like the Democrats chose not to codify Roe v. Wade, the Democrats chose to lose on the votes with respect to the most recently on the Affordable Care Act for the public option. I've heard that. So yeah, I definitely
like the public option in 2009 too. Yeah. I mean, you and me disagree a lot on like what those particular things are, but you understand the concept.
I don't know that we do there, right? Like I think that we agree that in 2009 there was not really beyond just Joe Lieberman.
I didn't mean specifically that. I didn't mean specifically that. I mean like there's a lot that we disagree on in terms of like what is incorrect and what is correct.
I'm not so sure that that's true. I think we agree on most things. I know that we disagree the most on Lib and Learn, but I actually don't think that there's a big side. I think the biggest disagreements we have are like on strategy that Democratic insiders should take and like messaging. Like, can you identify like beyond that, like a substantive political disagreement? I'm not sure. I think it's overstated.
It's not ideological. Like I don't think it's. I'm not talking about ideological differences, but like I think the biggest disagreement that you and I consistently have is you seem to take a view that the Democratic Party, in a realistic ideal state would almost have like perfect unanimity. So like if you have 60 votes in the Senate, then you should expect 60 votes for each bill. Like you don't take it as far as Kyle does in terms of like bringing the IRS or the DOJ or something like that. But you get viscerally angry when there are, 6 or 7 Democratic senators that are breaking from the party. Whereas
things, it depends.
I see it as something that you should expect. Like it's just
I think those are different things
of politics.
I think those are different things. Yeah. In terms of normalcy, in terms of it's expected, I don't think that I would dispute you that it's expected that you have some amount of holdouts in these kinds of legislations given the outcomes. I think that that's conflating a normative reaction, which is to say it shouldn't occur, with one about what you would normally expect, which I might not even dispute with you. The reason
I look at it like you say should it occur? What did you say, or is it?
So the question about whether
people people should I agree, like we should have a public option or we should have this, but like when I think about those things, I don't get necessarily angry in the way that I think you do.
Yeah.
I use that as like a guiding star, and I think it makes you like more angry.
So I separate in my head what's expected and what I think should occur. And sometimes when there's a disparity between what's expected and what should occur, it will cause me to be like angry, upset, or frustrated or whatever. Not always, but in some situations which I consider to be key indicators of things that matter to me. So for example, the future of the Democratic Party and where the leadership stands, I think when there is that mismatch between what should have occurred and what was likely to occur or what did occur, it does upset me. But usually it's on things that I care the most about. And maybe I usually am like, will not even mention it if it's something that I don't care about, right? It's almost like I understand the impression that it might give that I want unanimity or a unanimous Democratic caucus all the time, no matter what. But I think that impression sometimes is given extra force by the fact that I would only comment on things that matter to me. So in the context of the seven people who voted against the deals that Israel was getting.
Let's do the Lake and Riley.
Oh yeah, Lake and Riley. Yeah. So that's a good one.
Both senators in Georgia voted for that bill, and when I saw that, I was like, well, that makes sense. It's like a very purple state, very different constituency. I might not even like the bill, but that doesn't really matter to me. So when I saw those votes, I was like, well, that makes sense. You saw those votes and you thought it was a betrayal. You thought it was,
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Right. So like, I think that for the Lake and Riley Act, I'm happy to, in general, be willing to deal on immigration matters. Like in the bipartisan border bill that Biden proposed, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's like a lot of provisions there that I don't agree with, but I was willing to say, you know what, that's fine. And it's fine if we have some
asylum.
Correct. Yeah. But in the context of the political outcome here, I'm fine with Democrats getting a compromise. I'm fine with letting some people vote against it and some people vote in favor of it. So it's not just the topic of immigration that I'm unwilling to deal on. Specifically with the Lake and Riley Act, this was about failing to meet the moment on Trump specifically, that and about what is contained in the Lake and Riley Act. The Lake and Riley Act gives additional forms of mandatory detention in the United States. That is incredibly dangerous. And so the detention power is one of the most dangerous powers, one of the most cherished things about our country is your literal protection from in terms of physical liberty. And giving the Trump administration a greater basis to claim mandatory detention authority, not on convictions of crimes, but on mere accusations, sometimes in concert with state actors. It was, in my opinion, just eminently foreseeable that mandatory detention issues is what we're going to be fighting on. And lo and behold, it was and is, right? In the context of the Trump administration, right now we have a circuit split on the mandatory detention provision contained in the INA, where it's like a massive, humongous big deal whether or not people are going to have access to like bond hearings. And so for me, in the context in which the Trump administration is like promising to go against rights, like we're about to see some of the worst immigration crackdowns and the deportation of of Kilmar Berger Garcia, all that stuff. It was so foreseeable. And I really can't deal on rights. When it comes to rights, that's not something I'm willing to deal with. And so because I viewed the mandatory detention issue there as a key to the like sort of looming fight that we were going to have with an authoritarian regime, I viewed it as conceding on rights. And I think it is one of the battle lines that we're having here. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. If we could devise a machine or a computer, some kind of algorithm that could tell you with 100% certainty that by voting for the Lake and Riley Act, Ossoff and Warnock 100% guaranteed that they would win re-election in their next election.
Yeah, I would vote for it.
Would you?
Yes.
Okay.
But so I think it's clear to me.
That's interesting. To me.
You know, I'm willing to like, in the sense that I say I'm not willing to deal, it's an exaggeration. Like there are things that I'm willing to deal on when it comes to overall rights in this country. And so if you were to give me a time, I'm a consequentialist before I'm a deontologist when it comes to that, for sure. But part of the reason why I'm not upset about it that I am upset about it is I don't think that it was like a consequential vote that is a determiner about whether or not they're going to be elected or not. If I did have that notion, then I might think differently. So it's one where there's a high salience in terms of the issue for me, and where my intuition isn't that that this would have been necessary for their reelection, in part because I predicted that when Trump was going to institute these immigration things, that it was going to become unpopular. And so I think that oftentimes Democrats are accused plausibly, and I mean this seriously, of like, have you ever heard the term, have you played like soccer or anything? And it's like, go to where the ball's going to be. Don't go to the ball. Go where the ball's going to be. And it feels like Democrats are often like fighting the last the last battle. And so to me, it's not just that it was that you could conceive of. And I think that they probably, if you were to ask them behind closed doors, they'd probably be like, it was kind of a mistake, or, I don't really feel about it, but this is like, I think that they were, if I were to really be good faith about it, and I think it's honest and true, that they were trying to look towards their reelection and in a moment in which there was a lot of uncertainty. So I'm not saying that they're bad people. What I do think is
decisions, I think.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm not down. It's a tough decision overall in the scheme of the country, whatever. I do think though that this was predictable, and I do think that they made the wrong decision, and that's sort of like why I'm pissed about it. But it's not something where I'm like I'm unwilling to ever vote for them ever again. In fact, we had like Mark Kelly on. You weren't able to do it. I think you were busy that day. But yeah, like I would vote for Mark Kelly. I would vote. I would vote for Ruben Gallego if he wins the primary or whatever. And so I don't think that I'm like this all or nothing person, but I will express frustration when it's like a major, like it's so obvious Trump is going to be using these immigration authorities to like fuck around and find out. And that's exactly what happened. Now, at the end of the day, right, like, would he have done it independent of the Lake and Riley Act? Almost certainly, right? Like, the Lake and Riley Act, in other words, is not like Trump was going to do what he was going to do, and the Lake and Riley Act is kind of gravy, right? So that you could levy that argument. The reason I'm frustrated isn't just because the Democrats were a but-for cause for the Lake and Riley Act, or because I thought the Lake and Riley Act was like critical to the abuses that Trump was going to suffer, is that most of the time it's indicative of an inner fecklessness, a weakness. In other words, the thing itself, a lot of these votes don't end up going anywhere. Democrats just don't have the votes to impose the war powers resolution, even assuming that it's constitutional. Democrats just don't have the votes to block these sales to Israel. And even if they did, Trump's probably just going to ignore it. But the point is, I think it's an indicator to me of weakness in certain areas, or just like a kind of people who don't get it and aren't made for the moment. Not always, right? Sometimes you can overcome it. John Ossoff is one of the people who I most am excited about, in spite of his vote for the Lake and Riley Act. Same thing with like Gavin Newsom. Right? There's some things that Gavin Newsom has done that I like think are lame and weird and stupid, but I gave him massive credit for the redistricting. I thought that was brave. I thought he was a leader there. So I'm not an all or nothing thinker, but I think that there are a couple of key instances where I'm just like, this makes no fucking sense, guys. Like, think with your heads. But what do I know? You know. But that's just it's an explanation of like why I get frustrated, because there are some core areas where I think the Democratic Party just needs to see the future. One of those is Israel. One of those for sure is Israel. Another one is the war on Iran, where I think the Democratic Party they're now in a good spot, more or less a good spot on the Iran war. And I'm really happy about that. And I'm really happy that most of the Democrats are reading the room when it comes to Israel and Iran war. That's all really, really good. But another one of those is rights. And so contemporaneously, when I get mad, it's because I think it's like foreseeable or whatever.
I think on the topic of Israel, and I was just telling my chat about this at the start of the stream, but like for me, I think what is frustrating is like if you're someone who wants policy outcomes, if you're someone that wants to change the composition of the Democratic Party to be one that is more adversarial with Netanyahu, to one that is like more or less open to sending arms shipments and financial aid and stuff like that, I think that's a worthy cause, and I'm on board with that cause. Like, I support heavily conditioned aid, or maybe discontinuing aid, reevaluating our relationship with Israel. I also understand that is a long established foreign partner, that it's like a codified relationship with Israel, and so that makes it kind of unique. And so, for example, like even if Biden wanted to pause weapon shipments, 5 months, 6 months into that situation, and he wouldn't have been able to do that. Like he would have had to have gone through Congress. The Republicans controlled the House, and so there were a lot of people at the time that just took the view that Biden could have basically stopped that from happening unilaterally, and I don't think I agree with that. I don't think he could have just.
It's unclear that he would have the political capital to effectuate it. Just to be honest with you, I mean, I do think that he should have been different, but go for it.
Well, I mean, I do think he should have been like tougher, in public for sure, but I don't think he could have stopped that from happening in the way that it did. And I think that there was value in him keeping the Israelis close and not alienating them, because they were able to pressure them to allow aid into the country and evacuate Rafah before they did that big military offensive. And that alone, that Rafah thing, potentially saved tens of thousands of lives. I mean,
say nothing of the Iran war, which he, I think, prevented. That would have that a weaker president like Trump allowed for. So I don't think that Biden's policy overall, like, I think it's way too flattening to be like he was just awful on foreign policy, or indeed even Israel. I think that there's a marked difference between how Biden approached it, how Trump did, and in terms of the amount of leverage that Biden has over his own party, it's considerably less, or even over his own base. And so I do agree with you that there are some structural reasons why Biden can't do everything he wants to do. That notwithstanding that, we can admit that there were mistakes, and I agree with the limits there. I guess I'm not so much looking retrospectively. I'm looking like prospectively. I think
that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. So moving forward, if you're someone who like Gaza, and Gaza is your number one issue, and there's a lot of people like that. It's not necessarily a large share of the electorate, but certainly there's a lot of people online for which like this is like a primary issue for them. And I'm not even like knocking that. Like most people focus on the economy and stuff like that, but there's nothing wrong with having anti-war activists in this country. There's, You know, like that's we have a rich history of that. I think that's like one of the cooler things about our country. And like where I was raised, like the Bay Area is like the birthplace of the anti-war movement. So that's pretty cool. But it's just strategically, if that's what your goal is, I think you should want the candidates that you prefer out there aggressively campaigning on corruption, affordability, and anti-Iran war.
Yeah.
Like you should center those things in your campaign because those are going to be the things that connect with voters. And when I was just watching the Majority Report today, and in that video where they were reacting to us, and Emma had. So the point of focusing on that is so that you can get to eventually like electing Democrats that are going to push your kind of preferred policies when it comes to Israel. Like you can count on them in the Congress to be votes against funding or this kind of thing. But Emma had the order reversed. She was saying you have to center Israel Palestine first. That's the litmus test. That's what you need to like focus your run on. And then that way her theory is that by doing that, you're going to get more credibility from the voters because it's such a lopsided issue now where it's like 80-20, oppose Israel or something like that. And then once you get that buy-in, then you're going to have more credibility to push affordability stuff. And I just think she has that sequence reversed. I think you need to focus on this first, get elected, so you can do this.
Yeah.
And
let me try to steal man, okay? Because I don't want to be heard to say that I think Israel is a top issue among the electorate. By which I mean, if you ask the electorate, what do you care most about? Israel's not going to show up in a top 5 list among general election voters. Okay.
not even top 10.
Yeah. So I agree with that. I don't want to be heard to think that like I'm overstating it. The reason why I think it's important, in similar ways that like support of Ukraine might be important in these ways, is number one, the effects of internal party divisions on an issue which I think is largely resolved by the party, not in the particulars, but in the kind of tenor. And here's what I mean by that. For example, the Trump administration on the Epstein files, this is not a high salience issue when it comes to the overall electorate. Agreed on that? Like no one in the election context in 2024, no one said in terms of the polling, right, that their top issue is Epstein. Very few, I would say. Maybe some people did, but like
it matters on the margins in ways that are
right.
impossible to quantify, and it's more kind of like throw that in the pile of thing that is causing the administration to lose credibility. And it's not like a high salience,
and it's causing them to lose credibility, not necessarily with like directly with the voter who is really steep in these issues, but I think an understated but important part of the machinery is like high information people who are your broadcasters, people who are your, very enthusiastic people who are going to be organizers, that you're, in other words, an issue that's high salience with high information people and where the majority of the party is, even though it's not highly ranked on a list of issues, that doesn't mean it couldn't cause internal party strife, which bleeds into actual problems when it comes to, the connection between the voter and the politician or the party. And that's what I'm getting at, and where I think, just like,
but I think they're making those problems, though. I think they're deliberately making those problems.
Who's they? The lefties?
Yes, I think they're deliberately trying to make it more divisive than it already is.
I'm not denying
because
that.
They think that it benefits them in the long run. They think that they can leverage that issue to purge the party of people that they think have a.
I'm not denying their intention here is definitely to leverage that pain point, right? That's 100% a lot of their aims is to leverage the pain point so as to effectuate change, right? But I view it in a similar context as people who do something like that for Ukraine, right? In the Ukraine context, no one is going to list Ukraine as a top issue. But I would be seriously, I would look twice at a candidate in a primary context who said like, fuck Ukraine, fuck Europe, whatever. Maybe not necessarily for the fact that it is high salience with the voters directly, but it indicates a mismatch ideologically between the leaders and where the base is. So that's one problem, is that I don't feel like there's a responsiveness to an overwhelming issue. It portends bad things for policy. So something that is low salience among voters might lead to significant policy, which I think might cause problems down the line. And then, like I mentioned, this kind of mismatch between the high information people. If all of a sudden you knew that Kamala Harris was a hawk on Ukraine, by which I mean she's skeptical of Ukraine funding, you would feel a little less enthused going out to like stump for her, probably, right? You can understand that. If she was like, fuck Ukraine, like who cares, let them do whatever, you would feel weird about being the biggest Kamala stan on the debate stage and like having to just be like, don't worry about Ukraine, don't worry about NATO. And that would, I think, disenchant you a little bit. And that's all I'm trying to say here is that there's other forms in which this issue can rear its head that has negative knock-on effects to either your administration or to your popularity that don't necessarily find themselves in the overall salience of the issue.
Right. I just think that they're intentionally trying to evoke that.
I agree. Yes.
And so, like, to me, just strategically, and I also think that they present it as a moral imperative as well. So that they think that because the conditions are so bad for people in Gaza that it's morally imperative to center that into discussion. If you don't, that means you're immoral.
Yes, they do.
But I just look at morals and strategy and how they interact politically. I look at that kind of thing very differently. So I think that the like you can make a moral argument for being like very strategic and pragmatic about how you call attention to political matters and how you discuss like how you do strategy. So like, I think that you have a moral imperative to like optimize your chances of winning and optimize like your wins around the country. And, that might include like specifically not trying to blow up someone's candidacy in this race over Israel, Palestine, if that candidate is like better positioned to win. And so, I think I look at it a more kind of like holistic sort of way.
No, I think that in terms of what I would like to see, I didn't want to see people constantly disclaiming that they're going to vote for Kamala Harris, even though I don't think it had I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think it had a huge impact on Kamala Harris's chance of winning the Gaza issue. I'm not even sure this whole like autopsy thing is going to show that was like a but-for cause of her loss or whatever. My guess is it probably hurt her a little bit.
Did you take a gander at their playbook?
No, I
just put that shit in Claude and had it spit out a summary. But,
oh shit! Yeah, no. At some point, I'll take a look at your Claude summary or maybe even the lessons themselves. But what I'm trying to say is like, I don't disagree that I can take issue with like.
By the way, though, they are 100% convinced that the DNC autopsy found that Gaza cost Kamala the election, and they're keeping it secret because they don't want to get out and piss off the donors.
Yeah, I'm not. That's one of those truisms, right?
Saying right now.
That's one of those truisms where like, I think that is partially bolstered by the fact that they won't release it, and that's what the PodSave guy said. This also in their most recent, or one of their most recent shows, where it's
that's true.
I agree with the PodSave guys on that.
Gave them ammunition.
100%.
Caused the Streisand effect. It was just like really stupid to. I mean, there is like there's some room for debate because like when you look at the Ken Martin quote. Actually, he did. The quote's kind of weird. He's like, "Okay, of course we're going to release it. We're going to release it to our members." And so,
yeah, but the members.
Okay, were you talking about releasing it to everybody? Or
it's not convincing. No. I'll tell you why. But I understand there's potential ambiguity. Someone can read into it. It's not convincing for the following reason. One is how it's understood publicly. Even if we're just say literally.
No, I agree with you. For the record, I agree with you. I'm
100%. I'm not saying that you don't. I think. The first thing I say is something you agree is like the public understanding of it was different. And at a certain point, public communication is going to necessarily like just doing the technically like I might do, right? Actually, the 51 intelligence agencies, former intelligence people who said that the Hunter Biden that the laptop had the hallmarkings of Russian disinformation doesn't mean that the people hear that. That's number one. But on the literal meaning too, the members of the DNC are like 400 or so members, right? And if it just is true. If you send out the report to 400 plus members, we're talking state chairs, we're talking certain incumbents of certain offices already, that is effectively making it public. So it just is. So even if you take it at the most literal, which means the DNC members, that is an effective public release, and we haven't seen that yet. And also, it is effectively.
And they haven't sent it out to all the members yet. So
exactly. There's no way to slice it, and that's why. Martin knows he's trying to move on from it. Like if Martin had a good technical, like actually whatever, he would say it, but he knows that it's inconsistent, no matter which way you slice it. And maybe there's a good reason, right? Go for it. Sorry.
I do think there is a good. I mean, like I do think you can make a good argument for that kind of thing being limited to like leadership, because it is just the truth that like what I would expect to be in the autopsy is various errors at the state and like county level when it came to funding and like all dozens, hundreds of logistical problems that existed all over the country. Which is to say that I would expect in an autopsy like that for there to be a robust data set of all kinds of different variables. And I think it is the case that if you release something like that is that granular, that it does give bad faith actors some ammunition to cherry pick data points and then try to paint a larger narrative, which is divisive at a time when we're already doing like really good and the Republican Party are not doing really good. So, you know, like I do understand that argument. I think the blunder that he made was running on it and then not releasing it, because like, I think in chess, there's a term blunder, and it's just, it's there's like bad moves in chess, but there's like levels to it. And a blunder is just like just a straight up bad move. It's just obviously bad. It's just like the worst kind of bad move. This was one of that, because I just don't think he quite understood just how much the DNC and perception of the DNC still continues to be really, really bad as like a relic from the 2016 stuff. And they already have like this right or wrong, you know, to what degree or whatever, they already have this reputation of being very, very much not transparent and very much deceptive. And he played right into that with this, and he just like gave all of them ammunition against the DNC. So
that's what kind of where I'm getting at. Yeah. So like, I'm amenable to the argument that there's such thing as like confidential information that shouldn't be released to the public. The DNC has internal deliberations and everything. And like, I don't have this kind of like ex-ante view that everything that should be done that's deliberated behind closed doors should be released. That's not, I'm someone who thinks that like there's problems, even though I agree with ultimate disclosure of the Epstein files. I think that there's been a lot of untalked about costs to this, even the way they're doing it now, which isn't even the full release of the Epstein files. And so I'm not someone who says maximum disclosure at all times is like a per se good. And I would even be open to saying, well, okay, let's keep it more limited ex ante. The thing is, we don't live in an ex ante world. We live in a world in which the context is he did in fact make those kinds of statements, which were interpreted by people a certain way. Ex ante means like before the model applies, right? Before, from a perspective before the thing that happens, right? Ex ante, that is to say, like before the thing. We could say in a perfect world we would have set it up such that he didn't make the promise, right? And so ex ante, you could say, you shouldn't release it. Don't give the promise. But the thing is, he already did the thing. He already made the promise, and we live in that world, not the other world. And given that we live in that world, everything that you said just comes online. The thing about the reputation of feeling fearful, reputation of being cagey, right? It's a big reason why not lefties, not just lefties, I should say, rank and file Democrats, regular, like blood and I almost said blood and soil, like blue Democrats don't disapprove of their party with like historic disapproval by our own party members of the party leadership and where we're at. And it's not just because of these crazy lefties. In other words, that reputation of fecklessness, of weakness, of being scared, of being cagey, of not being upfront, all of these things magnify. And so, it's a huge mistake. And at this point, why is this better? Like, why is this news cycle the optimal news cycle? We're seeing the kind of hay that is being made about the lack of the release of the autopsy report. And you have to, just like in the same way of like, well, why would Trump hide the Epstein files? There's got to be something really damaging in there if he's wasting all this political capital and reputational harm to do it. It's the same kind of thing that it leads to negative inferences on the Ken Martin side. And in addition, last thing, and I'll let you respond. I also saw the Pod Save one where they recently say like they are talking to people who say that perhaps one of the reasons they didn't release it is because it's like a shitty report written by his like friend, and they don't want to have to get into like the fact that the report is like functionally like just a bad report, putting aside it's any kind of like political.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
Like they're saying that they know someone who says that it was just like haphazardly done, or
so
just
Favreau and Levitt and who's the not Dan Pfeiffer, the other one. Oh, I'm not remembering his name. Tommy Vitor.
Tommy Vitor. Yeah.
Tommy, those three, I think, at least two, at least Tommy and at least Favreau, perhaps Levitt, they said we talked to people in the know, and they would have access to a lot of these people. who say that the reason that Martin is not disclosing it doesn't have to do with Israel, Palestine, doesn't have to do with anything in particular other than the report was really, really badly done. And essentially it was like a fucked up process, and it was just like a bad report, embarrassing report that isn't like worth publishing. If that's the case, I'm like, okay. Jesus Christ. Like if that's the reason, that's like just a bad, like just do the report right then, right? Just do it correctly. But yeah, that's and it's just going to have a life of its own. So yeah, I think that is a big mistake.
Well, let's talk about Taylor Lorenz.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's talk about that pod. When you were interjecting,
yep,
was your goal to? Here was my sense of things. Tell me if I'm wrong. I think there were a couple things going on there, maybe a few. I think the first thing that popped into my mind was that I suspected that you might have been wary of the optics of a pylon, and so
it's part of it.
You saw me and Soy Pill kind of bouncing off each other, and then you didn't want the
not the main reason, like, but it's something I thought about. Yeah, but it's.
I felt like maybe that was partly motivating you, but also there was also it did take. I think. Well, you tell me. I mean, were you trying to? Did you meaningfully disagree with the points that I was making, or did you think that the arguments could have been sharper? Or did you think that like the arguments could have been sharper, and that's what motivated you to jump in when you did?
I guess that's an important distinction to make in terms of disagreement. It depends on which. I disagree, perhaps, and maybe you didn't mean it, but as I was hearing it, what you said about the disclosure. So I disagree with that. So anytime I disagreed, I felt that I wanted to raise it. So that was a sufficient condition for me to.
Which part about the disclosure? Which part?
That the article doesn't, in fact, that it's untrue. The statement that it was untrue that the contract prohibited disclosure of the relationship. That statement, that whole exchange. And regardless of whether it's true or not, my perception was that there was a factual error there. So if I perceived a material factual error, I almost certainly was going to like step in at some point, at least as I heard it. So that was enough. I don't know on the centrist point whether I quote unquote disagree with you. On that point, I felt that we were spinning our wheels in something that was not helpful for the discussion and therefore needed to be clarified. And that is just a very specific point, not on the claim that you made. And I think you and Soypel made it quite well, that centrist is used as a pejorative. I agree with that. And I agree that like when you pulled up all of those instances where she uses centrist, that's at least that's good evidence, right? That this is being used as a pejorative. What I disagreed with was substantially disagreeing on the fact of the matter regarding Olivia Juliana being a centrist itself. The reason I disagree with that is because obviously the term centrist is capable of multiple reasonable interpretations of what it means. There's not like one single objective definition of the word centrist. And so I would sooner have, and I thought it would have been better if we just get clarity and insight on Taylor's term centrist. What do you mean? What did you mean, Taylor, when you wrote centrist, right? And do you agree that that is a proper label? And so why? Why is it a proper label? And that actually is effective, I think, for you if you're able to say, well, all I mean by centrist, if Taylor says all I mean by centrist is aligned with the Democratic Party, that's additional evidence that her calling it out is not a good explanation. It's not a good explanation in the article to be like, well, I just wanted to make sure that the reader knew that Olivia Juliana was aligned with the Democratic Party. That's all kind of presupposed in the fact that they're a part of course in the first place. And so it lends more plausibility to the argument that it's being used as an indicator, right? As a framing device. And so rather than trying to like, to bog you down, I was trying to do the opposite. I was trying to be like, why are we talking about whether it's true or not, whether she's a centrist? Let's just get clarity on what Taylor meant and then go to the thing that matters, which is the framing.
Let's zoom out a little bit. I want to go back to the Olivia thing, but
yeah,
I want to ask you, cause I went in there, I kind of went back and forth about like what I wanted, what my goals were with the conversation with her. And I had like 4 different outlines of like lines of questioning, and it changed like right up until like the last minute. But what do you think I was trying to uncover and expose in that conversation, just like at a macro level?
That the article takes a ideological stand against a certain group of people and portrays them as villains in this battle for the soul of the Democratic Party, and that the people who are the good guys in this story are the non-centrist, non-Hassan types. I thought that you're trying to make the claim this isn't just a factual article. It's a polemic. That's, I think, the point that you were trying to raise.
Yeah. So that's why I asked her the first question, what is the crux of your article? Because when I was doing the research for the debate, I watched a ton of her podcast appearances, and unsurprisingly, including the conversation she had with you,
yeah.
and unsurprisingly, she framed the article very differently depending on who she was talking to. So when she was in explicitly leftist spaces, it was about this. What did you say? What is the word polemic? What does that mean?
It's like an argumentative article that is trying to. It's usually like castigating or taking a stand, fiery against a particular view.
Yeah.
So it's like opinionated.
Right. A speech or a piece of writing expressing a strongly critical attack on a controversial opinion about someone or something. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Polemic. Yeah.
Yes. So that's good. I'm going to start using that word. So yes, I do think that she was pushing a polemic in that article. Did I use that right? Is that good?
Yeah. And by the way, I agree with that.
Okay. So and I thought what was especially revealing was for example, when she was talking with you, it was about disclosure. You guys, you focused on the disclosure part.
Yeah, sure.
You didn't really get much into the stuff that I was talking about. And in other spaces that she went to, center left spaces, she kept on emphasizing, nowhere in my article did I say anything about Israel. That we're not. I can't tell if nothing in our reporting revealed that this was about ideology. It was just. But then when she would go into, and especially on her YouTube video that she put out the day of the article, it was all about that polemic. It was all about like they didn't even approach.
Yeah, I agree.
Hassan Piker because he's so virtuous that why would they? Because this is like a corrupt thing.
Yeah.
Which I'm also interested, before we even get like just a side detour, I think what she's doing is like very tricky for her because I think she's trying to be like a hybrid influencer / journalist. But if you write a piece of reporting, I don't know. I feel like
I think she is both. I think she wears different hats at different times. And I agree that sometimes, and that's ironically one of the questions I asked was like, how do you separate these two different roles and what do you see as them? And she references this distinction when she's like, one of the problems here is that they're labeling themselves a journalist. And so I agree, this two different role thing sometimes will cause issues. Unfortunately, like it just is the case that even a lot of like articles that claim to be objective, whatever, even just choosing what to edit, choosing what to highlight, all these editorial decisions are in some sense normative. Like the New York Times, when it construes a given phenomena a given way with a certain terminology, there is some normative aspects to it. I think what most people are trying to get at, though, is that like the journalistic process, when you wear a journalistic hat, it implies some level of standard of procedure governing you. And so, yeah, and I do agree that there's oftentimes it's unclear which hat is being worn in which conversation, and it can lead to big problems for Taylor, as you were able to point out.
I question the ethics of it because, you know, it is normal for journalists when they write some big piece to go on like a media tour to talk about their reporting. But what you don't normally see are journalists that are expanding on their reporting in ways. So like, for example, she had this larger commentary, obviously with her tweet, which I thought was really damning when she said the day that it was posted, of the 90 influencers we saw, they were mostly centrist, pro DNC /
that was the most brutal part of the whole thing. I think was the lack of any methodology there. And you were able to highlight that.
But you didn't. But she didn't add that in her article because, you know, like she couldn't substantiate that, right? So like, to me, it feels like there's a big ethical question here about like, you know, you didn't have the goods to like nail them down in the article that this thing was going on. But then you go over to your social media feed and you like kind of supplement your reporting with things that were not established. And
that aren't just opinions, like, they're statements of fact, right? There's some sort of factual allegation there that would seem to be like, well, some kind of addendum or some kind of additional inference that maybe isn't in the article, but might carry the imprimatur of Wired in a way that people should read into. Now, she disclaims that, right? She says the article stands for itself. In a way it does. You know, I kind of buy that, you know, not every tweet should be read into every article and they don't incorporate themselves by reference, but it's something that you should call them on in terms of, well, what can you actually show? At a bare minimum, I think it helps to
I don't know,
provide this angle of framing.
I don't think you can separate the two. Like, I don't, so she puts her article out, but then she adds all this extra commentary on her social media feed. to me, that it's like, well, okay, well, if you're adding this as an addendum in your own commentary, then I'm going to treat it like an addendum. I'm going to treat it like it's in the.
I think you should treat it as a
like,
factual statement for sure, and it bears on her credibility. It bears on how we should interpret her article for sure, if these are her views.
Yeah.
And certainly when it comes to the framing argument, I think it's highly relevant there. All I'm just saying is I don't think necessarily a tweet that is giving some opinion that relates topically to a factual article is being incorporated by reference. That is just a way of me saying that like there's additional inferential steps that I think are required to draw that connection, which I think you guys were able to do on the framing issue specifically. And again, calling out on the methodology to even make that assertion as a tweet, right? It bears on the article insofar as it bears on her credibility and her bias, and it stands on its own as an unjustified statement regarding the topic of the article.
So what did you mean when you were pressing me on, you jumped in at various points, and one of the thing that stuck out to me was when you pressed me on, would Biden call himself a centrist? What was the point of that interjection?
So the point of that interjection was to bring to your mind and to all of our minds that there is no like one true objective meaning of the term centrist. And so Biden's centrist, calling himself a centrist, is another man's most progressive president of all time. And what's me bringing that up, like, wouldn't you, like Biden called himself a centrist? Would you say he's not a centrist? If someone said centrist, would you disclaim that out? It all depends on like what is being meant by the statement. And so me bringing up Biden calls himself a centrist, wouldn't you consider Biden a centrist, is to indicate that like whether the statement is true or not depends on in what sense you mean centrist. And I'll give you at least 3 plausible interpretations of centrist that are not just like fanciful, they're out there, right? There's a centrist in the sense that you mean, which I agree is a plausible centrist. That's the Joe Manchin types, right? They're centrist in some approximate sense of the country, centrist. They're centrist in the sense of internal, not just country, internal democratic divisions. So the centrist Schumer versus the non-centrist AOC Bernie wing of the party. That's looking at internal party divisions. And it wouldn't be accurate to say that Schumer is a centrist the way Manchin is a centrist, right? Because Schumer is, of course, not a centrist in the way that Manchin is a centrist. And then there's the centrist in the sense of political ideology, in which case it would be accurate to say that Schumer, Manchin, you, and me are all centrist in the overall scheme of political ideologies where we have like far left Marxists and far right and anarcho-capitalists. So those are 3 plausible senses in which centrist can be used differently.
I think in a vacuum and assuming good faith, that is an important thing to unpack. Like,
yes,
I think that's like a really fascinating question to me in the modern era, as far as like, what do these terms mean? Like, what does leftist mean? What does liberal mean? What is, it's become so squishy these days that I almost think that these terms do more harm than good. And so I don't know. It's just, but that's like a whole separate conversation.
All I'm trying to say is like, I think the cleaner, what I was trying to press for is just to ask her in what sense she's using centrist, because there's no objectively correct definition of centrist. And if the claim is going to lead to you're using it. Yeah.
But so the question itself, like your interjection, it presupposes good faith on the part of I
don't think it does.
Taylor Lorenz. Well, I think it does, because the point of my line of questioning, and Soypo picked up on it, was I don't think that she was using that word in good faith. I think she would.
I agree with you on that.
I'm positive that she was using it as a pejorative. And the whole point of like pressing her on like, well, how did you come to that conclusion? And then it just laid bare that, number one, she wasn't even prepared to answer like what a centrist is. I mean, that's pretty notable. And then also, like the fact that it applied to Juliana is just like, I think is pretty silly.
There are some senses in which she would be a centrist.
I mean,
yes,
sure,
there is.
but I understand that. Sure, I take your point. But at that point in the conversation, I think in my opinion, I had already kind of exposed that she was using the term in a bad faith way.
So let me respond to you. I don't think it presupposes good faith.
I felt like it gave her a lifeline, because now it's like, now I'm fighting you on the subjective nature of it, and we're moving away from the fact that she clearly used that label in a malicious way. I mean, it's a subtle thing. You have to be kind of online.
That's the conclusion, right?
Like,
that's
versed in online politics, but I think it was pretty obvious at that point that she got her caught with her hand in the cookie jar.
The question in dispute,
I was like, well,
no. So my interjection does not presuppose good faith, and I'll tell you why. I actually think it furthers your argument, if I'm being honest with you. But the first thing to note here is that the term and moniker centrist, whether or not she's using that as a pejorative, that's the conclusion we're trying to demonstrate, right? And we're trying to demonstrate it, presumably, not just to people who already agree with us, but to people who are objective and neutral, people who are first-time watchers of this conversation who don't know anything about it. And so it's the conclusion we're trying to demonstrate, right, is that she's using this term in a bad faith way. And so we can't presuppose bad faith because that's just begging the question. It's circular, right? We're trying to show.
No, that's why.
Right.
That's why I went through like a line of questioning. Like I kind of guided her there. And I what I'm saying, Pisco, is I think we were already there. Like it was already established to me. Like I didn't need to sharpen the argument more. It was just obvious to anyone watching that it was a joke what she was saying. A centrist is pro-democrat. What? Excuse me? Like, you know, and then she also like kind of hung herself a little bit with her words because she was claiming like, oh, you know, that's what I called her in the past. And then we find a quote from her, you know, 2 years before the article calling Juliana progressive. And so
again, that's presupposing that progressive and centrist are counterposed, that they're in contradiction with each other. But that's, again, presupposing a meaning of the term centrist. And what I'm trying to, I'm not at all pinging you for going down this line. I really am not. There's a very specific sense in which I'm critical and exhausted by that line of question. It's disputing the actual, in fact, trueness of whether Olivia Giuliani is, in fact, a centrist. But the reason why what I'm saying here doesn't presuppose good faith on Taylor Lorenz's part is you can just ask her and we can just say, well, in what sense do you mean centrist? And a question doesn't presuppose good faith. So that question doesn't presuppose good faith. And when you ask her and she says something like, well, I just mean Democrat aligned, that furthers your point. Okay.
We already asked her.
But I heard, and maybe I'm remembering it wrong, that there was we were actually disputing whether she was like lying about whether Olivia Giuliani was a centrist and like disputing the factual accuracy of that claim. And that's what I'm saying I think is a waste of the time. What we should do, I think, is use that definition that she's provided, Democrat aligned, which, by the way, to me is not an implausible definition that someone could mean when it comes to centrists. People use it that way to refer.
Hang on, but who uses it that way? I mean, Hassan Piker technically is Democratic Party aligned, right?
Well, I think that shows the problem in her usage there and makes it implausible, right? That point is a great point that demonstrates why what I'm offering here furthers the argument of bad faith. Why? Because what you just observed, that if what you mean by centrist is aligned with the Democratic Party, then that would mean that you're not actually contrasting Hassan versus Olivia Giuliani. And so it's implausible that this is being used as one of those indicators, in which case it furthers the evidence that she's using it as an... Yeah.
Right. But Pisco, I'm saying from my view, internally, I felt like we had already like established that. Like we were past that point. Like I feel like I had established that she had an incoherent, inconsistent definition of centrist that made no sense. But then Olivia Giuliani
is a centrist on that view. If you think it's incoherent, then there's no use disputing whether she is, because she is on that view. You haven't done anything. What is that? So wow. if you have shown that she's just using it as an indicator of to be bad faith, then what's the point? If you've already shown that, in other words, you've proven that conclusion. That's what you just said right then. What's the point in disputing the accuracy of whether she is or not? At that point, on your own view, you've already made the case.
That's a part of it to me. And I guess maybe we're getting hung up here because I don't quite agree with you. I don't think that like when we think of the term centrist colloquially, especially if she's the one that's saying that this article is written from a politically neutral point of view. Like I have opinions, but they weren't present in my article.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, she was presenting this as like neutral journalism. And so when I think of neutral journalism in language, I'm thinking of colloquial use. So it's true that like if you go into leftist spaces, they feel very comfortable calling Olivia Giuliani a centrist, and that's just a truism to them, right? But colloquially, if her article was not specifically catered to appeal to that group, that group of like people, then there is no good faith reading that Olivia.
Right, you're assuming that there's like a correct definition here about what a centrist is. That's precisely what I'm saying.
Colloquially,
yes, I don't agree with that. Like, and I think that's what the Biden example shows. It's like if someone said Biden's a centrist, right? Would you be like, you're wrong?
Well, there's nuance because, like, I would say
that's what I'm saying. There's context is required.
Well, there's more nuance for him because he's a politician, though. So, like, I would say that he ran more centrist-y in 2020, But even then, like his 2020 platform was pretty decently progressive when it came to policy.
Okay, so what do you mean by centrist then?
He governed even more progressive than he ran on, but he was kind of giving off the aesthetic.
So what do you mean by centrist? And is it indexed differently to politicians versus commentators?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I think so. Yeah.
So give me a sense of centrist, which actually, so your sense of centrist that you're going to give me, which is the colloquial one, give me that sense of centrist, and then also make sure that whatever sense you're giving to me does index as between these two different groups. That is to say, commentators and politicians. That is.
I would say centrism, like centrist would be like more or less synonymous with moderate. It could mean someone that has a decently balanced policy preference set. So maybe they're super pro-gun and they're super hawkish on foreign policy, but they believe in single payer and like I think of like Jared Polis as like a really good example of someone like this, or someone who is like positioned like instead
just
of like
a moderate, right?
an hour minimum wage, they're for a $12 minimum. Yeah, I do think that the term centrist and moderate are very closely related.
But like those are referential terms, right? Like so moderate presupposes like some orthodoxy, presupposes some political context that we exist in. And really, like in the context of any kind of discussion, it could mean completely different things. So I don't quibble that much with like using it synonymously with moderate. But
I don't think colloquially people understand the word centrist to be someone like Olivia Giuliani, who is like a explicit partisan Democrat who is like pushing her main priorities are like standard Gen Z progressive issues like LGBTQ plus and abortion rights and climate and stuff. Like that is not what any reasonable person would identify as a centrist from a neutral
in any context,
certainly. But remember, Pisco, like Taylor Lorenz's assertion was that her article was written without like personal bias or opinion interjected. She was saying that it was not motivated by ideology. That was her framing. And so like under that framing, if it's neutral reporting, if we're not saying, well, it's all, there's degrees, and if you go into a leftist, to them, Juliana's a leftist. Well, okay, but she's explicitly saying she did not write the article from the perspective of a leftist, right?
If I were to read a neutral and not biased article, assumedly, right, which labeled Biden a centrist, I wouldn't look twice at it. Or Obama as a centrist. I would understand probably what's being talked about there is with respect to internal divisions within the Democratic Party. So when they refer to Obama a centrist Democrat, they're almost certainly referring to him in the context of the Democratic Party overall and contrasting them to people like Bernie Sanders or something. I would not look twice at that from an assumedly objective news reporter. Do you understand that? So like, I don't look twice at as people in the news media referring to Obama or Biden as centrist, because in that context, I understand probably what they're getting at is to contrast them to the far left.
Maybe in an op-ed, maybe, but I think I would actually like if it was like a WAPO or like a Reuters article written about Obama or in the context of like campaigning or whatever, and they called him a centrist. I think I would think twice about that. I think I would be like, that's interesting phrasing. But if it's like an op-ed from some left-wing writer for WAPO, then that's a different situation, right?
I don't know that so I agree they're different situations, but we're referring to some kind of like colloquial sense of the term centrist. And I think that whatever colloquial sense that we're applying here could plausibly apply to Obama, right? And it could plausibly apply to Biden. And now you're saying treat them differently because they're politicians. I don't know why, because the sense that you gave me for centrist it wasn't indexed to where you're coming from. But I guess I'll just ask you directly, do you think that Obama is a centrist in a colloquial sense?
No, I don't. I think if you ask the country, just 100 people, if they consider Obama centrist, I think the amount of people that would say yes to that would be like 20 or 25%, maybe. Like maybe 20%.
What if you asked them about Biden?
It's just not.
Is that if that's what we're going by in terms of what we expect people would say? I think people would, if you ask them about Biden.
That's what we mean by colloquial, right?
When I say colloquial, I feel like it's indexed to maybe some normality, perhaps, but on the concept, right? The colloquial definition, not necessarily the application. The colloquial definition is more than just like saying, well, I think colloquially they wouldn't understand it as applied to Olivia Giuliana. Colloquial in the sense of what the word means, not whether most people would apply the word in a given way. What?
Uh-oh. You froze.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you're better. You're better now. You're better.
Uh-oh. I have some drop frames. Testing 1, 2, 3. We're good?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, the colloquial is indexed to like the understanding of the concept in the word, right? It's a semantic colloquialness. That is to say, I could show that the colloquial definition of a given word is whatever's in the Oxford Dictionary or whatever, and that is the colloquial definition. And it would still be the colloquial definition, even if, as applied, that word would be considered not appropriate by like a majority of people to a given context, right? It would be like saying, for example, do you ever have these conversations about communism where people will say, well, Stalinism isn't real communism, right? The USSR wasn't actually communist, right? So there's a difference between using colloquial to refer to like the definition versus its application. And so that's all I'm trying to get at here. And I do think that there's a plausible sense in which you could call Obama a centrist. He was a moderate in many things. You know, he was in favor of moderating when it comes to, that was the sense in which you meant. If there was one defining characteristic of the sense of centrist that you said, it was moderate. He was moderate on healthcare. He wasn't all or nothing socialized medicine or whatever. He was a moderate when it came to foreign intervention. He was a moderate as he governed. He wanted to rule from the middle in many ways.
Well, I think he was a pragmatist. Like, I don't think he was ideologically like a centrist. I mean, I guess that's a different question. Are you like ideological centrism?
He's a moderate.
Like
he ran as a moderate.
In practice?
Is a change agent, no doubt, but he was a moderate. I mean, he was moderate on social issues too. He wasn't in favor initially of gay marriage.
Right, but that's when then like the moderate label for Barack Obama is a conversation within the Democratic Party. And again, like Taylor's reporting was from a neutral, for what she said. There were her politics, according to her, didn't play any impact into her writing.
I know that's the conclusion we're trying to show, right? So I understand that, right? The conclusion we're trying to show is that she is being biased, right? So we can't assume that. We're trying to demonstrate that, right?
But I didn't assume that. I'm telling you, and this is like the third time I've told you in this conversation, I had already demonstrated that firmly, in my opinion. Like I think like with my line of questioning and her answers that she was giving, it was just obvious at that point that she didn't even really think about like what the label meant for Julie. That's what I think our conversation exposed. Is like she was not prepared to answer the question at all about like, why does that label apply? She just flailed around and like she blamed her editors, stretched the definition of centrist to be something fucking absurd.
Wait, centrist. Stretching
AOC.
Here's the problem, right? Like stretching presupposes like the correct definition, right? You're only stretching the definition if there is some sense in which the definition
but we
is
don't even
fixed.
Need to, but I don't even think we need to go down this road because like do you disagree that by that point it was apparent that Taylor hadn't even really thought about what that term meant for Juliana? Like at that point in the conversation, was it not apparent that she had used that term for another reason?
Not until Soypil brought up the invocations of centrist on her Twitter feed, where she's using it as a pejorative, unless you're going into the conversation assuming that she is bad faith about that term. But assuming that you're not going into the conversation, right? I'm assuming that you're not assuming that she's bad faith. Fair? Does that follow?
The conversation, was I not assuming that she was bad faith?
Right. You didn't go into the conversation, or sorry, you probably did, but assuming that you weren't assuming bad faith, right? Assuming that you had to demonstrate bad faith. You can't just say you use centrist and say, and you didn't think about it as much and therefore you're bad faith. You would have to.
But I didn't do that. I'm not saying. I take your point. You can't be so direct with an accusation. Like if you think somebody has hidden motives, you want to bring it out in a different way, which is what I did. Like I was very conscious about the questions that I was asking her because I was kind of taking her along a journey and then like letting her kind of hang herself with her own rope, which is what she did by that point.
I think in the course of the conversation, we did demonstrate that centrist, and by we, I just mean like you and Soypil. I think in the course of the conversation, I don't know exactly when, I would be convinced, you demonstrated that she was using it as a pejorative. I don't doubt that. And in fact, I happen to agree that you did, right? But the question is, did you demonstrate that at the time I interjected? I don't think you quote unquote demonstrated.
In my opinion, I did because like as soon as she gives 3 or 4 nonsensical, sometimes contradictory answers, at that point it's like, well, wait a second, something fishy.
You saying it's nonsensical, right? Presupposes some standard, right? You say it's nonsensical because the real definition, and that's why we can't get around the semantic
But I don't
problem,
even. But
right?
Pisco. I don't even have to go down your line of thinking here, where there's some standard or a subjective standard and exploring what that means. I don't even need to do that if I can reveal that she clearly didn't herself. She clearly didn't give any thought as to what it meant for her.
Well,
to call her.
She just.
A centrist.
I thought you said she did. Democrat aligned,
she was
right?
Using that label, unless she was using that label in a pejorative way. That's my point. Like,
well, hang on. So you asked her. We should actually review what you said. But like, when you asked her, when you were using the term centrist, there, you don't think that she's actually a centrist, and she said, no, I do think that she is a centrist. And what about that?
That's what I said. I think I led by asking her, like, well, what does that word mean to you, and why does it apply to her? And then as soon as I did that, that's when her answers like spiraled, and she kind of she started to lose composure like within 10 minutes of our conversation and get defensive. And I think at that point, like, it was obvious that it was motivated by an agenda. So I don't even need to do this whole like, well, it could have meant subjective, centrist could have meant that way to Taylor. And again, I want to again, like, it shouldn't matter like what it meant to her as like positioned as a leftist or appealing to a leftist audience. If you're writing the article from a neutral perspective, you should use the word the way that like most people think of that word, not from the perspective of like an online leftist.
So we have to demonstrate she's in fact doing that, right? And not adhering to some.
In my opinion, I did.
Oh, right. So
I think Pisco, I think you stretched that conversation out. Like, you stretched it out to like 25 minutes. It could have been a 10-minute conversation, but you.
Why don't we go to the actual moment in the conversation? Hang on. So we can.
Want to review it?
Yeah. Let's. Can you share it from your end? So let's see. If I go to the Hutch channel, will it be there?
We can sync up on a timestamp and press play at the same time. That might be.
Or I can just get the transcript, right?
You tweeted the 90.
Hang on. 20K views though. Nice. Show transcripts. So this was the.
It should be chaptered. There should be chapters.
Yeah. If I control F and put centrist.
Yeah.
So you assigned the label a centrist to Olivia Giuliano, which is how she self-identified. No, she self-identified as a progressive, right? No, from what I found in my original reporting back from the New York Times back when I interviewed her, she was identified as a centrist Democrat in Texas. So that is you would agree that's a coherent. So just to be clear, you agree that it's a coherent thing to say. I'm going by self-ID. That's not an incoherent thing to say.
No, I don't think that's a defensible argument because in recent
it's understandable,
years,
right? It's understandable.
No, it's not. I'm saying it's not understandable.
Well, I mean, it's coherent. You can understand the concept of it. I don't mean that it's defensible. I'm saying
I can understand the concept of it, but what's the problem with that, Pisco, is that Olivia Giuliani has been self-identifying as a progressive since 2021, and Taylor Lorenz in 2023 was calling Giuliana a progressive. So in this moment, she's just lying. She's like, Taylor is just lying about that.
So you need to establish that there's in order for that to be convincing evidence, I'm just telling you from a neutral perspective, in order for that to be convincing evidence of inconsistency in her lying, you would need to show that the notion of centrism is opposed to progressivism, that they're they're contradictory. You agree with that, right?
To show that. No, I don't.
Otherwise,
I don't.
it's
anybody watching a political podcast. I don't need to explain that there's a difference between centrism and progressive.
No. I mean,
why would I need to explain that?
If you actually want to show that she's lying, it would have to be the case that it's that being a progressive means that you're not a centrist. That's just analytically required, correct?
No,
it is. How can she be lying if it's not? If both things can be true at the same time.
Pisco, if anybody watching a political podcast, do you really think anyone in that audience needs?
I'm just focusing on the argument.
Needs this explained? No, but you're I don't know what you're doing. You're framing the argument from a way that makes no sense. Everybody listening to that podcast, a political podcast, understands that there's a material difference between centrist and a progressive. I don't need to establish that in the conversation.
I am not. Do you hear me to say that I don't think that progressive and centrism as terms mean different things?
No. But you're saying I need to establish that with the audience, but they know, bro. They're watching a political podcast. On Taylor's view, there are progressive centrists, and that's not an incoherent concept. What? No. When did she say this?
She said in the exchange that she views progressive sometimes as like a signifier that centrists use to group themselves in.
Well, at that point, she was flailing, Pisco. At that point, she had debate broed herself into taking the position. Well, Bernie's centrist on some things. I mean, she was completely flailing at that point.
I'm just trying to go into the real nuts, like the nuts and bolts of the argument. All right, to show that someone
you're
is
lending legitimacy. You're lending legitimacy to her arguments, and I don't understand why. You're like, well,
in what sense am I lending legitimacy to it?
Because you're saying, well, in Taylor's mind, centrists can be progressive. No, that's not true. She was just lying in that moment. She was just debate broing herself into a stupid position.
Taylor's stated view. I'm not having to say that she actually adheres to it. Okay, her stated view is that someone can be a progressive and a centrist at the same time. And in order
why do I care about her stated view if I clearly
are you trying to debunk it?
Pisco?
Okay, we're trying to establish that, right? I'm trying to establish whether or not you debunked it at a given point or not. Right? We can't just assume you already did. I thought we were trying to walk through it whether or not you established that she was lying or being bad faith at a given moment.
No. You should assume that though, because you are plugged into politics. Everybody in the audience is plugged into politics. Everybody heard her say that, and I'm sure most people in the audience that were listening across all those channels thought that's a weird thing to say. Like, I don't need to flesh this out. It's just on its face absurd.
Something being on its face absurd sounds like it's saying like it's self-evidently false.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay.
I think it was self-evidently true that she was lying in that.
Something that's self-evident isn't justified. You understand that? Justification, it provides a basis by which to come to a conclusion via an inference, but self-evident is an assumption.
I'm assuming that the vast majority of everybody that was listening to the podcast understood that she was contradicting herself, and she backed herself into a corner. That's what I think.
In order to establish,
I didn't need to flesh it out. It was just laid bare right there for everybody to see.
I'm just trying to establish like the kind of inferential steps that someone would need to draw to say, oh, she's lying, caught, right? Regardless of whether you stated them, right? Someone would need to immediately upon hearing that you called her a progressive before, in order to say, therefore you're lying, you would need to come to the conclusion that being a progressive is incompatible with being a centrist. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense as an own, right? It doesn't make sense as an own unless you can show that centrism and progressivism are like oil and water. Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, can you
Not
just
really. Let's pause for a second. I understand what you're meaning in the abstract. I do. I think I understand what you're meaning in the abstract. I don't think you're applying it in a way that makes sense, because if you had to guess, just ballpark, everybody in the audience that was listening to that podcast, what percentage of them, when they heard Taylor say that, the label centrist could apply to Bernie and AOC, what percentage of the audience collectively heard that and thought that was a contradiction that didn't make sense?
Probably a lot of them, the majority, but the majority of the audience already agrees with you. And also, I don't think that she said that Bernie was a centrist. I think she said Bernie was a centrist on some things.
Right. She was obviously stretching the definition.
You agree Bernie's a centrist on some things, right?
No, it's not what it means to be a centrist on some things. Like so Bernie, for example, is he's into like protectionism, and he's not big on like anti-gun laws as far
so
as
you
I
agree
understand.
with that he's a centrist on some things.
But that's not him being a centrist on those things. That doesn't make any sense. That's just him having a couple views that are like out of the Democratic Party orthodoxy. But by and large, like holistically, everybody understands Bernie Sanders to be like functionally a progressive. Like, I don't think actions can be like centrist in the way that you're kind of describing them right here.
You don't think that centrist can be a more like localized description? Like, he's a centrist on this issue. She's a centrist on healthcare. He's a centrist on Israel. You don't think that you can have a more micro meaning?
But is that what you think Taylor meant, or do you think that she backed herself into a corner?
But Hutch, you know that I agree with you on the overall conclusion. What's the use in zooming out and say I agree with the conclusion? We're trying to get into the merits of the argument.
But Pisco, you also agree that you said a majority. I think it's a vast majority of our audience understood that to be a contradiction at the time. So why am I going to sit here and waste time? Like, well, okay, I need to be really sure that I flesh this out, and the audience knows that, like centrist and progressive are different. That doesn't make any sense for this setting.
All I'm trying to say is the fact that you're saying, well, most of the audience understands it as a contradiction, presupposes that in order for it to be good evidence of bad faith, it would need to be a contradiction, right? You agree with that? It would need to be, okay, cool. So whether or not it is a contradiction and whether or not it's bad faith turns on subjectivity. Whether or not subjectively she believes them to be in contradiction, and whether it's plausible that they wouldn't be in contradiction, right?
So you're saying it would have been a. So you're saying it would have been a good use of my time to spend extra time having to convince the 5 to 10% of the audience that maybe weren't aware that centrism and progressivism like this is like a contradiction. It would have been a good use of my time to focus on those people and
I'm not
flesh
making
out.
that kind of claim.
Why would I do that? I'm just like, move on at that point, because like the audience knows what's happening.
Okay, I'm not making the claim that it would be a good use of your time to flesh out the thing that we're doing right now about the epistemics of, the meaning of these terms in the relation that we're describing right now. What I'm saying, I think, is a better use of our time is to ask her directly, what do you mean by centrist, and why does it apply to Olivia Juliana? And accept.
But I did do that.
Yeah, I know you did. Accept what she says as the meaning, and instead of fighting on whether it is factually true or not that Olivia Juliana, in some objective sense or some colloquial sense, is instead of like fighting on that, to just use whatever meaning she is to eviscerate her, right? Which is to say, if what you mean by centrist is X, Y, or Z, then why would you call out Olivia Juliana being a centrist? That makes no sense, right? In other words, it doesn't presuppose good faith.
I understand what you're saying, and I think your logic would apply if this was maybe a televised debate on like C-SPAN. That makes sense. Or like a televised debate on like, or in a podcast that is not very political, like a comedian podcast or something like that. Then I think it makes sense. But our audience are, from center left to progressive spectrum, mostly progressive, I would say, and very highly engaged in politics. So I don't need to accept her framing. I can harp on that just at face value.
I'm going to do a bombshell right now. I mean, I'll give you a bombshell. I think there is a coherent notion of a progressive centrist. I don't think it's incoherent, and I don't think it's a contradiction, unless you have clarity on what you mean by those terms. I think that, for example, I'll give you an example. I think Biden, in a sense, is a centrist progressive. I understand centrism.
I don't know. I just don't know what that means.
I can tell you what you mean. Progressive is usually a reference in the modern context to social progressivism, and centrism is usually applied to like economic centrism. And so a progressive centrist.
No, I don't agree with you. No,
I'm saying I think it's not inherently incoherent to ascribe someone as a progressive centrist.
You don't think that progressive, the label, would apply to economics? Like you don't think
it can.
That would apply to like social welfare programs?
I'm not saying that it cannot. What I'm saying is that there are notions of progressive centrism that are applicable and that make sense, that don't automatically show that you're bad faith. Someone could say, yeah, he's like a progressive centrist. Like he definitely is. He's, for example, Andy Bashir might be described this way, right? He's woke on trans issues, but he's not like this a Medicare for all or die kind of person, right? So all I'm just saying is the concept by itself is not incoherent. You need to do additional work to show that the person is trying to be contradictory or is contradictory and therefore being bad faith. And so the reason I say this is to say that by itself, it is not a contradiction.
But I think at this point in the conversation, Pisco, I think like once it became obvious, and it was obvious in my opinion right away, that she hadn't even really like thought about how she would answer that question. Or she hadn't really thought about like a coherent reason, like why that label would apply to Juliana. Like, I think at this point that had already been like very firmly exposed. It was to me. And I got the sense, like knowing our audiences, that they probably picked up on that too. And so at that point, I'm not going to waste my time buying into this nonsense argument of like, well, I guess Bernie can be a centrist when you think about it, because I don't think she's coming at it in good faith. Like you can make that argument. You can sort of, that would be like a very like hyper niche. You would have to be like really engaged in politics to kind of follow your track. And maybe there's some merit there, but that's clearly not.
If I told you that Bernie is a centrist on immigration, if I told you Bernie was a centrist on immigration, would you understand what I'm saying?
I suppose I would understand what you're saying, but I think she had demonstrated through her language and through our conversation that she was not approaching it in the same way that you are right now. She was not, she was looking for like an escape valve. Like she was looking for like an out in that conversation.
I agree with that.
She had backed herself into it, and she had backed, well, if you agree with that, then I don't understand. Like, I think
I agree with your
that
conclusion.
understood that.
No, I agree with your conclusion.
I think our audience understood that, so I don't understand why I would waste time, like unpacking it in the way that you're describing. It's just
I'm not
such a
saying
waste of time
that unpacking it in this precise way is what would work. What I'm suggesting is the following and only the following. Let's not linger on the truth or falsity about whether Juliana is or is not a centrist in some like objective sense. Let's use whatever bullshit she's going to throw out there. Let's just accept it. Let's accept what the term that she's going to use, and we'll be able to shut her down with her own terminology. So if she says that centrist means, like a mansion type, you can destroy her on the facts. You didn't even do the bare amount of research on Juliana. How can you say this? If she says, well, no, by centrist, I mean Schumer aligned or Biden aligned or something like that, then you can, call into question how she's using the term centrist in her tweets.
I did do that though.
You did.
100%. I did do that. I did absolutely question like the application of the language that she was using as inconsistent, like as incoherent, like by that point, like I don't even remember if you had jumped in by this point. I think it was before. She claimed that pro-centrist was pro-democrat, like, which is just ridiculous. Like that, like everything she was. My point is, like, she.
When you say it's ridiculous, what do you mean?
Things.
It's ridiculous that someone would use the term that way.
I'm not going to explain that to you. I'm not going to explain that to you. I don't need to explain ridiculous to you, bro.
Well, no, not the word necessarily, but like what you're saying is no one would ever use the term that way.
You know what that word means in this context. I don't need to explain that to you.
No, I'm asking what you think is ridiculous. The notion that someone could use the word centrist to mean aligned with Democrats?
Yes, to be pro-Democrat, centrist. Nobody uses the word that way. First of all, nobody uses it that way.
Lefties, which by your own account, right? This is she's a lefty. Lefties use the term that way. You don't agree?
No, they would say like no, that they would not use it in that way. That's way too broad. Way too broad, because technically they're pro-Democrat. They're like pro, Mamdani.
You agree with that? I thought you said that they're not pro-Democrat. They're anti-Democrat. That's your whole point.
No, using that ridiculous language is my point. That would make them pro-Democrat if they're like pro-Mamdani, right?
Well, no, I thought that you just said that even lefties wouldn't use centrist to mean Democrat aligned because they're pro-Democrat and they wouldn't call themselves centrist. But I thought your whole contention is that they're not pro-Democrat.
They wouldn't stop it at just pro-Democrat. That's just so broad. It's so absurdly broad. It's just, it doesn't make any sense.
I feel like
nobody uses the language.
I feel like people, lefties, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, will use terms like centrist or liberal.
I feel like you're going into lawyer brain here. Like, what is your instinct in this moment to like defend that? You want to find a way. You like, your brain is like when we're unpacking this stuff, and I feel like you've done this with like previous actors that I've considered to be bad faith. You're like stretching yourself to find the most charitable read of the things that they're saying past the point that they've demonstrated that they're being good faith. And that's what I get confused about sometimes.
I'm not trying to extend to Taylor Lorenz a assumed branch of good faith. That's exactly what I'm not trying to do, okay? I'm trying to say whether or not something has been demonstrated in virtue of like the arguments and the inferences that one can reasonably draw from. And if you say, well, you should assume bad faith of Taylor Lorenz, then fine. Okay, it's self-evident that she's bad faith. It's self-evident. You didn't even you already proved it when she was like not quick and didn't really think about it or whatever. And so everything else, it's all fair game. But I thought we were trying to assess whether you demonstrated something or not. And whether you demonstrated something.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, because like I personally assumed bad faith, like going into that conversation. That's what I wanted to expose. Yeah, maybe not 100%. Would I bet my life, but 95. But I didn't assume that the audience would make that same assumption in the same way that I did, which is why I picked the particular line of questioning that I did, because I wanted to kind of guide her down a path. And my position is that by the time you interjected in the way that you did, I had already done that. Like, she had already like hung herself a bit with her own language.
So then why were we
saying, oh, no, in an effort to make your argument sharper, you should have, like,
well, not just that.
Her definition here and but I'm saying, like, at that point, I think it was obvious to most people that were watching that what she was presenting was not quite lining up. It didn't really make sense.
What I recall,
I assumed that, and then
I'm not saying that. I think that there's a difference between you personally assuming bad faith and you entering the argument and being bad faith. Okay, so I'm not saying that you were being bad faith in the argument. I probably do agree that you assume that she was bad faith beforehand based on previous encounters or whatever, or your pre-existing notions. And I'm not even calling that into question with regard to the chorus article. As you know, that like I agree with a lot of the conclusions on the chorus article. And I also think that the framing point that you guys are making are right. So I don't dispute the conclusions. All right. I'm trying to make a statement regarding what my perception was, why I was interjecting. And you can say you had already demonstrated it to any reasonable person's satisfaction that she was bad faith at the time I interjected. I mean, I'll have to go back and see exactly when I interjected or whatever. I remember being incredibly frustrated with like circling on whether Olivia Giuliano was in fact a centrist. That's what I remember motivating me to speak about. Like, oh, dude, this is fucking dumb. Like, what? Like, can we just like focus on her and focus on her framing? Like, I even say in there, like, let's focus on whether she was being bad faith. Let's ask her questions to approach that.
That's what I did, though. I feel like I did that. When I asked her, like, you know, what do these labels mean to you, and you know, what was your process for like how to assign that? And like, it really didn't take her long before she started squirming. It was like 5 or 10 minutes into the conversation, she was like, you know, editors use language sometimes, and it's like. Even though she's using that exact same language in her tweets afterwards, like she was already like really struggling in that moment, I think. And so when you jumped in the way that you did, it was like, I had a list of other descriptors that I wanted to get to, but we got bogged down on that, I think in no small part because you were interjecting.
Yeah. Like, I'm not convinced of that.
I wanted to get to, well, I mean, so like, I mean, like I have like a whole like notes of prep here, and there was this other influencer named Barrett Adair who she described as pro DNC. And when I went to their TikTok, it was like, I don't know what the fuck that label.
And you're saying like
here.
I prevented you from raising that? Like you had
all the time in the world. The way that you did. Well, we don't. I mean, it's a 2-hour podcast. I also didn't want to take up the whole thing. Like I didn't think it would go literally into the 2-hour mark. But you know, I did have like a list of other things. And when you interjected, it's like, you're asking me like, yes or no, does Biden call himself a centrist? And I'm like,
yeah. So this is to show. So you're saying like, I'm frustrating what you want to do in the moment, and what I want to do in the moment, that takes like a backseat to what you want to do in the moment. And therefore that means I was trying to protect Taylor. Like what I want to do in the moment is call out what I think is like a bad, like focus, which is on like the truth or falsity of the underlying claim. And you're like, you shouldn't have done that because you distracted me, you did this, you wasted too much time. Like I don't understand, or you were doing this to defend her, and I don't think that those are justified.
You don't think it was worthwhile to flesh out if she was being, if she had a different kind of agenda when she was using those? I
absolutely think it was worth time doing that. I want to be clear about that. I do think it's worth time on that point. What I'm saying is not that is a waste of time. What I'm saying is how one demonstrates that point isn't by fighting on the truth or falsity of whether she is in fact a centrist. That's what I'm saying. Just accept what she's going to say. Like, what did you mean by this? Okay, I meant this. And then use that to demonstrate your point. That's what I wanted to do. I didn't want to derail from the point of bad faith. That's what I wanted to concentrate on. And if you go back to the actual transcript of what I said, you'll see that that's what I say. Let's not focus on this. Let's focus on the accusation of bad faith. It's the direct opposite of what you're implying.
Do you think that Olivia is a centrist? Would you call her a centrist?
It depends on what sense.
Just you. I'm just asking.
In the sense of among
however you want to interpret
it's different. It's a different answer, right? It depends is the answer. And what sense? I don't know why this is like
whatever you want, you know, like by a reasonable standard, a colloquial
standard.
There are
multiple reasonable definitions of centrist.
So pick one and go with it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
so I'll go through all of them.
The reason I ask is because like I got the sense that you maybe thought she was a centrist. So you kind of agreeing with.
It depends in what sense. In some. So first of all, I don't know enough of her political views to know on some of the senses of centrist. So I'll give you some examples. So in the sense of overall political ideology in the world of ideologies, yes, she's a centrist. I assume anyone who's vaguely, represented by the Democratic Party is a centrist on that view. On the view of the internal, what?
I want to unpack that. What do you mean? Like, so what do you know about her? That is it literally that she has stumped for Democrats?
So it's because the Democratic Party is, in the grand scheme of ideologies, in the full sense of ideologies, from fascism to communism and Marxist-Leninists, the Democrats are considered a centrist party. That's in what sense. And so being aligned with a Democrat on that view, on that sense, is centrist. And so in that view, I would say...
I don't think so. I don't agree with that at all.
You don't agree
like,
with why?
Center left. I mean, maybe that's defensible, but not centrist. No, the Democratic Party of 2026 is centrist
In the
across,
grand
like, the
scheme
whole
of
span
ideology.
human history.
Yeah.
I don't think so. No, when you look at the Democrats' policy agenda, like, no, I don't think so. I don't agree with that. But maybe
the Democrats are aligned with business interests. They are not in favor of command economy by and large.
Does that mean?
What's that?
What is that? They're aligned with business interests. What does that mean? I mean, like, what about Lena Khan? Like, that was like the most pro-consumer, like pro-labor administration.
I'm not making normative claims here that being aligned with business is bad. I want Democrats to have good relationships with business. I'm a capitalist. Okay, so please don't read in
capitalist.
Yes, that's what I mean. I mean that they're aligned with private businesses. They want private-public partnerships. They're interested in market-oriented solutions first. They're in favor of some regulation.
How would be not wanting to end capitalism? How is that centrist?
So I understand centrists as is used in the ideological sense to be economic centrism. Economic centrism referring to the amount of controls in on the economy is where being on the right is like more anarchic, right, and less business control. And I understand left to be a lot of control over the economy, a lot of regulatory stuff. And so in that sense, right, the Democratic Party is oriented towards market solutions by and large. They're in favor of regulation on some things, but their default assumption is to try to find public partner. Well, what?
On many things. I mean, that's what abundance was all about. Like the Democratic Party, when you give the Democratic Party a trifecta at the state level, isn't abundance about like ending the what they consider to be like burdensome regulation, over regulation, maybe?
Yeah, no, I think that there is a sense in which abundance can be construed as in favor of some amount of deregulation, though I would hasten to add, and also I think Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein have added, that it's not just deregulate. But abundance is kind of neither here nor there. I'm just trying to like orient myself towards how people, from the political science perspective, from like an ideological perspective, I agree there's other senses in which the Democratic Party is in no means a centrist party. I'm trying to say that there's different senses of centrist. And when you map on like political ideologies ranging from anarcho-capitalism on the one end to command economies on the other hand, the Democratic Party by and large is in the center. That's what is meant by that in the economic sense. I mean, economic centrism. They're in favor of some regulation, but overall they're in favor of markets. And they're not, by and large, it's not a socialist party. So that's just what that version of centrism means, economic centrist. Do you get me? That's one vision. That's one vision of centrist, and it's not one that's like super narrow or like this is like a common notion among like political science shit that this is like in the center of that axis.
That's where I think we disagree, because I think political scientists would very, very, very broadly describe the Democratic Party as pretty firmly center left, even economically in 2026. I think you're describing the label centrist from the perspective of a lefty. I think that's what you're doing, right? I think your academic view of it, you're saying like political scientists would consider the Democratic Party to be centrist economically. I think that would make more sense in like the 90s. But the party has changed a lot in the 21st century. It has moved away from a lot of their more economically like centrist positions. Like I would say like the Democratic Party now is like, I think
some
it's like
have,
closer well, I mean like the whole party overall I would say has like shifted pretty significantly to the left in the 21st century.
I agree. So I think that they've shifted left. I don't disagree with that at all. I'm not saying that what I'm just offering now is like the definition of centrist. I don't think that there's one definition of centrist or one notion of centrist that is correct. It just depends on which, like, words can have multiple reasonable meanings. And yes, even in the political context, this word is susceptible to multiple reasonable meanings. So in the so that's in the political what I would say like the political science sense and the ideological sense. There's two other senses that I've offered which are normal that a centrist can be applied, either to refer to the American political notion of centrist. And in the American political notion of centrist, I highly doubt that Olivia Giuliani is a centrist, because I think centrist in the American political context is closer refers to people like Manchin, people like Susan Collins, people like even probably Fetterman, more centrist in that sense. So that's the American political context. And then there's another sense of centrist, which is internal to the Democratic Party, which refers to divisions within Democratic Party, where Schumer, although in the American political sense would not be considered a centrist, in the internal division between the Bernieites and the more moderate types, Schumer would be plausibly referred to as a centrist in the internal party sense. That's just a referent, right? Centrist and moderate is a referential word. It refers to some sort of standard, some middle orientation of where people are at. And so those are three senses in which centrist can be used, one of which I think just trivially applies to Olivia Giuliana if she's at all related to the Democratic Party, and the one in which I'm not sure, which is the sense of the internal party, and then one in which I doubt it, which is the American political sense with refers to like Manchin as a centrist. So those are all, I think, plausible senses of centrist.
Well, I did look. I didn't spend a great deal of time looking into Olivia Giuliani. I was somewhat familiar with her before, but I did peruse her feeds before I did all this. And what I get from her is that she is just a standard Gen Z progressive that cares about like just really boilerplate Gen Z stuff. But she also wants the Democratic Party to win from a pragmatic perspective. And so to me, like her ideology is very, very clearly not centrist. And any
in what
reasonable
sense?
person. I get a little frustrated sometimes.
Why are you frustrated? It depends in what sense. It depends on what you mean by centrist.
I mean, colloquially. I think I even mean within the Democratic Party. Like, even if you wanted to restrict it to just the Democratic Party, I think she's very obviously a progressive.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Like very obviously progressive.
I think that's probably true.
But even like, and when you zoom out colloquially to like, you know, just across the spectrum in the United States, she's a progressive there. You know, so
that's probably true too.
Like, right, and so you know, that to me was quite obvious, and I think like the reason why I was pressing on whether or not the label applied to Giuliana was twofold. Well, number one, I just factually thought it was pretty ridiculous, and number two, I thought that I suspected that she didn't assign that label because of ideology. I suspected that she assigned that label because she was trying to mark her for as a outside, mark her as like one of the enemies to the people that she was trying to appeal to with that article.
I agree with that.
And again, in my opinion, I think I had established that by the time you jumped in.
Okay, I'll revisit the conversation. That's not my impression. I will say though that like when you're referring
she was flailing. She was flailing.
I think that there were points at
really,
which she was flailing. I think that's a different claim than whether or not in the moment you had demonstrated any given thing. You know, it could be the true case
really?
that you have.
Once somebody starts flailing in a debate, that's usually a pretty bad sign for them. I think.
I agree that it's usually a pretty bad sign if you're flailing, but I just mean whether you demonstrated something at a given time is different than whether or not someone is doing something very bad for themselves, including by flailing at a given time. She, I think, was uncomfortable with where the conversation was going, and that's probably true even just bringing up that topic, regardless of whether or not you've demonstrated a particular thing. And I will note, right, like the colloquial sense of a word, I'm not sure that I have clarity on your view by what you mean when you say centrist. And because you seem to suggest that centrist means different things as applied to politicians versus that there's some kind of like indexing that is done that means that it means something different when you like apply it to politicians versus commentators. That's going to be an issue because like I'm not sure that that's apparent in a colloquial definition, that most people when they hear centrist construe it differently in politicians versus commentators. And then overall, I'm having not clarity on what you mean by centrist as a colloquial definition.
Well, walk me through real quick. Like, walk me through your thinking, your instinct, your impulse. Like, what drove you? Because I got frustrated when you jumped in, and I remember like trying to interrupt you, and just asking you, like, do you think that Taylor is using it in a pejorative sense? And that was born out of frustration because I think, you know, especially like because that was early in that line of questioning that Soypill jumped in and he actually touched on something that I hadn't even really prepared in my preparation, which I should have in retrospect. I should have searched her Twitter feed for centrist, but he was pretty sharp. I thought he jumped in like 5 minutes and he's like, well, Taylor, we can see with it. You obviously use the term in a pejorative way. And at that point that's when she tried to back away and said, well, you know, editors use the language like that ridiculous excuse that she gave. So like right then and there, I just feel like that, like, bam, like she's pretty nailed. Like, and if you agreed in that moment that Taylor uses the word centrist exclusively as a pejorative, and that informs our evaluation of like why she used it in that article, then I struggle to understand why you wouldn't jump in and join us in like, I'm
happy to answer that. Yeah. First of all, that's what I thought I was in, but I'm happy to answer that. I just want to be clear because I won't ask it again. Is it you don't want to address what I asked you about what your sense of centrism
what is a centrist? But I thought I did answer that question. Like I think didn't I answer it like right when we first started?
You said moderate in some sense, but not in a sense that would apply to Obama or Biden.
I said it's more or less kind of synonymous with moderate for a lot of people. It could mean that somebody has a hybrid sort of set of policy prescriptions. Maybe they're pro-gun and pro like hawkish foreign policy.
Right. If that's what you mean, the colloquial
social safety nets. I think that's what most people understand.
If that's what you mean by centrist, that like a kind of moderate that might have a hybrid solution to things. Then it's not clear to me that Juliana is not a moderate. Is it clear to you?
What do you know? Well, what do you know about her?
I'm not saying that I know that she is a moderate. I'm saying it's not clear to me that she's not a moderate on that view of centrist.
Didn't you say that you don't know much about like her? Politics?
Yes, I'm not claiming that she's a moderate. I'm saying it's not clear to me that she's not a moderate. You understand that? I don't have a strong view. I don't have a strong inclination.
But that's because you don't know anything about her politics, though.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's not clear to me that she is or is not a moderate on that view.
I'm confused right now. So I just like at that point, wouldn't it be on you to just like peruse her feed?
I'm not asserting. I'm not disputing the factual accuracy of the claim. That's what I'm saying is like that's what I'm claiming is the waste of time.
I did. I interjected. I said, well, first of all, she self-identifies as a progressive. She was
moderates can be progressive on your own view. Moderates can be progressive.
No, I don't. No, I
no.
don't. Wait, hold on. Moderates can be progressive.
You're using centrism as a synonym for moderate. Insert moderate everywhere you put centrist.
Actions. No, now you're stretching the word to mean like individual actions are moderate or centrist or progressive.
No, I'm talking about Olivia.
Her label.
Yeah. So,
like what people think of. When
I'm just inserting moderate for centrist. If you're saying it's essentially synonymous, more or less, then it's not clear to me that moderates can't be progressive. That's what I mean. I'm substituting the word centrist for moderate. If on your view, the colloquial meaning of centrism is moderate.
We're not talking about actions, Pisco. We're talking about the label. She didn't label Olivia Giuliani's actions as centrist. She called Olivia a centrist.
By which you think the colloquial definition is a moderate, right?
It is very much related to being a moderate. I'm not sure if it's like 100% synonymous, but
it's kind of moderate.
Synonymous.
Yeah. So
sure.
So we can insert by just transitive property. We can just insert everywhere there's centrist, moderate for the meaning of the term. Understand that the implication is different between moderate and centrist. But on that view, right? If what you mean by centrist is moderate, and the claim therefore is that accepting at good faith and not assuming bad faith, which again we can dispute about that, then we can just say, well, Olivia Giuliana is a moderate. And on that view, it's like it's not clear to me that that's in conflict with progressive, and that you saying, well, she's saying progressive here.
No. You're playing. No. Come on.
What am I doing?
You're losing the thread here, bud.
Wait, why?
You're losing the thread here, bud. Like
why?
Because especially in the way that, like you would agree that Taylor Lorenz, when she used that language centrist for Juliana, she was delineating her. That was like she didn't land on that label by accident. She was trying to communicate something to her readers with that label. And what you're doing with the words now is you're really kind of stretching them and kind of making them meaningless.
No, I'm using your
anybody. Well, anybody can be a moderate when you think about it.
No, I'm using your
That's
terminology.
Kind of what you're doing, right?
I'm using.
But that's what you're doing, Pisco. You're saying like really at the end of the day, like anybody could be a moderate, and so that is like running cover for her use of that language, whether or not it's what you intended. That's what you're doing, though.
So I'm not trying to step into the meta right now. I'm not using a definition that's so loose that it could apply to reasonably everyone. I asked you what you think the colloquial definition of moderate is, such that it's so apparent that there's a contradiction in what Taylor was saying. So I'm not using anyone's sense in this context of moderate or of centrist other than your own. Okay, and I'm regardless of what my intent is.
But according to my definition, Olivia Giuliana is not a moderate. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and she's not a moderate. Got it. Understood.
No, I don't think she is. No.
All right. But why is that in contradiction with progressive? Help me out there, because that's the kind of the claim that she contradicted herself and she proved she was lying is because she called her a centrist, and centrist means moderate, and then she's previously called her a progressive. And so if we're going by those definitions, there needs to be some contradiction or some kind of like tension between moderate and progressive.
Pisco, I think you've lost the plot here a little bit.
Why?
I think the tether's cut and you're kind of floating around in outer space.
Why are you saying that, man? I think that's disrespectful. What do you mean?
Well, I'm trying to be direct with you because you've now reached a point where you're like, well, you have to establish that there's a difference between moderate and progressive, and it's a political podcast. So
I'm not saying that you should have done it.
Like, what are we doing? Like,
I'm saying
this does not need to be explained to our audience that you have to establish there's a difference between moderate and progressive. No, I don't. I don't need to explain that. That is firmly understood.
I'm trying to understand in your view, right? Like, I'm not saying that you need to do the conversation in this way and suss out this difference between moderate and centrist. I'm trying to follow your train of thought and showing, and you said that it was obvious by that time that Taylor Lorenz had contradicted herself.
You're not trying to find my train of thought. You're bogging the conversation down to like, now you got to demonstrate that progressives and moderates are different. Like, if you're following my train of thought, then I don't need to do that. That's ridiculous.
Well, then I'm not sure in virtue of what Taylor Lorenz was discredited when she called her a centrist in one breath and called her progressive in another, unless there's some basis on which to determine that is an indication of bad faith. I think you would need to show that to me, right?
So you're saying that Taylor Lorenz, and it wasn't just that she called her progressive, by the way. It was in 2023, the exact quote, like, it wasn't just like, so the person asked her, so let me just bear with me. Let me read a paragraph here. So she was in an interview with someone. Don't know the full context of this, but she says, this is Taylor. Oh boy, I would start by engaging with people. And I assume this is a conversation about democratic outreach with influencers. She says, oh boy, I would start engaging with people, not just approved content creators. I think one thing that specific political parties, especially like liberal politicians, have really shied away from is engaging with more progressive activists because they want to stick to these neutral party lines. And I get that, but I think to perform well on the internet, you've got to engage with everyone. I'd be dealing with Twitch streamers and content creators, and I would really go out and use social media to try to engage with people, and especially these progressive influencers on the internet. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say we're just not dealing with those people because they're too radical or they're too progressive. I would try to bring them into the fold and use them to my advantage. And then her interviewer says, would this include Olivia Juliana? And Taylor Lorenz says, yeah, I think people like her are exactly who we're talking about. These Gen Z activists and commentators and people with followings. So This was just like a couple of years before she wrote that article. And then in our conversation, she was claiming, well, that's how she self-identified. But when I looked it up, the last time Olivia Giuliani self-identified as was in 2020, according to her social media feed. So I just think Taylor was just being dishonest about this. I just think she was
lying about what?
Blatantly
What's the lie? The lie is that
I'm asking you. What do you think? What do you think?
I'm not sure is my answer.
You're frustrating me.
Wait,
good sir.
I don't know. I don't know what the lie is.
And I love you. You're my boy. I love you, and you're my boy. But in the conversation with Taylor, I think that we fleshed out that even she understands that there's a difference between in understanding when somebody calls somebody a centrist or a progressive.
I agree that they're different concepts. I'm asking what the lie is that you're identifying. You said that she's clear that she was lying. I'm asking what she's lying about.
Are you suggesting that in Taylor's, like, it's conceivable to you that in Taylor's use of language in her lexicon, that she could somewhat fluidly and plausibly shift between labels like centrist, moderate, liberal, progressive, and they all could kind of apply to like everyone?
No, I'm not alleging that.
Okay, so you understand that Taylor understands that there's like a difference in these words, and so she's communicating different things.
I agree that they're different words and they communicate different things. Yes, I agree with that, and I think that Taylor probably agrees with that.
So I don't know why you're making this effort to justify her use
I'm
of
not
the
trying to
language. It was
justify
like,
her
well,
use of the language.
moderate. No, but that's what you're doing when you say, well, can't a moderate be a progressive? That's what you're doing.
I'm asking you what you're identifying as the lie.
The lie is that Olivia Juliana is a centrist. That's the lie.
And it's a lie in virtue of her having called her a progressive before. That shows that it's a knowing intentional falsehood, right?
That and with all the other pieces of evidence that we've compiled in this trial.
So it's not enough to. So in other words, are you suggesting? Is it enough to know that she called Olivia Juliana a progressive before to know that she's lying about calling her a centrist now?
Not necessarily, but when you weigh that up against
that's all
the
I'm
fact that Juliana
okay, so we agree on that,
not
right?
Necessarily. No, but I didn't do that, Pisco. I established like multiple pieces of evidence. I didn't just focus on that. I appealed to, I don't know, 6 or 7 different things.
So
Taylor's
given that it's not enough,
and
given that it's not enough to identify that she's previously called her a progressive, and she now called her a centrist, and now that she's lying, it must mean that it's possible to be a progressive and a centrist on your view, on your own view, not on my view, on your view.
No, you could explain the discrepancy in different ways. You could say that her thinking on Olivia evolved. No, I don't accept your premise that you can be both moderate.
No. I'm saying that that's an entailment of your view. If you think that it's not enough to say, so for example,
everybody thinks this way. I mean, maybe I'm projecting.
Regardless of whether everyone thinks this way. Okay, then it applies to everyone, including you. All I'm just saying is, on your view, right? I thought I just heard you say that it's not enough to show. It's basically in combination with other things that you're able to assess out that she's lying about the centrist point, including the progressive point, including the fact that she called her progressive previously. In other words, they're not contradictory innately, right? It just to be a progressive is not mutually exclusive with being a centrist. I think that's entailed on your own view, on your view.
It is.
It isn't.
No,
okay.
It is for our purposes. Yes. Maybe for someone who is a normie and has no fucking idea about politics, but in our spaces, between you and me on the podcast, me directly with Taylor, our audience, all of us understand these words to be different descriptors that mean different things.
Because centrist means moderate, and moderates can't be progressives, right?
When we're using you keep doing the thing, Pisco.
I'm using your sense of the word centrist.
But you're changing the word. You're changing the word from a descriptor about the person, and you're stretching it to be a descriptor about their actions. And so you're saying, well, a moderate can do progressive things. That's not what we're talking about.
I'm not talking about actions. I'm talking about identity. I'm only talking about identity. I'm only talking about identity here. I'm not talking about actions.
Yes.
So I want to be clear about what's
you are though. You're saying a progressive can do moderate things. That's like a label about their actions.
I understand that before I asked whether Bernie Sanders can be centrist in some more narrow sense. That's not what I'm doing right now. I'm asking if you are, that is to say, identify as a moderate, is it incompatible colloquially for you to identify as a progressive?
Yes. As a holistic label. Yes. I'm not going to explain this. I refuse. I simply refuse.
Is that because there is no good explanation?
I'm not going to explain to you. I'm not going to explain to you why, especially in our circles, that you cannot call yourself both a progressive and a moderate. Not for these
Why
purposes.
not? I don't know why.
Because we're talking about a defining label, Pisco.
Yeah, why can't I identify as both a moderate and a progressive?
I'm not going to do this with you. Let me get some water. Hold on.
Okay, yeah. What's up, folks? I should get a water too. All right. Everyone chill. Actually, nah, he's back. All right. I can wait.
Colloquially, in our spaces, we simplified things to especially in the Democratic Party. There's like various sub factions, but colloquially we kind of understand it to there to be a kind of a like 2 different camps. You have like the progressive Bernie camp, and then you have like the moderate like centristy camp. That's
Yeah,
how
yeah, that's
these
one
things are
sense of it, yeah.
discussed in these circles.
Well,
There's also like a smaller kind of 20-15% that are, somewhat conservative, right? Like black voters are typically more conservative, but like colloquially, when we have these kinds of discussions,
wait. Can I just give you an
that's
olive
how
branch
we do
there?
these
Yeah,
kinds of
no, this is one of the senses in which I'm referring to. I would agree in the sense of internal political division in terms of the Democrats. They are counterposed, right? The progressives are counterposed to the centrists in the sense of the internal Democratic alignment, right? Yes, I would agree that it was kind of to say that you're a progressive centrist, or sorry, a progressive centrist or progressive moderate. If what you're referring to is this kind of internal Democratic thing, they would be counterposed. There would be a big amount of tension. There'd be like, what? Right? Like, hang on, there's the AOC wing and then there's the Schumer wing, and they're not the same, right? And so then in that context, yes, I would understand there to be a contradiction. But in other senses, I don't see them as contradictions. So that's why I'm saying that the context really matters. And whether you're referring to the overall American, which part of it do you question?
Have you ever heard someone be described or self-describe as a progressive moderate or a moderate progressive?
Yes. Yes, you can have multiple identities. You can say, I'm a progressive, I'm also a moderate. Yes. I have heard that description.
Have you heard who?
People in my personal life. There are people who identify people like Andy Bashir as a moderate progressive. He's a progressive and he's a moderate. Progressive meaning progressive socially.
Me personally, I have never, ever heard these kinds of
labels. So if I Google progressive
mixed
moderate, all right, so let me just try to find some instances of it. And find an example of this being used to self-ID or to identify. What would that show if I'm able to demonstrate that?
It might show that like 2 people have done this, but I think your burden is to. Well, I think your burden, because this is what you're saying, your burden is to demonstrate that this is like something that is like commonly done or commonly understood, right?
Well,
it's the internet. I can find people that are fucking, their kink is like watching zebras get covered in mayonnaise or whatever. That doesn't really matter much. Like you would have to show that this is like, so, everybody knows you can be a progressive moderate, right?
All right, then I'm going to put that aside then. If I'm able to show that Olivia Giuliana has ever described herself as a moderate, would you then, on your own view, colloquially, would you concede that she's a centrist?
No.
Wait, how does that not logically follow by your own view?
Because people's politics can evolve, Pisco. They're fluid.
No,
like if you described yourself as a moderate in 2020, like why would that be the basis?
No, assume the same temporality. Assume the same. Assume that she.
What do you mean?
Assume that she has at one point described herself as a moderate, and that's like after the whatever development phase, right? Like after whatever what you're calling the development, she says moderate.
You're always developing, is my point. Like there's, you're not like stuck in stone after a while. People change their politics into their 40s. And again, like when I looked at her Twitter account, I found a tweet from her in 2020, specifically rejecting the label of a centrist. Like specifically, like rejecting that label. Hold on. It was a tweet from her in 2021. And she said, when this pandemic started, I was a centrist Democrat who was going to college for English. Didn't realize how much could change in 18 months. So this is her explicitly distancing herself from that label.
When is this?
Just unequivocally. September 26, 2021.
So
she said, when this pandemic started, I was a centrist Democrat who was going to college for English. Didn't know how much could change in 18 months. And then there was another tweet from her where she was talking about like,
you're saying that indicates that she's now like very different than that, as opposed to
a centrist. Very obviously, that's what it says.
Yeah. So
don't pick that apart. Don't debate, bro. That one. That's very obviously what she's saying there.
Well, no, she could be referring. She could be referring to how.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, I'm telling you. Hutch, this is kind of saying I have to make the point I want to make, right? If I want to make a point, you got to let me make the point, right?
Well, she could be referring tweet before you make the point.
Why? Why can't I just make? Why can't I address what you just said?
I'm further making the case. I'm
I know,
just gonna head off your argument. Okay, it's like this is how your brain works, Pisco. Like you see.
I just want to do it one by one.
You know, you just like impulsively you have to like explore the thing. And I'm just telling you, like I have a tweet. I have another tweet to show that she is assigning herself the progressive label.
Okay, show me that. Yeah, give me that. No, but that's the whole thing that we're like disputing, right? It is whether on the
You're disputing it. I'm not. I'm saying she's a progressive. You're disputing that.
And by progressive, you mean as counterpoise to moderate, right?
I'm not going to
respond to that.
Explain it. No, I'm not going to, because we've already been down that road. I've already explained it.
Okay, I mean, if you don't want to hear the argument, that's fine.
She said, you say I'm not a progressive, yet I have very progressive stances. I believe in a robust public option with Medicare available to all. I believe in free community colleges and trade schools. I believe that we need more immigration judges, more work permits, more visas, comprehensive, clear pathway to citizenship, and so on and so forth, and on and on and on. Like she's saying, like in this tweet, she's saying like, you don't call me a progressive, and then lists all her progressive bona fides. So like clearly she self-identifies and has for years as a progressive. And Taylor's whole thing
mutually
was like,
exclusive of moderate.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Obviously. Yes.
In every context.
Yes.
In the colloquial context.
No. In our context, Pisco,
okay.
Like you could find a context where whatever, but in our context, for our purposes in this conversation, in the conversation with Taylor.
So let's deal with Biden. Let's deal with Biden. All right. So this is why I brought up the Biden example. All right. So Biden, you would agree, is a moderate.
I would agree that Biden ran on a moderate aesthetic in 2020, but also at the same time did run on progressive
I didn't ask
policies.
if he ran on it. I'm asking him the identity. Is he? I'm not equivocating. So in the same sense that Juliana is a moderate or not a moderate, was Joe Biden a moderate? Not in any running on or anything else.
I think colloquially, people would probably call Biden a moderate. Sure.
Okay. And by moderate, we mean centrist because they're equivalent in your view in the colloquial sense.
Sure. Yes.
And was Joe Biden a progressive? Yes or no?
In practice, you mean?
No, I just mean as an identity. Would you identify him as a progressive? Yes or no?
I honestly don't even know. How did he self-describe?
Regardless of how it does, do you understand what you just did? Right? Like if you say I don't know, you got a problem because on your view they're contradictory.
No, I'm saying I don't. No, I'm saying I don't know how he like calls himself. But again, like the reason why I think like there is a different standard for politicians is because they're playing a different kind of game, and so somebody could intentionally give off the aesthetic of being a moderate if it meant. You know,
I'm not asking about that. I'm not equivocating, right? I'm not equivocating. Right? I'm asking in the same sense. I'm not asking in a different sense. So on your own view, Biden is.
And how does this apply? So how does this apply to the Olivia situation?
So I'll tell you how, right? If it's possible for, on your view, for you to be unsure regarding whether Biden is a progressive, but to be sure that he's fairly called a moderate, then they're not necessarily contradictory. Because there's a world in which Biden can be both a progressive and a moderate. That's just logically entailed.
No. There's a world where, like, again, the word is applied in different ways for different considerations.
Yeah, I'm trying not to equivocate. I'm trying to use in the same sense.
But in our world, in our conversation, I shouldn't have to explain to you that there are different factions of the Democratic Party. This is especially relevant in online discourse, where it's 10 times more tribalistic than in the real world. And so you know that when somebody says centrist, they are like it's like you're trying to create a permission structure here, or you're trying to create an explanation for
I don't want to get into the meta, dude.
Taylor. No, but that's what you're doing though.
You're saying you're accusing me of being nefarious. You're saying that I have bad motive, malicious motive. That's what you're accusing me of. No,
I'm not saying you have a nefarious motive. I don't know what motivates you.
You're saying you're trying to create a permission structure that's saying that I'm being malicious.
Well, I tried to clean up what I'm saying. I don't think it's quite a permission structure, but I think you're trying to explain Taylor's writing in a way that could be defensible when it's already firmly been established, in my opinion.
I agree with your conclusion, Hutch. So one thing is to agree on the conclusion. The other is to agree on the reasons why we agree on the conclusion, right? So like I can agree with the conclusion.
You're proposing that this was ambiguous to our audience. You're proposing that they're it would have been useful to, establish these things because our audience would have found it useful. But I'm saying, no, they wouldn't have. Like, they understand that when Taylor uses the word centrist, it is mutually exclusive with progressive or leftist or whatever. They already understand
just because they understand this
doesn't
just because they understand it doesn't mean that they have conceptual clarity or that they're correct. Right? You can say you can appeal to any kind of
no. That is what it means.
Appealing to a consensus is whatever. Like I will stand for my Merrick Garland opinion, and everyone could understand that I'm wrong, and everyone could say that I'm being unclear, and everyone can understand that I'm wrong about the Biden pardons or whatever. That doesn't mean they're right. And so, okay, fine. They all understand something, but maybe they're wrong about that, and maybe we should think twice and not just rest on our the fact that everyone agrees.
No. This isn't about being right or wrong on a particular thing. This is about the whole framework. And within the framework of the discussion, the context of the discussion, our audience understood that for Taylor Lorenz, the words centrist and moderate are mutually exclusive. We don't need to unpack, technically, Bernie would be considered a Nazi in fucking Denmark.
Even though she claimed otherwise.
We don't need to.
Even though she claimed otherwise.
Who claimed otherwise?
Even though Taylor said that I don't consider them mutually exclusive. She says progressive is a label that centrists use. So on her view, it's not.
At that point, why would we take that in good faith, Pisco?
So you can say that I presuppose bad faith. You can say that. Then you're not demonstrating anything. You're assuming it.
She demonstrated bad faith, Pisco. She demonstrated it.
I agree
when she passed the buck to her editors, when she gave an incoherent
I agree with that part.
Definition. But so why do I need to establish it further?
No.
She did it for me. She exposed that herself. And so once that's out there, once somebody demonstrates bad faith, I don't know how you operate in a debate, but like once somebody demonstrates bad faith and you really got them like dead to rights, you can really drive that home. Like
I don't rest on my laurels there. And you can watch me engage with people seriously, like Tim Pool, Rob Noor, etc. And I usually do not just sort of presume that bad faith is accepted by everyone watching and therefore not like try to demonstrate my claims or whatever. I continue to operate as though the interlocutor is operating in good faith. Maybe that's a failing on my end. Maybe that's just like not the appropriate thing to do, but yeah.
I don't. I think if you're in a debate with someone and you really caught them like really unambiguously being bad faith, I think from that point on, you can operate from a completely different basis. If I'm having I know the difference. Like if I'm having a conversation with someone who's not going to like start lobbing ad homs or debate bro themselves into ridiculous positions. Like if I'm dealing with an honest interlocutor, the tenor, the tone of the conversation is completely different. Then it's an honest exchange of ideas. I'm more curious about what the person has to say. I'm more willing to explore those things and consider those things or challenge my own perspective. But as soon as I discover in a conversation with someone that they're operating in bad faith, something shifts in me because that is like a on or off kind of thing. Like I don't think like there's no such thing as like a little bad faith. Like once someone demonstrates that they can be dishonest in that way, at that point it calls into question everything they say. And so if them,
you put your like credibility in issue, and if you're acting a certain way, I understand that it might justify viewing them a different way or whatever. But like I'm just being honest with you and straightforward that like I don't operate or I don't try to operate differently except maybe to defend myself against possible like bad faith attacks or whatever. I will let you know though, and this is not just me trying to make an unfalsifiable claim or whatever, but there are a couple people, 2 people in my private life who watched that encounter are not dead ender communists and socialists who are not like clued in on who Taylor Lorenz is, who like you are or anything like, or like don't have a strong foundation on like the overall drama, and they thought you were unhinged and they thought that Taylor was like being bullied and stuff, and they didn't understand the point about the centrist thing. Now I understand that is like
I'm okay with that. Okay, that's fine.
The only reason I say that is because it's very easy to assume that we're coming into this like with all the factual background that we have about Taylor Lorenz and how she treated this and how she treated Ethan Klein and whatever. And I'm conscious of not just the people who already agree with us. And I want us to be like good in our arguments and like foundationally, and maybe that's a bit obsessive, maybe that's whatever. And I don't have a problem with your conclusion. In fact, I thought that you exposed her wonderfully on the Israel primarily thing. There were some really tough moments which I did not interrupt and which were brutal for her. But it wasn't my intention in the moments when I interrupted to fuck with your shit. I chimed in because I was like, this is dumb. And I think I know why it's dumb. And we don't have to go over and over on it again on it. And it doesn't have to do with the notion that she wasn't using centrist as a pejorative. I think that she almost certainly was. And I think that both you and Soypill did eventually demonstrate that. I had a slight issue, really slight in terms of like how it was presented and going around and around on the particular factual accuracy. And then on some of the other side points. But I don't think that should be meant to imply that I'm like, I don't agree with Chorus or that I'm just here to sweep for Taylor. That's not my intention. I just engage in the conversations the way I do with the intention of being accurate. That's all. My brother in liberalism.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
If I'm going into a debate with someone and I have a certain goal in mind, like there have been some debates that I've had where after the fact, I thought it was like more of a mixed bag, or some debates that I had where I thought it was just bad, some debates where I thought were stronger, but I never go into it with the hope that I'm going to convince literally everyone that's watching that debate that I'm correct about a thing or I've exposed something or something like that. And so, like, the fact that you have a couple people in your life that thought that I was unhinged, I just kind of expect that. But I know the work that I put into that prep. I know the effort that I made during the conversation to not be belligerent or unacceptably like hostile. And I feel confident in my debate performance that night. Like I think
I happen to agree. I think that overall you exposed
horrible for her. I think it was horrible.
I think overall
I just want to say real quick, like I don't like that is a fundamental disagreement when it comes to the debate that you and I have, because it's hard for me to understand the instinct to jump in when you did after I think it was just really obviously exposed that she was not operating in good faith. Like at that point, like once somebody does that in the way that she was doing, and I want to stress, especially on this particular thing, because the way that I view what she did with her reporting after the fact, and the way that she intentionally breathed oxygen into especially the Israel stuff, I thought that was morally like reprehensible what she did. And
to basically lambast Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman, and these creators
all of them
of being like shills and like covering up for genocide, essentially. That's its implication, right? Yeah. No, I agree with you.
I thought that was morally reprehensible. And so I don't know. It's hard for me to understand your instinct in that moment to not just let the bad faith just be more and more, just, expose itself more and more during that conversation. Instead, you jumped in to like try to help her with the argument and try to help her defend.
You're
herself.
Assuming that's what I was trying to do.
That is what you did.
Wait,
it is what you did.
When you said I did that, you're saying with the intent, right? Like you're saying you went to go help her.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm telling you now that my intent isn't just to help her. My intent is, number one, to express my view, right? To express what I think about a given issue. And so it's not couched in terms relative to Taylor. People, I know that's like bizarre that I could have my own thoughts that aren't necessarily, done with the intention of helping any particular person, but that, that is the case. And then also to streamline the conversation to an area that actually matters and that isn't just like talking past each other about the correct definition of centrists or like whether she is in fact a centrist, but just like accepting some semantic clarity in the nature of a conversation, which at least on its face should be conducted in good faith, even if we don't assume good faith on the interlocutor's part. So that wasn't my intention, was to like particularly help someone.
I believe I conducted myself in good faith. I don't think she did, but
I'm not saying that you conducted yourself in bad faith. It's not my view that you conducted yourself in bad faith. I'm just saying I am approaching the conversation with an attempt to get semantic clarity on this point about centrist, and not assuming that she's lying about, at least in the scope of the conversation, is to demonstrate that claim perhaps, and to focus us on the things that actually matter, which is the claim about bad faith, the claim about biasness. That's what I was trying to do. And it also expresses my frustration at that moment. So it's not done with an intent to just like give Taylor a pass. And again, I just want to come back to like, I don't know if you remember like the anger in my voice, and when I debated this issue before, and when I was like really angry about the framing, etc., and all these same points. Why do you think I would just be trying to like toss Taylor a bone? You think I'm trying to like make money and grift and like what do you think I'm trying to do?
I truly don't make assumptions. All I can do is observe your patterns, and I'll reiterate again that I like sparring with you, and I actually think it makes for good content. And you know, like in our exchanges, I have to be a little bit more sharper, and so like I like appreciate that.
Yeah, no.
Challenge and all that.
It's not personal for me, Hutch. I just don't.
I genuinely mean that. I swear to you, I do not ascribe some nefarious intent. I get confused sometimes. Like that's where this comes from. I get confused because I don't understand the intent. So like
yeah.
If your intention in the moment was like, if the impulse in you in that moment was to help Taylor defend herself from something that I thought was indefensible. I'm not saying that you're doing that to like grift or whatever. I don't even know.
Why would I? Why would I do that?
I don't even know if you understand the impulse to do that in that moment. I don't know if it's just some autonomic response that you have. Because
so the reason is, again, I hear something and I'm like, this is dumb. Why are we talking about whether she's actually a centrist? Let's just accept. Let's just ask her what she means, and then let's go forward on.
We were talking about. Okay. We were talking about it because I was establishing that Taylor meant something when she said that. That's why we were talking about that. Because I was just trying to establish with the audience that she knew what she was doing when she did that. And Soy Pill picked up on that. Like I didn't share notes with him or anything like that. Like he picked up on it like right away, and he expanded
I know
on it.
the thing. I know the point, right? The point is about the framing, etc. It's my belief that the focus on whether she's in fact a centrist or not isn't furthering the point. Now you could say I'm wrong about that. All right, let's just say that you say, okay, it is furthering the point because we can show that she lied, right? And if we show that she lied, of course, that's additional evidence of bad faith. And so there's something additional there that you're just wrong about that. But I can just tell you that's my intention. Like regardless of whether or not I still maintain that I do think that it's wrong to obsess over multiple reasonable construals of centrist and where it's not clear what she's meaning, and that the better way is to just get her semantic on the table and just eviscerate her with it by, you know, with whatever she means by it. But
why
even
not
if you assume that that's not the case,
But why not jump in at that point, and instead of interrogating me, why not just say like, why not just like explicitly encourage me, like, you know, I think you've established this, get to the next point, instead of like yes or no, Biden this, yes or no. It's like, in that situation, like I'm in a mode, you know, like I'm in a mode, and I feel like I'm in a really kind of advantageous position in that moment. Like
maybe the Biden point, me raising the Biden point, you know, on reflection, just like by the way we just did now, is exposing some potential tension in your own view, right? Like we just went this whole exchange, and you said you're not sure if Biden's a progressive, but you are sure he's a moderate, by which you mean centrist. And so maybe the Biden question is uncomfortable because it's exposing some incoherence or perhaps some tension, right? Because even now we don't know if your view is that Biden is a progressive or not.
Well, I think the Biden view is necessarily more complex and nuanced than the kind of conversation we were having about Olivia Giuliana. Because if you would have asked me in 2019 or 2020, is Joe Biden a moderate? I would have been like, yeah. I mean, I was fully in the tank for Bernie until Super Tuesday, and I was really bummed when that happened, and I was not happy that he was the nominee, but I accepted it right away. And then over time, when I watched the way that he governed, I was like, holy fucking shit. Like, this is blowing my mind. Like, this is like my wet dream as a fucking 2001, 18-year-old me. If you would have told me that you would elect someone that would codify gay marriage, pass the largest climate bill ever, appoint someone like Lena Khan to her position. And
so why do you hesitate to call him a progressive?
Well, I just explained it to you. Do you understand? Like, I had this like firmly embedded idea of who I know, but I'm asking you now,
right? Like, I'm asking, but the thing is, like, if you accept that now he's a moderate, and I'm not asking
it to you, but you did the yes or no thing, and I tried to explain it to you because I think that deserves nuance.
Forget everything I've ever said. Have you ever seen the Key and Peele where he's like, forget everything I've ever said right now. I want a stork ankle and a human foot. All right, forget everything that we said up until now, right? Right now, okay. Do you consider Joe Biden a moderate?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
But I'm sensitive to what the audience, like, that's what colors my perspective. Like if I say that, like, I have to make that case. And so maybe there's some hesitation there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he governed as a moderate. I think he fucking he was elected and he fucking channeled the spirit of fucking LBJ and FDR.
So now we have some tension because
he was limited, right? So
no, and I think what you're experiencing is totally normal. Like, it feels weird to not call Biden a moderate. Why? Because, like, there's just this very strong notion that Biden is a moderate, and there's some evidence that suggests that he is a moderate, right? He's bipartisan legislation.
There are good reasons for that. There are good reasons for that in ways that I don't think apply to the Juliana thing. I don't think there are good reasons if you made any effort to, like, look into her own language, how she has evolved over time. She didn't do that. I thought it was kind of astounding that Taylor was like, well, she herself, called herself a centrist years ago. It's like, why does that matter? Like, if you chose it, you could have just chosen a different label. You could have just not chosen centrist. If you weren't familiar with how her politics have evolved to the point they are now, why would you choose that label? That's crazy to me that you would do that.
But here's the problem.
No, someone who's young. When you're young like Juliana, like, people's politics change a lot.
I understand the changing point. Yes. And I understand how people could, like, okay, he was a moderate, he's not anymore, or he has moderate vibes, but he's not really a moderate, right? So there are ways in which you can make that just like here. But here's like, I think the problem: you wouldn't look twice at an article that said Joe Biden's a moderate. He's a moderate Democrat. You wouldn't even think twice about it.
No, I would.
Really?
I would.
Okay.
Yes, 1,000%.
I don't even think it would be of note. But maybe you're wrong. Maybe I could be totally wrong about that.
I would. I swear to you, I would. I mean, like, I talk about my chat. I repeat myself a lot in chat, but, like, I talked about this all the time when Biden was president. Like, holy fuck, like, this guy's way more progressive than I thought he would be. That was, like, the tone of the Biden years.
Okay. Well,
for me,
look, I hear you. I think that it's possible for, in different contexts, Biden to be a moderate, and in different contexts for him not to be a moderate. So I don't think that Biden is a moderate when it comes to the overall look at the country politically. Okay. I would agree with you there that he is not a moderate on that view. When it comes to the view of, like, the internal. But that's what
Taylor. No, but hang on. Before we even get to that, we don't even need to get to that. Do you acknowledge that Taylor, when she spoke about our article, and I specifically asked her this because I wanted her to commit to this because I felt like it really weakened her position. Like, I asked her, like, do you think your opinion is present in this? That's why I asked her, like, you mentioned before that if you're going to do journalism, you should disclose your partisan leanings.
Yeah.
But how does that apply to you? Should you put that in your, should you put it in your article? Like, that was the point of that questioning. Because I was trying to get her to say that her reporting was not, like, opinion based and that it was neutral, which she did. And then once she did that, then at that point, that gave me a lane to really hit on her for the descriptors that she used. There were literally, like, 7 other descriptors that I wanted to get to besides centrist.
Sure. Yeah.
I thought I skipped a lot of them because the pro-Israel stuff I thought was more.
And I thought I thought you made a great progress, and you really exposed stuff with that line of attack. I thought that was very effective. I'm not even claiming that all of your attacks are ineffective. I'm just noticing a singular problem that I thought was apparent to me. And at least, even if you don't agree with my assessment there, that's what I identified. That's what I was trying to get to. That's why I interrupted.
No, but so in the context of Biden, you want to explore the terms moderate, progressive in different contexts, from the perspective of, like, the whole world and human history, the United States, just the Democratic Party. We don't need to do that with Taylor's because her whole thing was, like, it was supposed to be just neutral, politically neutral, supposed to be like even ground. So I think that as far as your 3 examples, that would mean, like, across the country. I think that would be, like, acceptable, like that specific framing.
Right. And if she says that's actually like stupid, right? Because she's not, right? Then you would say she's not, or that isn't what you meant, right? And but then you, like, you get the clarity on the view right there, right? And you're like, wait, when you say moderate, you mean with respect to the whole country? And if that's what you mean, then, like, wait, she is far more left wing than most of the country, if that's what you mean by moderate. And so this can't be true. Then you can actually do the accuracy point correct once you have the grounding for it, right? Where you've laid it out.
But isn't that what she means when she says not
No.
injected with
Because as I remember it, and maybe I'll go back and we'll see it. She offered, I think, two conceptual ways in which to consider what she claimed was the centrist label. One was by self ID, in terms of how one identifies, right, as a litmus.
She was wrong about that.
And well, that presupposes a meaning, right? Like you can't just say she's wrong. She's wrong in virtue of like you have to say she's wrong because they're counterposed. They're and that's again
no. She was wrong that Juliana self-ID'd as as centrist.
Well, no, you said that she did at some point, right?
Who cares? We're talking about today, like currently, past 2021. Since 2021, she has self-ID'd as a progressive.
Oh, it wasn't that
she was wrong on the substance. Okay. She was wrong about the claim. It's not true. Juliana does not self-ID as a centrist.
And that's apparent because she identifies as a progressive on your view, right?
I showed you. I read you the tweet. Like
and then you're like, don't talk about another reading of that statement, and then I didn't because you asked me not to. And then
Pisco, we're establishing whether or not what Taylor said was correct. What Taylor said was correct. What Taylor said was Olivia Juliana self-IDs as a centrist.
But that's what her understanding was.
That
yes.
Is not. No. She was. Well, I don't. Was it her understanding? Whatever. She was wrong.
That's what she claims her understanding is. And she's wrong in virtue of what? And she's wrong in virtue of what? Why is she wrong?
Pisco. She's what I don't want to get feisty with you, buddy, but I'm getting feisty.
Yeah,
with
why
you
is she wrong?
What you tell me why she's wrong?
Well, I have heard from you that the reason that she's wrong on that is because number one piece of evidence, she identifies as a progressive. All right. That's getting into the argument about whether progressive and centrist are mutually exclusive. I assume you don't want to go down that route again. And a piece of evidence number two is she at one time she had this statement about when I started, I was just a centrist in college going to class and look at how much everything changes in 18 months, which could be interpreted. You don't want to hear this argument. You said, don't talk to me about this. So the other interpretation of the argument is what's changed is her position as an influencer and the circumstances of the pandemic as opposed to her political philosophy.
No.
Okay.
No.
What?
That's not a reasonable review.
And why is it unreasonable?
For her to say, 18 months ago at the start of the pandemic, I was a centrist from blah, 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 blah. How much things can change. What was the point of injecting centrist in there? Obviously, she's distancing herself from that label. Obviously.
No, she could just be like, that's all I was just like a regular centrist Democrat in classes and stuff like that. It's not apparent to me that that this necessarily implies a kind of ideological shift. Maybe it does. I'm just saying it's not the only plausible reading that you can read that.
I think it's well, no, I think she's obviously whatever. I'm not going to fight you on that, but so Taylor is wrong because Olivia explicitly rejects the label of centrist, which is actually the more important point, and also self-identifies as progressive currently. So she's just wrong. That's not open.
And her example of rejecting it is when she said 18 months ago, I was just a centrist in classes, and now look at whatever she said there. That's her rejecting the label, right?
Yes, obviously.
So what do you say about her in terms of the following statement? Taylor didn't see that.
That's her job.
Wait.
Are you kidding me?
Wait.
Hang on a second. She's a reporter. Hang on. But if you're going to use the word centrist, you should go to the person's Twitter feed. You should look at what they're about. You should search for the word centrist. You should search for the word progressive. You should do your fucking job. It's not good to be like, oh, okay. So what you're saying is maybe it was just bad reporting. Okay, like.
You're making the argument that okay, so there's a couple of explanations that I think that you need to go down is like either we're hanging our hat on progressive and centrist on Taylor's view being contradictory, or that she knowingly ascribed her in order for her to be wrong insofar as, and it shows that she's lying. She would need to knowingly misidentify or mislabel her when she knew, right? She knew that she wasn't a centrist, and she called her it anyway. And that point, I think, that's like an issue that I didn't want to get into. And the reason I didn't get into is because she could just be like, I didn't see that. All right. She can, and exactly what she did, which is like, okay, if she wants to update it, I will. If it's wrong, that's exactly what she did. And so it's not useful as a point unless you're already bought into the fact that she sucks. It doesn't advance anywhere because she could just plausibly claim, and unless you already think that she's a piece of shit, be like, oh, I didn't see that. I guess I'll update it. I thought that she was a centrist. That was my understanding. So it's not effective. That's what I'm saying.
there's a concept of like malicious negligence. So, is it possible that Taylor just didn't think to look up her Twitter feed to see if she needed to update her priors or her politics changed over time? Like, sure, but she made a choice to do that. And I think she made a choice to do that because she was already fond of that label for a different reason. She was using that label to smear Olivia.
That's the
Giuliani,
conclusion we're trying to show. That's the conclusion.
I did show that. That's what I'm saying. I showed that. That was 100% on display. Yes, I showed that.
You showed that because of the use of the term afterwards on her Twitter feed. I agree with that part. What I don't think shows it is disputing the actual factual accuracy, even on the self-ID concept and the other concept that she threw around, just to be comprehensive.
Oh, wait, pause. How?
You didn't show that she was lying?
What do you mean? The self-ID?
No, you didn't show that she was lying. That when she wrote centrist, she knew it was untrue of Olivia Giuliani.
Well, what would you call it if you're doing a piece of reporting and you specifically use that language? Like that was not an accident. You specifically use that language, and then you don't make any effort to go to the person's like Twitter feed to see if maybe their politics have changed in the last fucking 5 years when we're talking about like a 12-year-old,
You're asking me a question. I mean, the claim is for you to substantiate, did she lie or not? You're just asking me a question. Maybe
that to me is a form of dishonesty. It is a lie. Yes, I think so. Yeah.
It's a lie to do what?
So.
To
especially when Taylor called Giuliani a progressive fucking a year before the article came out.
Again, like, that's just assuming that's assuming the thing that we just got into for minutes and minutes and minutes.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I don't know what you're saying.
You told me earlier that you don't even dispute the fact that she was being bad faith. What are we doing? Why are you doing this?
We're talking about the actual inferences and
why are you doing this?
Of how you're asking me why I'm doing the. So by the way, you're asking me why I interjected.
Yeah.
I'm explaining why I view.
No, why are we doing this right now? You're like forcing me to. You're trying to nitpick me on everything. It could have been this. It could have been that. Could have been this. But you already agreed that she was being bad faith.
That's the conclusion. That's the conclusion. The reason I'm interjecting.
You agree, right?
I agree with the conclusion. I don't agree with all the inferences that you're laying out. I don't agree with all of the reasons behind the conclusion that you're offering. I agree with some of them, but not all. You asked me, right? So I'll explain to you why we're in the middle of this conversation. Okay. You asked me why did I
want to skip that part. I want to skip that part. I want you to tell me what you mean. What you mean when you say that Taylor Lorenz was being bad faith. What do you mean by that?
Because I think it's obvious that in her lexicon, she uses centrist to refer to be a pejorative, and based on her track record of doing so, and that it's not plausible, given what she claimed and professed the meaning of the term was, which is Democrat aligned. It's not a plausible thing to call out Olivia Giuliani being Democrat aligned, because that would be true of like literally anyone affiliated with the Democratic Party. So given her stated view that what she means by centrist is Democrat aligned, it would not be of note to say that Olivia Giuliani is centrist on that meaning of the word. So that's why I think that she is being shifty about.
What does it mean to say it would not be of note? What does that mean?
In other words, it's superfluous. It's redundant, right? It's like saying an unmarried bachelor, right? If you say an unmarried bachelor, it's redundant. So you're like, wait, why are you saying something that's so trivial? What other plausible reason would you have for saying something like the Democratic aligned centrists, by which I mean Democratic aligned, if you're not using that term when you have a track record of using it as a pejorative? That's why I think it's useful to get to the semantic and the emptiness of her stated usage of that word. And that's effectuated by asking her, hey, what do you mean by this word? And she says, I mean Democratic aligned. And oh, really? That's what you meant? Then why even say that of Olivia Giuliani? Do you understand?
Use the word. No. You're telling me kind of in a sense what it isn't, but I'm saying what is it? So like, did she use the word specifically to paint Giuliani as a villain?
As DNC villain, yes.
Then
that's the conclusion.
What are we doing?
Okay, you asked me why are we doing this? So Hutch, you asked me why are we doing this? I start to explain to you, like, I don't want to get into this. So are you asking me? Do you want me to give an answer for why we're doing this, or do you not want me to answer that question?
Why are you nitpicking the most meaningless things when you already agree that she did it for a specific reason and it was dishonest?
Because you asked me, so I'll answer that. The reason why we're going down this train is because you asked me why I interjected, and why I interjected has to do with your method of reasoning, not your conclusions. And so obviously to analyze your method of reasoning, we need to get into your reasoning, and that involves criticizing it. And so that's why we're getting into it, is because that's why I interjected, and you wanted to inquire as to why I did it. Right? Wait, why is that unbelievable? That's exactly how we got here.
I just like if I imagine you having a conversation with fucking Rob Noor or whatever, and he comes on Lib and Learn, and you ask him a question, and he debate bros himself into the most ridiculous thing possible. Like, I personally would not. In it, like, if I thought that you had like a better point to make, or you had already belabored the point, it was time to move on to something like that. Maybe I would interject and be like, okay, do you have another like descriptor that you want to go with? I would never in a million years jump in to like offer Rob Noor a lifeline and start
I'm not offering. Debates. My intent wasn't to offer a lifeline. I'm telling you that's not what I was trying to do.
In effect, that's what happened. In fact, there were multiple times throughout that conversation where she was like, you would interject and say something, and I would be like, hang tight.
Really?
She'd be like, you can't even answer. She would be like,
it's your claim that you demolished her and that you dismantled her.
She was clinging into.
You
she
say
was
that
clinging onto the things that you were saying, and so she was like, "Oh, it's just for you. It's funny how you don't want to do it." So she was definitely like clinging to that like lifeboat, 100,000%. And she did it every time.
If I'm correct on a point, and if she is clinging on to that as a consequence of me being right or accurate, okay.
I don't think you were being correct. Like I don't think you were correct.
That's going to turn on whether or not I am correct or not, and that's going to involve us talking about it. So why are we in the weeds?
Is correct. The correctness or the incorrectness doesn't matter. Like I would never like.
So don't. So another way of what you're doing is saying, don't countermand me when I'm closing in on my kill. Right? You're like, because she could cling on to anything I say as a lifeline. Right? It's like, don't talk. Yeah. Why are you talking? Yeah.
Well, no, not necessarily.
I'm
not saying.
So you're like, you'd be chill if I spoke up to attack her. Yeah, you just agreed with that framing. That's crazy.
No, you can jump in and interject, and if you think I can sharpen my argument in a different way, that's fine. But don't do the like yes or no thing, and then when I start to give you a nuanced answer, you yes or no. Like, what are we doing then? Like, we're just hot. Like now the whole. Yeah, you're basically saying fuck now. Now I'm like dealing with you, and I'm like, basically you're saying these two things at the same time.
Regardless of whether you're saying, irrespective of whether you're correct, right? You're saying regardless of whether you're correct, don't ask me tough questions when I'm closing in on my kill.
Not in the way that you did. No, definitely not.
And the reason I don't do that is because why?
Because you fuck up the whole vibe. You fuck up the whole flow. I had a whole
You had plenty of time, Hutch, and on your own accord, you did exceptionally well.
You're distracting me. You're coming in and you're like yes or no, and I'm not. My brain is very focused on what Taylor is saying, where I'm going with it. I have like a plan. It was very methodical, and now I got like fucking Biden, yes or no, you motherfucker, and then I try to do like the fucking.
Just be like, yeah, of course he's.
And you're talking to me like Rob Noor, you know what I mean? Like I just don't do that. Like if you want to sharpen my argument, just do it in a way that's not so like, because it's distracting as fuck. Is my point.
Well, listen, I have no. If what you're saying is like it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong, just like don't ask me these questions that I would also ask of a guest.
Not what I'm saying.
What?
I didn't say that.
All right, then help me out.
The tone. It's just how you do it. Just how you do it.
I do it.
Hutch, if you jump in and you're like, Hutch, I don't think you're making the point the best way. If you do that's fine. Like that's direct. That's not going to blow up the conversation. But no, that's not what you did. You do like yes or no, Biden.
No, I'm not saying that's what I did. I'm saying like, so you wouldn't have an issue with that. You wouldn't have an issue with being like,
no.
Okay. It's just specifically like getting you to answer whether Joe Biden is or is not centrist on your own view in a way that by the way, the point I do that is I think it's a quick way to show that, actually, maybe this is like not as clear as I thought. Like maybe this is actually requires, like you said, nuance. And actually, centrist can mean different things in different circles. And so it's not as easy just to be like, well, centrist, progressive. No, I understand, right? Like that's what the question is meant to elicit. And you're saying I'm thrown by that question. That question throws me. So regardless of whether, whatever happens, the question threw me. And so I didn't like the question because of the tone of it. Right?
When you're having interactions with human beings, like the tone of the interaction is going to color what happens. And so when you do the yes or no, it's hostile. And so now I'm dealing with a hostile actor. And
this is the big leagues though, Hutch. I mean, you're being incredibly hardball on her, right? You're being incredibly hardball on her. I'm incredibly hardball on people on my side and not on my side. I like, you see me like when we're together, just us. I do that to you.
You can be direct. You can be direct without being like overtly hostile. Is the point? You can be direct without like fucking with the vibe and like fucking with the flow.
And fucking with the vibe means
like Hutch respectfully. If you would have literally just said Hutch respectfully, I don't think this is the best way to make the argument. Here's what I would say. You're like, no,
do you think the kind of question I asked of you? Wait. Do you think the kind of question I asked with you is like inconsistent with the kind of questions you were asking Taylor? It's consistent with. So the manner in which I approached you is very like the manner you approached Taylor. You agree with that?
No, I was being no. Like, watch it back, bro. I was being kinder and calmer with her than you were with me. You brought in a whole new energy.
I totally disagree with that characterization. You were demanding. You were demanding. You saying you're being evasive. You're avoiding.
No. That was after.
You're not answering my question. I'm asking.
That was after. No, that was after that. That was after that. I promise you. I was so composed. Like, I was so composed. She was the one that was flailing. I kept my shit calm and zen. I did that shit consciously.
That is not how I perceived it. So if that's the case, I'll rewatch it and see if I think that the manner in which I approached with you was inconsistent with the manner in you approached Taylor. That was not how I understood it. Now, maybe it is. I could be wrong in terms of how I was remembering it. But you would say if I approached you in the manner that you were approaching Taylor, you wouldn't have a problem from a vibe perspective, right? If it's the case that we were approaching it from similar angles, you to Taylor, me to you.
Ask that question again. There's a lot of moving parts here.
If it's the case, right? So assume it's the case that the manner in which you were asking and the form of the questions that you were asking Taylor is roughly similar to how I asked it of you. You wouldn't have a vibe-based reason to object to it, correct? Because it would be inconsistent. It would be consistent with your vibe. Why?
I mean,
even then, even following the vibe that you're setting for our guests,
because you're my podcast host.
No, okay, but she's our guest, Hutch. Like the usual form in terms of inviting people onto the guest is to treat the guest better than you treat the co-host. That's the usual form.
I fucking did.
No.
I was so calm with her. I was so like, I did not like at any point. Did you hear, especially when at the point that you jumped in? Was the tone that I was using with Taylor, was I doing stuff like yes or no, Taylor? Yes.
I'm not sure if you use the term yes or no, but you were asking direct question. Whether you use the term yes or no can't be what this is turned on. Really? Is that really what's going to turn on? Is whether I said yes or no? And whether you did or didn't?
It's not about the specific language. It is like very.
You were grilling her. Yes, you were like you did, right? Like you did of Taylor. It was, and I'm not saying that it's wrong and inappropriate.
You were more aggro with me than I was with her.
Okay, but I'm asking you, if I was the same amount that you were to Taylor, you'd say it would still be bad, and it would still be bad because that's the guest and you're the co-host, and so you should treat the co-host better than the guest.
Because in that case, I think it would be bad because of that philosophical difference that we have. Because like, if I've established that someone is being bad faith. I'm not gonna jump in that way. Like if somebody's being bad faith, then quite frankly, they should be grilled. And like, I could have gone a lot harder than I did. I could have gone so much harder. You have heard me go like lose my composure in debates and like scream and yell and do all that stuff. You've seen me do that sometimes. I did not do that with her. I made a specific deliberate effort to not do that with her. But like, it just strains credulity for me to, like, I don't understand the impulse, like after someone who has established themselves to be not operating in good faith and being deceptive and being evasive and giving crazy answers, like to redirect that energy towards me and be like, you know, like
that's
like
the same. Whenever there's a dispute, that's just how I always act. And that's how I always am, and it's consistent.
I would take a look at that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but it's not the point that is being raised though is it's not a remarkable thing. It's not like this is a Taylor specific aspect of Pisco. Whenever I have a disagreement on the merits, I assume people are big boys and big girls, and I'm like, hey, do you agree with this? Come on, like everyone knows that, and so it's not trying to throw her a lifeline. It's saying like, hang on, this is like stupid that we're going on the center's point or on the aspect of are you claiming, for example, this is standard contractual language? Like that's just a way for me to like, one, I'm frustrated that the conversation is like circling around there. And two, I have my own views of how the conversation should go too.
That was another point, by the way, that confused me. What was that all about?
So that's another point where you might have taken it a different way than I intended it. Right. So in that point, she was claiming that, well, I've seen contracts that aren't anything like what you're talking about. Remember that? Like, I've seen contracts where this, And so what I was trying to do is say, well, hang on a second, Hutch, you're not claiming this is standard, is it? And you were supposed to say, no, I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying this is a plausible reason why compliance, right? Regulatory compliance is a plausible reason. Did you consider that? Right? You weren't making the claim that it was standard, but you didn't answer it, right? You were scared to answer it because you were defensive.
Pause.
Yeah.
No. Pause. You had the wrong read of that situation.
Okay.
I did a superficial Google search about like that kind of language as it applies to 501c4s. I didn't deep dive. Like that was like towards the end of my prep. Okay, so I didn't like
you weren't making the claim that it was standard. She was trying to derail.
No, you have the wrong read still.
Okay.
What I discovered was that language actually does appear to be somewhat common in these kinds of structures, but I didn't feel confident enough to like flesh that out. And so
then you can just say, I'm not making that claim right now. I'm not making that claim right now. Right. So all I'm trying to say is she was trying to box you in and saying like, well,
but I think it was Pisco. You like, why did you jump into? You're not saying that's standard, right?
You're either making the claim or you're not making the claim. So she was acting as though what she was saying is contradicting you. So you were saying something like, well, this could be a plausible reason. She's like, well, I've seen contracts without it. So instead of being, and you're going to say like, well, I've seen contracts with it, right?
Right.
I'm saying it's her inane point, right? She's saying, well, I've seen contracts that don't include this language, as though that's contradicting what you're saying. What you're saying is that there's a plausible good faith reason, regardless of whether it's standard.
Why not interject there though? Why not interject there and cut her off?
I did interject, and rather than I think maybe you thought that I was about to attack you.
Why not piggyback up? What? Wait, hang on. You weren't trying to attack me?
No. Do you understand what I was doing there? Is saying you're not alleging that it's standard, right, Hutch? Are you alleging it's standard? And the whole point of that is to say her claim, well, she's seen other contracts that don't have this language, isn't responsive to your point. What's your point? Your point is there's a plausible good faith reading of some of these restrictive clauses. That is to say regulatory compliance, right? And that's not contradicted by her saying, implying that it's standard or non-standard. She is trying to derail, and I'm saying you're not claiming it's standard, are you, Hutch?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. On this point, what you're saying makes sense. I understand.
Yeah, that's the exact reason
we disagree. The other point we disagree, but that made a little sense to me. Yes.
People can say you're rewriting history. Just look at when it happens in the conversation. I notice that we're about to have an inane conversation about what is in contracts or not when no one has the fucking, including me, by the way, as well. I have no fucking idea what's standard in these contracts. No one here has that information. That's not responsive to Hutch's point. And she's making a non-responsive point, which is, well, I seen a contract that doesn't have it. The proper response is, regardless of whether it's standard or not, isn't that a good faith, reasonable, plausible reason why they would have that? That's why I was asking that question.
Okay. Yeah.
But instead, the interpretation is he's sweeping because he asked Hutch a question. He's sweeping for Taylor.
No. My instinct in that moment was like, because you fucking pounced on me like 30 minutes before, I took it as another pounce on me. I'm like, fuck, I'm being interrogated again. And so now I'm in fight mode again.
That's presupposing the first is intended to be a pounce. I understand. Okay, maybe how I approach it, is really not conducive to good discourse. I mean, maybe or so, but like the whole point of these questions is to make it clear what the claims are. If the claim is that it's factually correct or incorrect, that she's a fucking centrist or moderate, whether you're claiming it's standard, whether you're claiming that the contract says that there's no disclosure, or whether the course of dealing was that there's no enforcement of that provision, like, I don't understand why we just can't get clarity on the views. And that's what I was trying to do. Most of the time, I didn't interrupt your flow. And a lot of the times you performed beautifully. I thought that's true. Yeah, I wasn't trying to go about, and if I was just trying to do that, I would have interrupted at the most devastating moments when you were absolutely destroying her on the Israel point. And I didn't do that because you were cooking.
Okay. Well, listen, I gotta get going here pretty soon. I didn't expect this conversation to.
No worries.
Another one of our patented fucking 3 hours. Yeah. Listen, I enjoy the conversation. Here, the only thing I ask, like, I am not asking for you to like go easy on me. That's not what I'm saying. I like being directly challenged. I would question sometimes. That's all I'm saying. I would just question sometimes the level of hostility. Maybe just like 4 notches below that would like help. That's all I'm asking. Just, listen, we are who we are, and like you are who you are, and I accept that about you, and so that's like something difficult that
that's
might
the way God
be
made
hard
me,
to
man.
Turn off, okay, but just I humbly request, as my boy, as your boy, who loves you.
So here's I think the solution, right? Here's the solution, because in those contexts in which you don't want me to interrupt, I think it's honestly probably better.
No. Stop. Pause. I didn't say don't interrupt. I didn't say that. You can interrupt. Just 4 notches down in terms of hostility. That's it.
Depending on the context,
okay with you interrupting.
Depending on the context, I think if there's a kind of conversation with a lefty situation like that, where, because I don't think, I'm trying to think, right? Like if this were like a fellow, let's imagine you have Jon Favreau on, right? And you guys are beefing about this point about Ken Martin. I'm not sure you'd feel the same way about me being like, hang on, Favreau, do you agree that Favreau, what he's saying here is like objectively demonstrative reality, whatever you want to say? Yes or no, Hutch? Would you take the same kind of umbrage? Is it any guess, or is it the fact that this is Taylor? This is like the big white whale. She is a particular person, and she's an enemy. Is there like a added oomph to it that it's like it's the Taylorness of it all? It's the Lorenz of it all. It's the Ogre Boy, if we had him on, of it all. Even though you'll remember, right? You'll remember in the Ogre Boy conversation where you have a lefty and a Vadim conversation. I was totally on board in defending you every moment where I thought it was appropriate. And so I have demonstrated myself.
It's honestly not about the interlocutor. It's not the Taylor Lorenz of it all or the Jon Favreau of it all. It's the yes or no of it all.
It's the yes or no of it all.
It's specifically that, like literally specifically that, like the yes or no thing. Because you force your brain to go into a different kind of mode. Like if you're having a conversation that's really complex, and then you get hit with a yes or no, like when you're in that place, it is like distracting, and it does feel like more than just a assertive or even slightly aggressive like questioning, which I'm okay with. It takes on a new level of like hostility that is like hard to. It's a distraction in the
That's
moment.
my brand, I guess, to the extent that it's like hostility. It's my brand, man. And I do that to Josiah. Do you remember the conversation we had with the Vanguard? Where
Yes.
I had said something about what Josiah said. I'm like, that's not what they mean or something. And he was fuming about it.
Oh yeah.
It's not a particular thing to you or to, like, it just, and maybe listen, I'm open to all sorts of constructive feedback about communication, but like I just promise you it's not my intent to give Taylor Lorenz a parachute, because if I wanted to do that, I trust me, I could have done it way more effectively than I did. And I'm not winning any favors by taking the view that Chorus is based and agreeing with you with a lot of the substance of the framing criticism that I do. Like, if I just wanted to appeal to that audience, I would read the room over there and be like, Chorus is dark money is shit, these people are all being paid. And I don't do that, right? And I also don't go and, however, and say that there's nothing valuable about the article. Same manner, by the way, that I approach the H3 lawsuits, same manner that I approach the Hassan Piker, global entry thing, same manner that I do the Merrick Garland thing. I take the views I do because okay. I appreciate that.
I have never accused you of grifting. I internally don't think of it that way, because I do see, I think you're a complicated guy. And I do think that like, I think there's something more primal in you. Like when that comes out of you, I do see it as like an autonomic kind of thing that comes out.
Yeah, it's usually because I'm frustrated. If I'm being honest, like it's not this big thought out meta thing. It's like I'm frustrated. I'm like, oh fuck, and then I say something. So like a lot. I don't think that you're generally off there, where it's like it's a kind of more internal dissatisfaction or disquieting, where I have to. Sometimes I have to hold myself back. Remember on the Tim Miller podcast where Miller's like, in an ideal world, I would toe to Jared Polis, and I literally had to stop myself from, like, I rolled my eyes, and then I later brought it up again. But in the moment, I was like, "What's that?"
I was thinking about you when you were saying those things. I was like,
I held myself back because sometimes there's just like I want to just give my opinion and stuff, and so and this is a very different context where I feel very liberated in these moments to like offer opinions and stuff. Very different from like some of the times in practice, for example, where you shouldn't be like showing your face on your sleeve, your heart on your sleeve. You shouldn't be like indicating visibly where you are and just like jumping at the bit. So sometimes my steady state, my natural state, it is this kind of like swelling of passion sometimes. But that might be like harder to tamp down sometimes, but it also means that I'm not. Sometimes. I appreciate it. Yeah, you as well. You give me a boner. Anyway.
That's what
It's a
that
joke.
means.
Listen,
You know what's complicated here, and I don't even mean to make this complex. I'm
Sure.
not even saying never do yes or no with me, because like
Okay.
I'm fucking down for that sometimes. But like in that kind of a setting, the yes or no thing was distracting. Like if I'm confronted in that kind of way, but like I'm not saying never ever do it, but
when you do, but then it's probably better that like when you're in those zones, for me not to involve myself. Like if there's this, I think I'm just going to interrupt your flow then. I think, listen, if there's a moment where you want to cross-examine people and do some, and I'm not saying that we can't have those kind of conditions.
It's only 100 miles per hour or like nothing with you. You can't.
No,
I'm
I'm happy to, I'm happy to like communicate in a way that I think is conducive with everything that's going on. But when I feel that there's like evasiveness, I can be like a dog chasing cars. I just like, wait a second, why can't we just clarify this? And it drives me crazy sometimes. And I also
know that about you.
Yeah. But like I feel like you sometimes resent the clarity or resent the shining the light so we can see all the internal parts.
If it's if it's 100 miles per hour, sometimes it's a bit much.
Okay.
But I don't. But I'm not.
I'm
I would
willing to
never
work
ask
with
you to like not be the way that you are. Just
maybe it's better if I have like
volume,
if I have like a talking
volume.
stick or something. I can like raise it whenever I'm like.
You know what? This is good. I mean, this is good. This is like therapy stuff.
What's good?
You know what would be, dude? You know what would be funny?
What?
Like literally, if we could, bro, this would be great content. Like, what if we literally hired a therapist that would be willing to do
malpractice, dude?
Us? Like,
no way. That's gonna be like.
Wait, can you not do televised therapy?
Wait, didn't someone get fucked up with that? Who's the guy?
Or what? It doesn't have to be a therapist. Like, what if it was like? What if we hired
like a coach, like a life coach, I
think that would be funny.
All right, sure. Like we should look into it, and we'll crowdfund it. We'll be social worker for Hutch and Pisco.
I think maybe you can do live stream therapy. I don't know if that breaks the ethics.
I don't know. I just remember there being like some controversy about it. I don't really remember what was the result of it. I thought someone got in trouble.
Well, yeah, Dr. K does stuff, but he's very careful to say it's not therapy. But I don't know if that means you can't do it ever. But
I'm afraid of. So this owlishness says Pisco's afraid of being diagnosed with autism for real. Come on now. I do think
autistic?
No.
Okay.
No, I think that autism is characterized by much more severe forms of like antisocial behavior and not understanding of social cues ever. And I don't think that's characterized as me. And I think people, if you met me, we did this thing in New York, like a bar crawl when we were doing the DNC stuff, where I think anyone who would have seen me in that format would have seen me like how normie I can be in real circumstances and, buying people drinks, just having regular conversations. So I do think that it's not accurate to say that I'm autistic, but as a flavorful language, I don't think it's that bad.
People conflate autism with just being intensely focused on something sometimes, but that could apply to like 1,000 pathologies or just dispositions or whatever.
Yeah.
A therapist may live stream a session only if all parties give explicit informed written consent.
Oh, we can do that.
State consent laws permit it. The therapist's professional ethics allow it.
Shit.
I'm just saying that could be funny. I'm gonna go. I'm fucking hungry, but yeah.
I'm gonna log off too. But hey, guys, follow Hutch at Hutch. And what's your Twitter too?
Hutchinson.
We need to get Soypill's Twitter back because that's actually detrimental to Lib and Learn. Because I think that like we all share the load of trying to get guests and stuff, and we all give different ideas. But Soypill does a significant amount of reach out as well, and he used to do it through his Twitter. I think it's been like materially bad that he doesn't have his Twitter. I think that's not good.
I think he's got a new, or somebody's got a new Twitter going for him.
Does he?
Certainly not him.
What's the app?
I think he does. I don't know. We'll text him and ask him. But all right. Okay. Well, listen. Enjoy. What day is it? Wednesday. Enjoy Hump Day, buddy.
Dude, I love Hump Day. Love it. But no, appreciate you, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
All right. Cheers.
Later. Where were we? It's just us now. Hutch Solo can't save you. All right, folks. That was, I've been live for 7 hours. I was not planning on doing that. Where were we? I had done the actual thing I wanted to do, which was going after Matt Taibbi for a quick second. There was one other thing I wanted to do, but we won't get to it today. If not, maybe later tonight. Perhaps later tonight. We have a video. We have a couple videos. Yes. We have the Pondering Politics. I'll try to do the Josiah thing tonight. I gotta go. But we can try to do the Josiah thing tonight, and then there's another funny meme that I want to do. But I really appreciate all of you guys. I appreciate the support. I'm just how I am. I love you guys a lot, and stay cool. Very important for you.